All right, good morning. Good morning. We are going to begin this public hearing. We have a lot of folks signed up and we need to get moving. We have 192 people. So let me make sure you are aware of the way that we work, so it does not come as a surprise. When your name is called, you can come up and sit right in front of me at this desk here. If the red light is not on the microphone, please push the button in front of you. It will illuminate the light and activate the microphone. You get 3 minutes to testify. My friends over here are keeping track of the time. There will be a sound, usually a bell, sometimes a chime, but a sound that is distinct that will notify you that your time is up. If you are online, it is difficult to hear that sound. I will let you know. We are going to try to keep you as close to 3 minutes as possible, given the number of folks and our desire to get everybody through. We will probably be here very late, so let's try to work together on that. As well, when that 3 minutes elapses, I will let you know, and then I will ask if there are comments or questions from members of the committee. And if you are asked a question, please try to answer it. If you don't know, do not make it up. Just let us know you don't know. That's all right. You're not required to have any particular level of knowledge of the bills. Okay, so we are going to get going. I will remind folks of those things periodically and try to keep the traffic moving. Good morning. We will start with Aaron Bowman. Is Aaron here yet? I guess this is a great opportunity for me to let you know that if you miss your turn, given that we have 192 people, we are going to keep moving. I'm sorry. I will apologize. We don't have time unless there are some very particular circumstances, like you're trying to get on and your computer's not working or something like that, or you went to the restroom and we saw you or something like that. I use that to stall a little bit. Aaron Bowman. Okay. Sorry, Aaron. We will try to get back to you at the end, but I'm not sure you want to go at the end. Margaret Henderson.
Hi, good morning. My name is Margaret Henderson, and I live in Danbury, where I'm the board president of the Unitarian Universalist Congregation of Danbury, and I'm part of Connecticut for All. I strongly support HB 7212, along with the proposed amendments offered by the Trust Act Now coalition. In these days of massive federal overreach, this bill and these amendments will protect all residents of Connecticut, and your committee has the power and the moral responsibility to make that happen. Just this morning, I heard a story on the radio about different municipalities on Long Island struggling with how much of ICE's work their local law enforcement will do, and I'm grateful to live in a state where there's a consistent statewide law about this. 5 years ago, my concern for migrants in detention centers in the U.S. drove me to become a sponsor for a conscientious young man who had walked here from Central America, seeking asylum to escape the violent gangs in his home country. They had threatened his life and that of his mother and sisters. To this day, he knows that they will kill him if he returns. I worked with a nonprofit who put up his bond and flew him here. I helped him learn English and survive in Danbury. He lived with me for about 3 years until he eventually fell in love with and married an American citizen. She lived here for about a year and a half first. They now have a beautiful baby daughter, whom they named after me. But this young father is still officially deportable, since even though they're legally married, it takes 5 to 7 years to get a green card. So he tries to keep a low profile and do what he can to support his wife and baby girl. He has no criminal record in this country. I know him well enough to know that he's trustworthy and reliable and safe. Our immigration system is so broken that there is no way for people to come here legally. All choices in the system lead to deportation. Once here, migrants have no access to a work permit or a social security card, so they can't work or have a bank account legally. This man and people like him are members of our communities. They're part of the very fabric of our society in Connecticut. Giving him peace of mind and safety from deportation allows his family to thrive. The Unitarian Universalist Congregation of Danbury, to which I belong, is a sanctuary congregation. We know that policies that keep families together and allow kids to go to school and adults to get health care benefit all residents. I want to add that it's essential that we give people the right to sue when the Trust Act is violated. Otherwise, this law has no teeth, no mechanism for enforcement. I encourage you to support HB 7212 and these amendments. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us this morning or for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Pia Rosa.
I'm here.
You may testify.
Thank you. Dear Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and members of the Judiciary Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Pia Rosa, and I am a resident of Darien, Connecticut. I am writing in support of HB number 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act. This bill represents an important step in protecting Connecticut's immigrant communities, but it does not fully address the breadth of challenges our immigrant community members are facing. This is why I support HB 7212 with the proposed amendments offered by the Trust Act Now coalition. I am an immigrant from Germany who came to this country 25 years ago. I am also a former employee of Building One Community in Stamford and a continued supporter of their mission. Compared to so many people I personally know and who get help from B1C, my immigration experience was a piece of cake. Yet I can relate to anyone who is leaving their home and family, is willing to work hard to seek new opportunities and to offer a better chance for their children. Law enforcement should serve and protect the people who contribute to our communities, regardless of their legal status, not intimidate and hunt them and spread fear and distrust within the community. Neither should those who are still able to voice their opinion be intimidated. If we remain silent, this is how they see affirmation of their actions. We need allies to defend those who don't have a voice in public. We need allies who value the immigrant contribution by defending their rights. The people I met through B1C are gladly doing the jobs that most Americans think too strenuous. They fled their home countries to be safe and give their children a better chance. Every parent wants that. I want to be proud of the state I live in, work, and pay my taxes. I urge you to support HB number 7212 based on the recommendations submitted by the Connecticut Immigrant Support Network, ACLU, and the Yale WIRAC Law Clinic. Additionally, I urge you to oppose HB 7211 as it would undermine the current Trust Act, opening the doors for more violations which will harm our community. When local police are perceived as agents for ICE, immigrant victims will hesitate to cooperate with police, undermining public safety for everyone. HB 212 works to create trust between the community and law enforcement. These improvements to the Trust Act will send a strong message that Connecticut will protect the safety of all residents, regardless of immigration status.
Rosa, your time has elapsed. So let me see if there are comments or questions from members of the committee. Comment or question from members of the committee. Comment or question from members of the committee. If not, I want to thank you very much for joining us today and offering your testimony. Paul Garlinghouse.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and the members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for your important work on this bill. I hope you can hear me okay. My name is Paul Garlinghouse, and I am a resident of New Haven, Connecticut, and a member of the Green Party, although my testimony represents only my own position. I am in support of HB 7212. I support this as a proud son of an immigrant father from the Dominican Republic. I'm an attorney in private practice in Connecticut, and most of what I handle is family law. I do not practice immigration law. It's very hard. I have great respect for the lawyers who do. I wish we had a rational and efficient immigration system, but the federal legislature can't seem to deliver that. So it's up to you, the Connecticut legislature, to deliver once again for Connecticut. Trust is the name of the act, and trust between law enforcers and community members makes our communities safe and happy. In order to prevent harm and enforce laws to stop violence, sexual assault, property crimes, other serious, harmful violations, the police have to gain the trust of victims and witnesses. The Trust Act and these improvements to promote respect for law enforcement and order for our communities in Connecticut are integral to that challenging process. I live in New Haven. I live in the Fairhaven Heights section. We work very closely with our law enforcement to make sure we're all on the same side of making our communities safe. I do a lot of domestic violence representation. Imagine you have small children and you're a victim of domestic violence, as many of my clients experience. What can you do? If you're undocumented as to your immigration status, can you show up to court and file a restraining order? Or are you going to be targeted by ICE, as they have been doing? In Connecticut, our courts are open to all persons residing in the state. That access to justice is crucial to the safety of our population. HB 7212 is a vital tool that will protect Connecticut against federal overreach. I believe you have the power to make this bill stronger with some of the coalition who's been contacting you proposed amendments. And there's going to be people talking about those amendments, but I want to talk about the one that says prohibiting ICE arrests at courthouses. This is very important. And it's something that I experience. I work in those courthouses. On the docket, you have your name, and they're using that to target people, and that's a problem. Thank you very much for your attention this morning.
Thank you for your testimony, Representative Fishbone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Paul. Nice to see you, although virtually. You and I have known each other for many years, and I appreciate you coming here today. Paul, help me figure something out. As a legislator, I take an oath to the federal and state constitution. And under the supremacy clause of the United States Constitution, which I think is Article 6, Clause 2, federal law trumps state law. And this scheme, and I'm not using that in the pejorative, this series of laws prohibits certain members, public agencies, representatives of state government communicating to ICE. How do I support that and uphold my oath?
Thank you for your question, and it's good to see you this morning, Craig. I know we've been we've been on various sides of a lot of things, and I know your heart, and I know you're struggling honestly, and that you take the Constitution seriously. Immigration law is a federal matter. That is true, but there's nothing in this bill, Attorney Fishbein, that says that that anyone is going to do anything to interfere with or subvert in any way the federal constitutional responsibility of federal agents to enforce valid federal laws and in a constitutional manner. But as you must be aware, they're violating the Constitution left and right. And so think about what it would mean, the amendment strengthening the Trust Act to say they need to have a warrant issued by a judge. That kind of safeguard is extremely important, and you should really consider supporting it, Ranking Member Fishbein, to make sure that a judge has looked at this. I mean, they're grabbing people out of their apartment building, sneaking in and coming in without warrants and with completely inaccurate information. That poor guy down at Columbia is only an example. And Holman has made it clear they're going to do it more. you have another constitutional responsibility to uphold the Constitution of the state of Connecticut. And that says our courts, as you know, are open to all persons. And you know about cases with domestic violence and abuse and child abuse and all these things. And we have to be able to have our people access the courts. And thank you for your question.
Well, thank you for your answer. And, fundamentally,
I just want to say to folks that while we understand people agreeing, disagreeing, we don't clap, shout, do all of those things. It adds to the time, and it's just not something we do. So please abide by that. I prefer not to have to repeat that. You may proceed, Representative.
thank you. Paul, I very much appreciate the exchange. Part of the warrant issue, I suppose, is that, coming into the country without following the process is a jailable offense under federal law. So I appreciate your perspective, but I also wanted to ask you, and I take it you had the opportunity to review the language of 7212, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And maybe you have it before you. If not, I'll just read you this section. I'm looking at line 130. It says, no public agency or officer, employee, or other person otherwise paid by or acting as an agent of a public agency shall use interpretation services provided by a federal immigration authority. What is your understanding of the concern there?
Oh, absolutely. See, the thing is, when you have an interpreter, you've kind of compromised what otherwise would be perhaps a confidential communication, and there's important rights there. And so the concern is, I mean, look, they're playing fast and loose, as I'm sure you're aware, sir, with all the rules. They're defying federal judges. It is crazy. And the concern is that the interpreter could, on the down low, without any authorization, which is the kind of stuff they're doing these days, man, give information that would not be accessible to the federal government to the federal government. And that's the reason for that. These are all based on experience, Craig. They're all based on things that have happened since the legislature passed the first bill, and that's the reason for that. As I understand it.
I'm just trying to figure out the scenario. So the utilization of interpretation services, I would think, is, let's say a member of law enforcement asks an individual, how did you get to the country, right? The interpreter interprets that into the language that the individual speaks. They respond. The answer is given back to the law enforcement person. I'm trying to figure out where there would possibly be information that this would be a problem, because my understanding is, I mean, you're in court, right? We see interpreters, they can't make up like what is exchanged. They're supposed to, communicate what the person says back to the judge, to the interpreter. So if you could just give me a scenario.
Well, I mean, I can't give you an example with that type of federal interpreter, but I can tell you a similar type personal example. So, for example, I had a lady in York Correctional who was a cancer survivor and was at risk of getting COVID, and I had a federal case. And she was brought to court by, DOC officials. And then those guys are hanging out in the back of the courtroom, hearing everything, you know. And so I pointed this out to the federal judge, and I said, Your Honor, I don't know if we can proceed because I'm very concerned that my client's being compromised and her information will be reported back in a way that might be harmful to her. And in fact, we ended up having a conversation down in a very small room in the basement with just me and the judge and my client there. So yeah, there's 100 ways. There's 100 ways is that information, I mean, people talk, you know how it is. We talk in the hallway, we talk while we're waiting to be called up. You know, it's not just the official stuff that's being given to the person who has the right to ask the question. It's how that stuff would later be transmitted to other persons after the fact, and no one would know about it. And based on the kind of administration we have going on right now, that's a real concern.
Understood. Thank you for coming here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good to
Thank
see
you,
you.
Representative. Representative Pavlak D'Amato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You had mentioned about victims. I think it was either victims being apprehended or victims being deported. I wonder if you had, and if you need to clarify, please do so. If you had data on that, how many victims of crimes are being apprehended by ICE and deported?
I'm not a data guy, but I do have, you know, direct personal experience in the courts for 25 years. And my first 2 years was as a advocate for domestic violence victims, specifically in the Danbury court system, working out of the Battered Women's Center there. I had a little office. And I had a lot of clients that did not have legal immigration status for various reasons. And you know, these folks were also paying taxes. And the problem is when you're, and working very hard, when you're, let's say you apply for a restraining order, or you know, you're the victim of a domestic violence crime and you're working with the Family Relations Services, the case and information about you is on a docket that's easy to access over the internet. You've applied for a restraining order, there's going to be a hearing, and that hearing is going to appear on the docket. And it could be in a family divorce case that these things come up. Now, we have access to the courts, every person in the state of Connecticut, every person. That's a very important constitutional language. And it's already very hard for victims of domestic violence, sexual violence, all these things to report and to come into court. The extra threat that some ICE, I don't want to say goons, but it comes into my head, are going to be skulking out there in the parking lot, ready to surround you at the minute you walk out of court. That's a chilling effect, and that harms people. That makes people less safe. We shouldn't have that happening in Connecticut. This is my home. This is where I work, and I really care about what's happening at our courts. And I've seen it happening, and I've heard reports from other lawyers about it happening right now.
So is there, now I have some experience and in similar cases, but is there ability for that person, let's say the victim, to, in the TRO case, to remove their name from the proceedings, or from other certain things that will be published?
There's a little bit of protection because unlike a regular divorce case, a TRO, you can't access it information over the internet. However, it's there on the wall on a printed sheet when you get to court, okay? And yes, no, there's no provision for deleting your name from that list currently. The problem is, certainly the alleged perpetrator's name is going to be there, and it's not hard to put two and two together. We got to give them some credit. So it's a real concern. When I started 25 years ago, I could confidently say to my nervous clients who are domestic violence survivors who are worried, you know, when I show up, is there going to be, you know, ICE there waiting to try to, you know, grab me or something? And I could say, no, that never happens. You're safe. The courts are open to all persons. But they've changed that, Representative, and I'm really worried. And it's currently happening, and it will happen more. And I believe this bill represents an opportunity to provide some extra protection with that amendment about prohibiting ICE from doing that in our courts. There are courts. They're under your jurisdiction, not Donald Trump's, man. Please.
Okay, so you said it's currently happening. So you might not have data, but can you then provide more specific details?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
But
yeah.
so in the instance you're talking about, you're telling me ICE came and took that victim away then?
I'm talking about a litigant. His lawyer was driving him away from the court proceeding. And they boxed in the lawyer's car with multiple vehicles. This happened quite recently. I'm sure you've seen it. And grabbed this person who was working to legally adjust their status. I'm sure you know, Representative, that um, the immigration system is completely fakakta. It's completely broken. It is a quagmire, okay? But people who are here, who have made this their home, who have been here and have intention to stay, have a difficult but navigable path to adjust their status into a fully legal status. It can take some time, but what's happening is while they're in that process, and despite their extremely arduous and expensive, by the way, efforts, they pay a lot of money to immigration lawyers to do this. They're getting there and they're being grabbed up before they've had due process, before they've had their day in court, before they've had a final deportation order. And it is going to happen more. Homan has promised that they are going to do it. And I think you should believe him. And I think you should do the responsible thing to the maximum we can with our system and our constitution and our courts and our law enforcement to not make our people unsafe.
Okay, so then the example you gave, that person was a litigant, but not a victim of a crime. Is that correct then? Because I had
Right.
asked about examples about victims being taken by ICE, but you just mentioned a litigant. So do you have another one?
I don't yet. I hope I don't get one. But here's the thing. I know they're afraid. From the very, very first, I had folks, there was a lot of particularly folks from Brazil, you know,
Mhm.
who didn't have a legal status, but they had a domestic violence case. They were my client, okay?
Yeah.
And they were afraid to come to court. And I reassured them, 20 years ago I could, court's safe. There's nobody waiting to grab you. This is solely about, resolving your issue, the violence, the kids, all that stuff, okay? Today, I know I've seen it. We in the previous time that we had this president, folks were out there watching. They were clocking the ICE agents out in the parking lot. They were giving people a heads up. You can't come in. You gotta come to another day. They're here to grab you. They are here. They are here today. That really happened, and they have promised it will happen again. I haven't seen today a victim grabbed up, Representative, but I am confident they will do it. They are determined on a particular course of action to make a particular political point, and it is coming. And there's a chance now, to the maximum extent allowed by our Constitution and the federal Constitution, to prevent these harms.
Well, okay, and I'm glad you brought up the system, because I actually have experience with getting somebody their green card and hopefully eventually citizenship. And I
Hmm.
agree, it's not easy and it takes time, but and I know the other woman mentioned 5-6 years, but if you're some of the individuals you're bringing up, part of the problem is that they come legally, but then end up being illegal because they overstay their visa.
Hmm.
Okay. And
Hmm.
yes, that's what creates it taking a long time, because you're breaking the law, okay, by overstaying your visa. Now, I did the process. Again, I have firsthand experience, and I did it where the individual did not break the law. Like the other woman said too, I think it makes it difficult for a fiance, for other individuals to work, because they can't work. When they do get a green card, then they can work. But yeah, those initial, like, fiance visa, for example, you can't work under that. But
Hmm. Hmm.
again, if they're here come legally and
Hmm.
are still legal, then it is a lot easier. When it shifts to breaking the law, overstaying your visa, yeah, that's where it becomes difficult. And so if the law wasn't broken to begin with, then there wouldn't be that problem. And I know people sitting here in fear have the issue, but then don't break the law. I mean, that's what the law is. And again, I've gone through it personally, so I know, so I can have people tell me otherwise, but I have done it before. So it is possible. But yeah, it might take the person going back and not overstaying their visa. But I do thank you for your testimony. I just, I'm looking for data and an example of somebody taking a victim. But, like you said, that's still, you have not seen that happen yet. Even with them waiting outside, it's a litigant. It's somebody who broke the law. Granted, innocent till proven guilty, but they're already breaking the law by being illegal. So hopefully you can look for that data and get me something that I can look at, and that can be based on actual data, because I like to make laws based on data, not based on what might happen, or not something that isn't. I'm not saying not there, but I'm just looking for data and numbers, and nobody's been able to provide that yet. So
But briefly, Representative, it will be almost impossible to get data on the people who don't file their restraining orders because they're afraid of ICE, because they won't show up,
sure,
but they'll be trapped. And
sure, but
yeah.
you can get there is a way to get data based on people who are, or on people who have been deported, whether they broke the law, let's say criminally, a state law or not. So that data we can obtain. So thank you very much for your testimony, though.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? If not, thank you very much for joining us, Attorney Garlinghouse. Angelica Idrovo.
Thank you, Senator.
Good morning, everyone. Dear Senator Winfield and members of the Judiciary Committee of Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Angelica Idrovo. I'm a resident of the city of New Haven, and I'm also the Organizing and Policy Director of the Connecticut Black and Brown Student Union. I'm here today to strongly urge you to support and strengthen HB 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act, with the additional amendments offered by the Trust Act Now Coalition. I'm an undocumented immigrant who moved to Connecticut with my parents and two younger siblings at the age of 12. For the past 16 years, Connecticut has been my home. I have dedicated my work to organizing and advocating for immigrant communities like mine, communities that have contributed to the state and deserve to live without fear. The Trust Act was a critical step in protecting immigrants, but it does not go far enough. The reality is that many undocumented people in Connecticut still fear interactions with law enforcement, public agencies, and even the justice system because they worry that their information will be used against them. One of the most important amendments will limit unnecessary data collection and sharing by law enforcement and public agencies. This is personal for me. As a community organizer, I constantly fear from families being terrified to call the police even when they witness crimes. I have young people telling me that they are scared to apply to college because they don't know if their personal information will be shared. Most recently, I received calls from undocumented people afraid to renew their driver's license because they don't want their data to end up in ICE hands. When people fear seeking for help or accessing resources, our entire community suffers. But beyond fear, we know that law enforcement has broken the Trust Act in the past. A year ago, my own brother was stopped for speeding in New Fairfield. The first question the police officer asked him was not about his license or registration, but whether he was legal in this country or not. Connecticut police officers should not be questioning people about their immigration status, but yet it continues to happen. Reinforcing the Trust Act is the only way to ensure that local enforcement does not act as an extension of federal immigration enforcement. Another critical amendment that must be included is banning ICE arrests at the courthouses. During my recent rapid response work in the Denver area, I interviewed a young woman leaving the courthouse after serving as an interpreter for her uncle for a DUI case. As they walk to their car a block away from the courthouse, ICE agents stop them, not to ask for names and IDs, but to demand, are you legal in the US? This targeting should not happen in the state that claims to protect immigrants. If people fear simply for showing up at the courthouse, they will stop reporting crimes, serving as witnesses, or advocating for their rights. This is not an immigrant issue. This is a public safety issue for all Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Fishbone.
Good morning. Thank you for coming here. I disagree. This is an immigrant issue. The issue is legal immigration or illegal immigration. And I recognize, you come here today and, you admit to us that your entry into this country was not along the process. If I could ask, what country did you come from?
I'm going to refuse on answering that question. Coming to the United States and being undocumented is a civil offense, not a criminal offense.
Okay. Well, are you a lawyer?
Sorry?
Are you a lawyer?
I'm not a lawyer.
Okay. So are you aware that entering this country, not following the process, you can go to jail? That would be a criminal offense.
I'm here to answer questions around the bill, not around my personal life.
Understood. But, when you make a representation to this committee as to what the law is, it would be helpful if you knew what the law was. I mean, under U.S. Code 8-1325, it says any alien, and I know that some people take that word to be of offense, but that is how the federal government describes it, and the federal government in 8 USC 1101 defines, it says the term alien means any person not a citizen or national of the United States. So that's the law of our land. Who enters or attempts to enter the United States at any time or place other than is designated by immigration officers, or eludes examination or inspection by immigration officers, or attempts to enter or obtains entry into the United States by willfully false or misleading representation, or the willful concealment of a material act, shall, for the first commission of any such offense, be fined under Title 18 or imprisoned not more than 6 months for the first offense. And the second offense is that'll be a misdemeanor. And the second offense shall be fined or imprisoned not more than 2 years or both. So we don't have our system of law does not recognize debtor prisons as other countries have done in the past. But certainly under federal law, entering this country illegally, one can go to jail. So I have to say that it's a criminal offense. Civil offenses are the only penalties for civil offenses are fine. So my point was, and I understand you don't want to share, but I look at the counter, right? So let's just say the country is Honduras. And I don't know anything about Honduras, so to speak, but I look at the reverse. Can I go to Honduras, not follow their immigration policies, their laws, and be protected? I mean, that's the, so once again, I don't know. So if we could just do it without your country of origin, do you know in your country of origin if I would be able to do that?
So I'm not here, and I'm not an expert on countries outside of the U.S. immigration policies, but I do appreciate your thoughts. We're here to make sure that people understand that immigrants' rights is a human's rights. And for me to speak on the bill that we are, talking this afternoon, but there will be people in the audience who are going to be testifying from their law firms or different agencies that can speak more into the language of the bill.
Okay, well, you're here. So, I mean, you've testified in support of the bill. So, I understand maybe I'm just trying to figure out how this works. I understand this is a people issue. I don't disagree. But it's also a law issue. So I appreciate you coming here today. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And before anyone else goes, I'm just going to remind members of the committee that the public comes to testify. Some members are equipped and prepared to answer various questions. Some members are not. The main point of this is to hear from the public. When we discover that they are not equipped or not ready, we should accept that. Representative, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I listened to the back and forth with our good ranking member, and he's talking about the law. I understand it's an emotional issue for you. It's an emotional issue for your community. I understand that. I spent almost 30 years working in law enforcement as a chief probation officer in Danbury, in Fairfield, that area. When we did that, our goal was community safety. And if you can have community safety while people are being supervised in the community, great. But in doing that job, we worked with state police, local police, sometimes the Secret Service, sometimes the FBI. But then come 2013, we were told we could no longer work with one agency, ICE. The reason we worked with them is because sometimes there was warrants, sometimes there was judicial actions against certain people. And the reason we communicated was to keep the community safe. Doesn't matter if it's the immigrant community, the Danbury community, the area. We didn't ask. We were just trying to keep people safe. And these were serious crimes that we were trying to get people work with just another agency, a federal agency, to get them brought to justice. So I understand that your testimony today is in favor of strengthening the Trust Act, but I'm just telling you what the Trust Act did to law enforcement. It made your communities less safe, because now I couldn't have those people come to my office or to the courthouse to make an arrest of a bad person. We're not talking DUIs. We're talking sex offenses, a lot of domestic violence, a lot of serious assaults. But now they have to do it in the parking lot of my office, which I no longer work there, or of the courthouse, where it used to be done in a controlled environment. So in doing so, for instance, I witnessed a day where the ICE was in the parking lot, and instead of doing it in a controlled environment, the gentleman ran and was hit by a car. So I see it as a safety issue for the community, a safety issue for the person being detained. And now they have to go to the houses. So now if there's the person that they're looking to apprehend and 5 other family members, it's putting them in danger too. I just see this Trust Act as doing the opposite. I think it's a distrust act, because we're trying to help the community by keeping it safe. And it sounds to me that you see it as something that makes your community less safe. Is that the case?
Yes. So for the different experiences that I have had as a community organizer is that when parents are hesitant to go to the hospital or get any care for their children's care, they're hesitant to disclose their immigration status, right? And being able to tell them that their information will not be disclosed to the ICE agent, to the federal agency, they are willing, to go to the emergency room or to the doctor, as well as for different types of crimes like domestic violence. I know a very close person of mine that did not want to report domestic violence because she is undocumented. But knowing that the police do not collaborate with ICE, then she was willing to report that. So I have seen how my community has benefited from the Trust Act because they feel safer when they know that our state agencies and local law enforcement is not collaborating with ICE.
I appreciate that. And just to follow up, Mr. Chair. So how many of your community members, for instance, if they went to report a crime or go to the hospital or go to a state agency, how many of them were apprehended?
None of them.
Okay. So they have a fear, but is the fear founded or unfounded? Because the Trust Act is trying to get law enforcement agencies to work with ICE to take the bad people out of the community, not the people who are just trying to get regular services. That's who they're going after. Would you agree or disagree?
I agree that if people are committing crimes, they should follow the law and go through the trial that they have to go through.
So what you're saying is you do want the bad people taken, but you're saying there's people in your community that are afraid to just report crimes and even go to the hospital because their information's being shared. I'm looking somebody give evidence of that.
Correct.
And do you have any?
Any of what? Any
Evidence that someone's just going for services and you said their information is being shared and it's being used by ICE. Do you have any substantiation of that?
No, and that's why I'm making the statement
Okay.
that the Trust Act is working and we should
Okay.
be reinforcing it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Now, thank you very much for joining us and providing us with your testimony. Joanna Dreby.
Good morning. My name is Joanna Dreby. I'm a social scientist and a professor of sociology at the University at Albany in New York State. For over 20 years, my research has involved designing studies to evaluate the experiences of children of international migrants. I'm testifying today in support of HB 7212 due to A, my familiarity with data about the impacts of immigration enforcement on children, and B, my own research that identifies what specifically about enforcement policies and practices cause long-standing harms for U.S. citizen children. It's really important to keep in mind that in Connecticut and nationally, approximately 1 in 4 children have a foreign-born parent. Enforcement measures do not only affect the undocumented, they affect naturalized citizens, they affect legal migrants, and they affect US-born children. Immigration policies alone do not inherently harm children, but children today are uniquely at risk because of the way enforcement activities have expanded. At the same time, a growing number of people have a temporary status or are blocked from resolving immigration status irregularities. As a social scientist, I can tell you about some research findings that support HB 7212. First, enforcement activities disrupt children's lives. Disruptions cause depression, anxiety, internalizing and externalizing behaviors. They do not dissipate with time. They affect well-being later in life, well into adulthood. This is especially true when children are present during an interaction with immigration law enforcement or in an immigration court. Second, an immigration arrest, a detention, or a deportation does not have to occur for these consequences to unfold. Fears alone cause adverse effects among children. Anti-immigrant rhetoric dramatically increases fears, whereas public support for immigrant families and for immigrant communities can reduce fears. Third, federal immigration enforcement actions conflict with the mandate of local government to protect and enhance public safety. State and local governments can act in ways to protect child residents, as the amendments to the Trust Act proposed by HB 7212 would do. In conclusion, the proposed amendments to the Trust Act will help Connecticut state and municipal officials to better protect the civil rights of children in Connecticut and reduce the long-term adverse effects of immigration enforcement on child well-being. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this important matter.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Representative Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Professor, for being with us here today and offering your testimony and related data. Would you mind repeating that figure on what proportion of families have an undocumented member?
I didn't report on that. I said that 1 in 4 children in the United States have a foreign-born parent.
1 in 4 children.
So roughly 25% in the United States today have a foreign-born parent.
Okay. And do you have any further data on what portion of those are with or without status?
It gets tricky. I did not bring it with me today. There are estimates. I would caution everyone to think about data estimates about undocumented with some care, because they are always estimates and they are never an exact number.
Okay, fair enough. But
Mhm.
have you seen recent public reports that the current administration has been attempting to deport legal permanent residents, people with status?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And what kind of effect does that have?
Well, some of the research that I've done have been, in my most recent study, actually, has been with young adults, all who are US citizens. So I've interviewed young adults about how enforcement immigration policies have affected them, something that happened in the past. And some of the young people I interviewed have parents who are legal migrants. They actually have parents who are naturalized. I could tell you the story of one young man, and again, this is in New York State, but in the greater metropolitan New York region, which much of Connecticut is also in. One young man recalled when he was a child, his family was from Peru, actually, and his parents were legalized. They were naturalized, but he had an uncle with them, and ICE showed up at 5 a.m. We've heard these stories, 5 a.m. And he doesn't remember, he doesn't remember what happened, a year of memory about his uncle because of the traumatic impact of having an early morning raid at his house. It's only one example, but several of the people that I interviewed had parents who had legalized over time. When you look over time, people can legalize their status when they are given the opportunity to do so. And they often choose to legalize when they have the opportunity to do so.
And so would it be fair to say that regardless of the legal status of their family members, these sorts of immigration enforcement policies have a significant effect on children, on this 1 in 4 children who has a foreign-born parent, regardless of the status of their family member?
Yes, and I would say if we try to come up with a number of kids who've had a parent deported, you're looking at the teeniest piece of how enforcement affects people and our population. It goes well beyond those who are undocumented, deported. It has a chilling effect on many, many more people than you might imagine from an estimate.
Okay, and does it have any effect on whether these children go to school?
Well, we've seen reports, probably you've seen them as well, about school attendance. When there's an immigration in the raid in the community, there's been some high-profile immigration raids, and attendance rates have dropped off right after that. In my own community in Albany, after January 20th, all the school teachers I know have had trouble with attendance as well. So fears do affect school attendance, yes.
And what happens when children stop attending school?
What happens when children stop attending school? Well, we've seen after COVID, we've seen drops in scores, right? 3rd grade, I think, have you seen those reports on all the drops? And we've really seen since the COVID years where all kids stopped attending school, we've seen really drops in reading and math scores that have not rebounded. So these do have permanent effects over time.
And does it also have other social effects in terms of pro-social or antisocial behavior?
Well, yeah, a lot of the research shows, as I said, externalizing or internalizing behavior. So the internalizing behavior, a lot of depression and anxiety. And there are several studies that try to look at this and examine this very closely. Clearly, a parent who's been deported is more highly associated with depression or anxiety. But there's also several studies that show just having an undocumented parent can result in that. And then my own research, I've seen high levels of anxiety and depression among young adults who may not have actually had any interaction with immigration enforcement in their family.
Okay, and when young adults stop going to school, are they more likely to get in trouble?
Likely. I mean, we can ask that, but I didn't come to testify on educational outcomes. So
fair
much.
enough.
Right.
And I'm sure there are folks in our
sure there are.
list who will be able to. Do you do any work or do you have expertise in immigration more generally? Is your focus only on the effects on children?
Well, I guess my expertise area is on children and child well-being in immigrant families. So I have studied other types of migrant families and looking at family dynamics and children. I'm not an immigration lawyer, but I do have a basic understanding of immigration law and how it has changed over time.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a couple questions, and if you don't know the answer, that's fine.
Sounds great.
So which president in the last 20 years deported the most people?
Well, I will tell you it's President Obama, which you probably are well aware of.
Okay, and why was that the case, if you know?
Well, I can just tell you that the numbers were higher across those two administrations. They started quite high in their first 4 years, and then they started to go down after that.
But the Obama administration continued to deport, I think, higher numbers, if I'm aware of the data, than the Trump administration, even after 2013. Is that fair to say?
Yes, the Obama administration did. It was for 8 years. The Trump administration in 4 years, COVID really changed everything. We all seem to forget that everything stopped. So that would affect the numbers under the Trump administration as well.
Well, one of the reasons I think that the Obama administration was so effective in deporting many people is because they focused on the most efficient way to do it, which is focusing on the serious criminals and then liaising with state officials to deport those people rather than grabbing people out of the community who haven't committed any offense. Do you have any comment on that or any reason to disagree with that?
Well, several of the people that I interviewed in New York did have immigration actions affect their families under the Obama administration. And I would say the strategy of showing up at a home, at a child's home in the morning is a really, it creates a lot of adverse effects for children. And they did move to that strategy under the Obama administration. The Obama administration did put some guidelines and some priorities for deportation in the second half of the second part, the second 4 years, sorry, which changed some of the approach. But the people that I interviewed, many of them have the same adverse effects. And it's very personalized. If you move from workplace raids to going and showing up at people's homes, children are seeing that and witnessing that, and being present and witnessing an enforcement action is very, very detrimental to child well-being.
Okay, and another question I had was, do immigrants stop, regardless of their status, tend to stop going to work when there is fear of potential immigration enforcement?
I'm sure some do. The other thing I can tell you is that there are several studies about people not using WIC or not applying to WIC and other social services. That usage goes down when there's a community that a local community cooperates with ICE, when there's been or in undersecure communities as well. So that is also something that we see in the data, and that affects children who are citizens of the United States.
Okay, and what kind of effects does it have on those children when?
Food insecurity. If you're not getting WIC, a lot of families need that, and children are entitled to it as citizens of the country.
Okay. And they're also entitled to an education regardless of their immigration status, correct?
Yes, they are.
That's under the U.S. Constitution. I know you're not
Yeah.
a lawyer, but
Yes.
fairly well established.
Yes, it is.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your answers, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question for members of the committee? Comment or question for members of the committee? I just have one question for you. And I want to try to stick in, I think, in your area of expertise. So you look at the effects of these things on young folks. I know that means the young folks directly affected, but I wonder if your work also looks at the impact of the young folks around them, particularly in their schools, and what the experience of some of our young folks being in those spaces, in those communities, has on people who share that community with them.
Well, yeah, I have. And in the study I most recently did, I interviewed people who had a direct experience in their household with immigration enforcement, but also people who didn't. So I'm looking across. It's designed to purposefully to look across and look at some of those more widespread impacts. You know, one of the things that was kind of surprising to me as someone who's worked in this field since the late 90s, early 2000s, is how many young people told me they don't tell anybody their migration story. That really, really surprised me. And I guess I sit here saying, why was I surprised? I guess it makes sense, right? But so many people in the United States have migration stories, whether it was their parents, their grandparents, their great-grandparents. Very few people don't have some sort of migration story. And the young people that I spoke with talked about not talking about their migration stories, not sharing it with anybody. And I think this is indicative of some more wider spread trauma around the violence of enforcement.
Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for offering your
Thank you very
expertise
much.
today. Christian Kavanaugh. And I'm going to do this periodically throughout the day since we have so many folks that we're trying to get to. If folks could, when questioning, try to be in the area that people presenting might be able to answer the questions, that would be great. You may proceed.
Good morning, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Christian Kavanaugh. I'm a son, a grandson, a nephew to immigrants to this country. I was a teacher to immigrant students, both documented and undocumented, and I continue to serve as a social worker, both to Spanish-speaking and non-Spanish-speaking families alike, to documented and undocumented families alike as well. Every day when I walk into work, I get questions regarding legal status and immigration, both from my clients who are here legally, citizens, green card holders, and undocumented people alike. They are afraid. They do not trust that the people around them are here to serve their best interest at all times. They're worried that their schools, their homes, and their places of work are no longer safe for them being simply in this country with a documentation status of immigrant. Not undocumented, not residents, not citizens, but immigrant. I'm here in support of HB 7212 to help strengthen the Connecticut Trust Act, to make sure that the people that I continue to live with, that I continue to support, and that I continue to work with on a day-to-day basis feel safe and secure in relying on their local law enforcement, on their medical providers, on their attorneys, and on their communities to make sure that they can remain safe in their homes. Over the years, over the 26 years of my life, I've been here and I've heard many different ways of having my identity described. Many people look at me and call me white. Many people call me Irish, with my last name being Kavanaugh. And yet I have to explain to every single person that I am a son of an immigrant who is Venezuelan. My mother came here in the 1990s pursuing an education. And after she pursued that education, she became a public attorney for the state of Connecticut. My mother worked very hard. My grandmother came after her, where she pursued her own education, and she received her master's from Southern Connecticut State University. And my aunt followed the same, where she also received, where she also received her bachelor's from Southern Connecticut State University. These people are afraid. The people I'm mentioning right now are afraid. They are afraid because they believe that the people trying to serve them are no longer, in the representation. I'll yield my time. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank
Comment
you.
or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? If not, I want to thank you for coming to testify and sharing your personal story.
Thank you, Senator Winfield. Appreciate it.
Leslie Blacktoe.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
All right, let's see, here we go. Good morning, Senator Winfield, Representative Stastrom, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Leslie Blateau. I'm a teacher and parent in New Haven, a resident of New Haven. I'm with New Haven Federation of Teachers, AFT Connecticut, and the Connecticut for All Coalition. And like so many in our coalition, I am here today to testify in support of HB 7212. And I also believe that this act should be strengthened. Because there's so many people and because I uploaded my written testimony, the specifics of the why and the strengthening of the bill are in my written testimony. I'm just going to jump right to my closing, recognizing again, time is of the essence. And I want to highlight my city, New Haven, our city, Senator Winfield, as an example of what it means to be a welcoming place to all residents and what the impact of policy means for residents. In New Haven, our police message to our community that they should not be perceived as ICE agents and that they will not inquire about immigration status. In New Haven, our public schools have sent a clear message to all families that everyone is welcome and safe, and we will not allow ICE agents to enter our schools without a judicial warrant signed by a judge. We recognize in New Haven how central trust is to everyone in our community, especially given this constitutional crisis that is unfolding before our eyes. Protecting people's human rights and constitutional rights is a matter that impacts all of us. I'm a teacher, I'm a union leader, I'm a mom, and I know that our schools and our neighborhoods will be safer for everyone as a result of HB 7212. So I believe the Judiciary Committee has an opportunity right now to take these proactive measures so that we can defend against federal overreach. And we cannot allow this administration in DC's, their agenda to undermine our legacy of human rights. Real quick, one of my students many years ago identified Gary Winfield, our state senator, for his work on the death penalty as a human rights defender. He continues to be, Connecticut continues to be. Let's show our immigrant neighbors, friends, and coworkers that Connecticut does love them because we know they love our state, they love our neighborhoods, they love our communities. We can do this, and I thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee, Representative Dubinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for testifying today. You used the words everyone and welcome a number of times in your testimony. Are foreign terrorists who sneak into the country in order to do us harm, are they part of that everyone that's welcome?
When I say everyone, I say the hardworking children and families in our communities.
Okay. So would you agree with me that we should do what we can to prevent foreign terrorists intent on doing us harm from entering the country, and if they're found, they should be removed?
I think regardless of country of origin, there are people who wish to do this country harm. And I guess I believe that there is a place for law enforcement with those people.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubinsky. And I just want to remind folks, because I know not everyone was here earlier, while there is a deep connection to some people to this issue, just like with all issues, we do not clap, vocalize, do any of those things during these hearings. I know some people would like to. It is the tradition of this committee to not do that. So I would ask folks to follow that. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question from other members of the committee? If not, Leslie, it's good to see you again. It's always good to have a constituent who thinks you're moving in the right direction. As a person who's been in the classroom, have you seen, maybe not recently necessarily, but have you seen or been made aware of the type of things that we are hoping don't happen? And do you know what the impact has been in the classroom?
Yeah, we are already in some schools where we have not yet really done the full rollouts on Know Your Rights trainings. We've seen some declines in attendance because parents and students are fearful about doing the thing that is constitutionally protected. going to public school. So we have seen in some spots a decline in attendance that we're connecting to some of the fear that strengthening this trust act will be the antidote to that fear.
Thank you for that. Comment, question, Representative Fazino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for joining us this morning, Ms. Plateau, and thank you for your testimony. I'm just looking through your written testimony as well, which I know you didn't get into too much, and I appreciate the detail with which you laid out some of the additional proposals. I'm very curious just to hear your perspective on the proposal for a public hotline. And just if you could expound on how that might apply within the school system and what effect that might have for administrators, teachers, and students in your part of Connecticut. Any information that you could provide would be helpful. Thank you.
I think establishing a public hotline will be an opportunity for people to be able to communicate their concerns. You know, on a local level, I was in a meeting, a community meeting, where our chief of police said, if police officers in New Haven are asking about immigration status, call me directly. There's an example of a hotline, a local, you know, community-driven hotline right then and there. And I think to magnify that on a statewide level to ensure that people can report where this law is being violated or where this proposed law is being violated is a good thing. I welcome clarification from you about the intersections between the hotline and schools.
So no, I was just I'm curious as to how it would play out in various. My understanding of this proposal and talking about it with a few other people is that it would just be an opportunity for anyone from the general public to report violations of the Trust Act to some independent agency. And I'm trying to parse out like how that would apply to various institutions throughout Connecticut, but I appreciate your clarification.
Okay. I think I understand more clearly, and I'll add one more thing, which is in December, in preparation for the changed administration at the federal level, New Haven Public Schools, we did trainings for every employee to ensure that we are up to date on constitutional rights of children, regardless of their immigration status, on FERPA, which protects people's privacy, and on the current Connecticut Trust Act. So, you know, I'm a union representative. My job is to protect employees. And we worked in collaboration with management to ensure that the regulations and the current laws that protect people's rights were presented, explained to, and understood by members of my bargaining unit and other employees throughout the system.
And I appreciate that comment as well, and I appreciate more importantly your proactiveness in sort of getting out in front on the guidance side of things. I know I've had conversations with the superintendents that I represent, and the better clarity you can get at the outset is always helpful in terms of administration. So I thank you for your testimony. I thank you for your comments, and appreciate
Thank you.
it.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative Fazino. Comment, question from members of the committee. Comment, question from members of the committee. If not, Leslie, thank you very much for joining us again.
Thank you.
Ganong.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having this important hearing today. My name is Sarah Ganong. I'm a resident of Hartford, Connecticut, and I'm also the state director of Connecticut Working Families Power. We're a statewide organization fighting for an economy that works for everybody and a democracy where every voice matters. Working Families Power is also a proud member of the Connecticut for All Coalition and the Husky for Immigrants coalitions. I'm here speaking today in support, along with many other community members that you have and will be hearing from, of HB 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act, and want to outline a few proposed modifications from the Trust Act coalition that we think will make the bill even stronger. Thanks again for the chance to testify a supported bill and for the work that your committee has done over the years to support immigrants and defend immigrants right here in Connecticut. Working Families Power supports HB 7212 because it represents an important step forward to continue protecting our immigrant communities, but I really hope that you'll consider the amendments I'm about to outline. There are a lot of strengths to the bill, and I think these amendments will go a long way to further strengthening it. The coalition would like to be able to prohibit the National Guard from assisting with federal immigration enforcement while under state commands, and bar militias from other states to operate in Connecticut without approval from the governor. Like to prohibit the ability for ICE to make arrests at courthouses and while folks travel to and from courthouses, and empower judges to enforce this rule. Establish a public hotline to report violations of the Trust Act, managed by the Attorney General and a new oversight committee, which would also grant individuals the right to sue for violations of the Act. Would like to be able to prohibit law enforcement agencies providing other types of assistance, such as setting up traffic perimeters, road barricades, or sharing surveillance footage to federal immigration authorities. And finally, prevent people who have previously been convicted of a felony from being held without a warrant. The country and the state that we here at WFP believe and work towards every day spends our resources supporting people in our communities. That Connecticut would fund childcare and affordable housing. We'd have robust public education for all. We wouldn't spend local and state resources spreading fear and deporting our community members. WFP participants and members proudly joined coalition partners from across the state a few weeks ago at a march in Hartford to support the Trust Act and to say that hate has no home in Hartford and in our state. We can build the Connecticut that we all seek, and I hope you'll join with us in supporting HB 7212 with these modifications outlined by the coalition. Thanks again for your time in this long hearing today. I really appreciate your work.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee. Representative Dubinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. Very much appreciate it. If federal immigration authorities are chasing a terrorist on Route 84 towards Hartford, and it seems like the terrorist is about to get into the center of Hartford, should they be able to communicate with local police or state police to try to catch this known foreign terrorist and deport them?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I really appreciate it. I am not an attorney, so going to have sort of those specific questions would be encouraged to direct to some of the attorneys that you've heard from and will be hearing from in the future. But I will say from my perspective as a Hartford community member that this sort of so-called terrorist would be going towards my community and the example you're outlining. I think it's actually not particularly helpful to be dealing on some of these hypotheticals the way I personally think about it, right? The experiences that members of my community have been hearing when there's been reports of ICE activity in my neighborhood on Park Street, for example, are causing great amounts of fear among many of my neighbors. And I think that's what I'm here to be talking about today, testifying from the experiences of residents in my own neighborhood about the fears they're facing rather than about a hypothetical that, to be frankly, seems unlikely to me to be happening.
Okay, so when a dangerous foreign national is being hunted by ICE, there should be communication between ICE and local police should be able to communicate and give information on this this foreign national's whereabouts, right?
Again, I'll direct questions about those specifics of the bill language as written to some of the other lawyers that are going to be participating in the hearing later today. But I do believe that the way the bill is written, it allows for some exceptions potentially in cases that you describe.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question from other members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us again. Marisol Garcia.
Good morning, Senator Winfield and members of the Judiciary Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Marisol Garcia, and I'm a resident of Hartford. I'm the founding executive director of Prison and Public Policy, and I'm faculty at Eastern Connecticut State University and at Yale University as a lecturer. I'm writing in support of HB 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act, because this bill represents an important step in protecting Connecticut's immigrant communities. It does not fully address the breadth of the challenges our community members face. Why I support this bill? Because HB 7212 is critical in creating an environment where all residents, regardless of immigration status, can feel safe accessing essential public services, including education. This bill reinforces the trust necessary for students and families to engage with schools, healthcare providers, and law enforcement without fear of undue surveillance or deportation. As educators, our mission is to nurture the minds and talents of the next generation. This mission is indeed impeded when families feel they must live in the shadows. HB 7212 represents a necessary step toward ensuring that Connecticut is a place where all families, regardless of their immigration status, can thrive without fear. Currently, as a professor at Eastern, I have had several students stop coming to class because they were afraid if they didn't stay home, they won't ever see their families again. As a lecturer at Yale, I've had students who have made it to the hallowed halls of one of the elite universities in the country, and they worry about whether or not they will ever have families to go home to. There will be other people who will be able to testify to terms of law and other things, but I'd like for the committee to remember the parallel between the criminal justice system and our immigration system. The systems are broken, right? And I'd like for everybody to remember that our country was built on immigrants. There was a time where our country there's no one in this room who was born in this country prior to their families coming over from other countries, except for those who were indigenous to this country. And I think sometimes we forget that. We also seem to forget that our systems are broken and they don't always necessarily work. And whether or not you use semantics and wording and other things, that doesn't change the fact that we live in a communities based on fear-mongering with public safety. That doesn't really change much. Somebody earlier mentioned about working visas. There's a process to this. Unfortunately, I think some of the systems that we have in place don't always necessarily work efficiently. And I think that is where our issues become, where they become this unfortunate experience of people coming to this country trying to build a better world and a better life for themselves and their children, and instead somehow end up becoming members of the criminal justice society, if you will. And I think that's just something to be remembered. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question, Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. You talked about the system not working. In my view, there should be a way that law enforcement, local law enforcement, can work with the feds with regard to really bad criminals, gang members, terrorists. You've testified that you want to make sure that those people who are not gang members, terrorists, and really bad people are not swept up in that. How do we come up with a system that allows law enforcement to work with immigration with regard to the really bad people while leaving the good people alone?
So, sir, that's a rather difficult and a rather loaded question and statement. And as someone who lives here in Hartford, and I've actually had the recent experience where the police came to my home, and I live in a condominium complex that has 12 units, and the police came with the guise of a story of they were looking for people who were immigrants, who were human trafficking children. And there were no one, first of all, we're all owners in that building. And, you know, they wanted entry. They rang all our doorbells and kept asking for entry. We all know who lives in those buildings. And the issue of it not being done in the most proper fashion, because these are hypotheticals. And they were, you know, this was done throughout the entire community, throughout the block. And this creates fear. And as someone who's actually been involved in the criminal justice system, right? So I served time when the war on terror was happening. I was at York Correctional. And I also knew when people were being held under federal hold for ICE at that time, at York. And unfortunately, I've seen the parameters of those things happening. That's a rather loaded question and statement, sir. And that's something that goes on multi-levels for it to be done effectively and properly. So that, I can't answer that question without pointing to there being hiccups across the systems and the ways to do it. It's just something that we can only hope that in working in collaboration and community. But the problem is if the community doesn't trust, we don't get anywhere.
Well, we can always point to instances where one side or the other steps over the line.
Of course.
Those specific instances don't help us come to good policy.
Agreed.
So, it sounds like you have more knowledge than the average person in this field.
Yeah.
So, that's why I'm asking you this question. There's got to be a way that protects the people you're trying to protect while still allowing law enforcement to go after the people who should not be protected. How do we do that?
Again, sir, I think that's collaboration with the community, and it's these policies. Unfortunately, some of the policies that we have do not necessarily work without there being hiccups along the way. We've unfortunately have seen historically that we have acted in certain instances and other instances we have not. And if we look back in history and we look back recently, I think someone earlier had testified in terms of data and systems when we are living in uncertainty. At the time when the war on terror occurred, we were living in a community of uncertainty that people act impulsively and people act in terms of fear-based responses, right? And we did the exact same thing when we look at data, because a lot of you are asking for data. And the problem is when there is no trust in the community and when systems are not geared to having transparency and accountability, which some of our systems, when we collect data, don't have. They're not naturally built in, and there's no reevaluation when we implement these things. And you're absolutely correct. I actually hold a bachelor's and a master's in public policy, and I'm also a second-year law student at Vermont Law. So I am very much familiar with policy. The issue becomes is when we turn around and try to get this material, or we try to address these systemic breaks. The problem is we work till a certain point, and then we say, okay, this is success here, but it's not success because people fall by the wayside, right? And we never go back and reevaluate as to what's working and what's not. And unfortunately, in this country and in our community and in Connecticut, we have had these issues where we systemically look at policies, we do things, and then we say, oh, we've had enough success. Let's move on. And we never turn around and look at what is working and what is not. And realistically, in our community here in Connecticut, we have built this facade of we welcome people in our communities, we have done things, we educate them, but when push comes to shove, right? The issue is nationally, we have a federal problem where we are living in uncertainty. Here in Connecticut, we have this opportunity with this bill to try to keep it where we can keep consistency and trust and keep building on that trust. Unfortunately, it becomes when people play semantics on what if would be scenarios. The problem is it's not always going to be black and white. It's not. There are shades of gray here. So that's it. It's a little tougher for me to turn around and say that to you, because as someone who has been in the criminal justice system, but also as someone who has been brought up and knowing about accountability and transparency because of my experience, it's a tough call, and this is something that we can only do as we move one step forward at a time, is we learn from the mistakes we have made, and looking at the national landscape, that's the mistake we're looking at. So we need to do better. So again, sir, it's not an answer that I can give you that one size fits all, because it doesn't.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubisky. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question from other members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for joining us again. Briam Timko. Briam Timko. Okay. Ariana Valverde. Ariana Valverde. Emy Martinez. Good morning. You may testify when you are ready.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Great. My name is Emy Martinez. I'm a resident of New Britain and the organizing director with Connecticut Working Families Power. I support HB 7212 to make improvements to the Connecticut Trust Act, which will strengthen protections for immigrants and safeguard personal privacy. Since the start of the new federal administration, we have all witnessed the increased attacks towards the immigrant community across the nation. As a daughter of immigrant parents with a majority of undocumented family members, this isn't just a personal matter to me. It's also about standing up against the violation of immigrant rights. We've seen countless stories on the news of immigrant families being separated, immigrants being deported without criminal records, and an increase of ICE raids. And make no mistake, this is not just an attack to the immigrant community, but also a direct attack to Black and Brown communities who have primarily seen their neighborhoods targeted by ICE. However, what we have also witnessed is leadership in our state and across the nation have the courage to vocalize and declare sanctuary cities and be welcoming states to immigrants. They have defended their strong policies to protect immigrant rights and have emphasized the immigrant population's contributions to our country, all despite the real possibility of retaliation by the current administration, which has kept many other elected officials to remain silent. This is not the time to sit back, it's the time to fight. The undocumented community is paralyzed in fear, too scared to leave their homes or send their children to school and attend public gatherings. In an attempt to remain unnoticed, many refuse to seek medical attention or interact with law enforcement. Connecticut needs to reinforce and strengthen its support and protection of immigrants in the state they call home by making amendments to the Trust Act. These amendments under HB 7212 would provide the community with a direct public hotline to report any violations of the Trust Act, provide reassurance that local government and agencies will not fund nor operate immigrant detention facilities, nor collect or share immigration status information. These improvements to the Trust Act will send a strong message that Connecticut will protect the safety and humanity of all its residents, regardless of their immigration status. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Now, thank you very much for joining us this morning. Provide us with your testimony. Stephanie Carroll. Stephanie Carroll. Gus Marks Hamilton. Welcome back. You may testify when you are ready.
Good morning, Senator Winfield, Senator Kissel, and all the distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Gus Marks Hamilton. I work with the ACLU of Connecticut as the campaign manager, and I'm here today to testify in support of House Bill 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act. The ACLU of Connecticut fights to protect justice and equality for all Connecticut residents, including undocumented people. Our state's safety, health, and values are better served by opting out of participating in the federal government's deportation program that is tearing apart families and communities throughout the country. HB 7212 represents an important step in protecting Connecticut's immigrant communities and is a vital tool to protecting Connecticut from federal overreach. House Bill 7212 builds on the law passed by this legislature in 2019 to prohibit state and local law enforcement from serving federal immigration and customs enforcement detainers without a valid judicial warrant. House Bill 7212 expands these protections to cover all public agencies, including schools and social service organizations. HB 7212 also prevents public agencies from sharing personal information such as addresses, workplaces, and school locations for immigration enforcement. When local agencies collaborate with ICE, it damages public safety and violates civil rights. Connecticut residents avoid reporting crimes, seeking health care, and engaging with schools when they fear deportation consequences. These are good and important steps to making HB 7212 stronger, and we recommend making HB 7212 even stronger by adding two crucial amendments. First, we need a robust enforceability provision. The current Trust Act lacks this, so that when violations of the law occur, there is no meaningful recourse for people to take. Any civil rights law without accountability mechanisms is merely symbolic. Second, we need explicit protections that prevent ICE from arresting or detaining people in courthouses. Access to justice is a fundamental right that applies to everyone. When ICE conducts arrests at courthouses, victims will not seek protection orders, witnesses don't testify in criminal cases, and defendants miss court appearances. HB 7212 presents the Connecticut General Assembly with a chance to stand up for justice, equality, safety, and community by limiting the state's unnecessary participation in the federal government's deportation program and protects all residents regardless of immigration status. Connecticut residents that are targeted by the federal government's deportation agenda are our neighbors, family members, and friends. The pain and fear that immigrant communities are facing right now is undeniable, and Connecticut should take every step possible to ensure that they are valued and protected in our state. We urge this committee to support HB 7212, and thank you for listening to our testimony today.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment, question from members of the committee? If not, thank you for returning and providing us with your testimony. Silvio Coro. Silvio Coro. All right. Isabelle Geller. Isabelle Geller. Okay. Stephen Hanrahan. Stephen Hanrahan. Father Michael Johnson. Good morning. Make sure you push the button so the mic is activated.
Good morning, Senator Winfield, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Father Mike Johnson. I am a member of the Franciscan Order. I am stationed here in Hartford at St. Patrick St. Anthony, where I'm the executive director of the Franciscan Center for Urban Ministry, where we work with the poor, the marginalized, and immigrants. I come from a Catholic tradition where our book is what guides us, the words of Jesus, the work of the Hebrew Scriptures. In the Hebrew Scriptures, it says no less than 18 times, over and over again, that you must treat the foreigner with justice. You must take care of the stranger in the strange land. I was talking with a rabbi friend of mine, and she said, you know why it's there 18 times? Because we don't do it very well as human beings. We forget where we came from. We forget that the Irish were starving. We forget that the Italians were poor and couldn't feed their families. We forget that the Jews and the Eastern Europeans were oppressed. And that my family came without documentation because you didn't need documentation. I was a pastor down in Maryland, and I saw what can happen when police get involved with ICE. In my community, there were many immigrants from Guatemala and Salvador. And what happened was one of my choir leaders got stopped for a broken taillight. The officer took it upon himself to call ICE. I went and I begged to release him. This is a pillar of our community. But no. 2 months later, director of our young adult ministry from Salvador, this time he didn't put a turn signal on, or as we suspect, driving while Latino. It happened a lot in our neighborhood, and there was fear. And what happened was they would not call the police if there was domestic violence. We had a rash of robberies of our people by non-immigrants who knew that they would not call the police because they were afraid if they did, there was the risk that they themselves would be deported. So it cast a chill and made our neighborhoods more unsafe. 7212 will help with that. I also, before I entered, was an attorney up in Enfield where a young John Kissel and I were practicing around the same time. And one of the things I learned as a defense attorney in those 13 years is sometimes people are accused of things they don't commit. Sometimes for a defense attorney, those are the hardest things because you have to explain to people, why do we keep having to go back to court? But to have a law that says that we can deport people, we can turn them over to ICE for deportation before they have had the bedrock of our judicial system, which is you're innocent until proven guilty, I think is taking us down a very slippery slope. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. Senator Kissel.
Thank you. Obviously, our lives took different directions from back then, but appreciate all your service to your ministry. It's great to see you, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Fishbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, sir. Thankful it's still morning, actually. You were mentioning about the bedrock of our judicial system. Are you claiming that individuals in this country are deported without some sort of due process?
What I'm saying, Representative, is we have a system that is for criminal law. The bedrock of our criminal justice system is that if someone is charged with a crime, they must be shown beyond a reasonable doubt that they committed it to a jury of their peers. And under our current law, that would allow them, if it's a serious crime, if it's an A or B felony, they could be turned over. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, but then there's a process.
There's a process.
Okay, so I'm just trying to,
But
you seem to say to this committee that individuals are deported without a process.
But 7211, if they are alleged to have committed something, they can be turned over to ICE.
Okay, well, that's not exactly what it says. Did you look at the language?
I did. Perhaps I misunderstood.
Okay, I believe it's a condition precedent. It's certain crimes and there has to be a finding of probable cause. So you as a lawyer know there's a procedure for probable cause, right? You usually get a warrant, right?
Yeah.
It's got to be an affidavit. It's not just the officer at the side of the road. It's some sort of due process that you're claiming doesn't happen or wouldn't happen. And there has to be a finding. Clearly, every single time in 7211, it says after a finding of probable cause. So with that knowledge, does that make you feel better here or are you still opposed?
No, I'm still opposed because our system for everybody else is guilty beyond a reasonable cause. There are lots of times when people are charged and probable cause is found that in the course of a trial, the jury is not convinced.
Okay, so let's bring that into line. Let's just say that somebody alleged to have committed a murder in Utah and there's a warrant out for their arrest.
Mm-hmm.
They're in Connecticut. They get pulled over for the taillight situation you were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
The officer finds out that there's the warrant for the person in Utah. Our system allows for Connecticut law enforcement to communicate with Utah law enforcement. We have this person. What would you like us to do? More than likely, they're going to say, hold, so we can fly somebody out there. There's going to be extradition proceedings. You would agree that's the procedure?
Yes.
Okay. So what's wrong with bringing that procedure in line when the warrant is a federal warrant, a federal detainer for immigration?
Is it a judicial warrant or is it?
But I think those are the only warrants that can be issued on the detainer issue. So, yes. The only individuals that I know of that can sign a warrant are judges. So therefore judicial. So in my Utah murder situation, you have a warrant that's signed by the prosecutor.
Mhm.
Affidavit by a police officer goes to the prosecutor, signed off on, and in that situation could be signed off by a judge also. Why is it improper to bring that in line with a federal warrant for a immigration detainer?
I would say that I do not have an answer to this. This is not my area of expertise, but I do know that I have dealt with a number of people who were not guilty and probable cause was found.
Yes, and I have too. I recognize that, right? I mean, OJ was found not guilty, right? After all the evidence, right? So, but this is mere communication, right? This is the state of Connecticut, our law enforcement, who all take an oath to the federal constitution as we do, just communicating. They don't make the determination on whether or not somebody's going to be deported. That is the federal system. And that's what I'm struggling with, quite frankly. So, but I appreciate you coming here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. Comment or question for members of the committee, Representative Howard.
Nope, still good morning, sir. I'm over here.
Oh.
I know, sorry, it's hard. I like my spot over here in the corner. I spread out in my own space. Thank you for your testimony. I just want to follow up a little bit in your conversation with Representative Fishbein. I think I heard you say, not so much in words, but basically we shouldn't have triggers for things to happen based solely on arrest. Is that essentially what you're saying?
Yes.
So are you familiar with 46B, 38B of the general statutes regarding domestic violence? I know you're a lawyer, but I don't know if you work in that field.
Not in 30 years.
Okay, so 46B, 38B of the general statutes reads in part, whenever a peace officer determines that a family violence crime has been committed, such officer may seize any firearm or electronic defense weapon in the possession of the person arrested or that is at the scene. So under that law, a person who is arrested for domestic violence today in the state of Connecticut will lose their right to possess firearms immediately based solely on an arrest. Do you think that's appropriate?
Yes.
I would agree. I think it's appropriate because of public safety risk, right? Because people who commit domestic violence and have firearms is a public safety risk. We agree on that?
I would.
Right. So we already have that in statute. So would you agree to me that somebody who's driving drunk and kills somebody is a public safety risk?
Yes.
So under current law, if somebody is driving intoxicated and kills somebody and violates 53A, 56B of our general statutes, and that person is here undocumented, and ICE calls and says, do you guys have information on that arrest? Our police officers have to say no. And you agree with that?
Could you give me the scenario again?
Sure. Under current law, if somebody's under arrest, or even convicted for that matter, but under arrest for killing somebody while driving drunk, and they're here undocumented, and ICE calls and says, can you give us a copy of that report? Can we have access to that individual? Police officers by law are required to tell them no. You agree with that?
Yes, because all you're doing is reporting. You're not keeping the public safety.
So
those other two issues are public safety issues.
Well, I guess my point is, if you consider somebody who has committed that crime a risk to public safety, and you consider somebody who's a domestic violence person a risk to public safety, help me get to where it's okay when there's a public safety risk to strip somebody of their constitutional rights based solely on an arrest, but it's not okay when somebody's a public safety arrest to communicate with a federal agency about somebody who's undocumented.
From my perspective, you are keeping people safe with both of those first two things. You are not increasing the public safety with the third thing, that we have procedures that if this person is guilty of a crime, guilty of vehicular manslaughter. And then you have the ability to communicate.
I would substantively disagree with you. So you're testifying, as I understand it, on 7211 in opposition, right?
Yes.
And under this current law, that 54192H, even if the person's convicted of that Class C felony of 53A, 56B, the officers are still prohibited from communicating with ICE. You disagree with that?
It has been a long time, as I said, Representative, since I practiced criminal law.
But this is the bill you're testifying on, right?
Yes.
So I'm telling you, under current law, if the person is convicted of running somebody down, like happened to one of our brave troopers while they were intoxicated, and even convicted of that, under current law, the police cannot communicate with ICE, assuming that person's here and documented and ICE wants information. This would seek to change that, and you're against that. Am I understanding that correctly?
I am not sure, Representative, on this one.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Comment or question, Representative Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm just trying to see if we can clarify a couple things quickly. Have you read the bills before us today?
Yes.
Okay. It's my understanding that if ICE goes to the police or the corrections officials under the circumstances described by Representative Howard for any crime, and they present a judicial warrant or a court order, then they can get communication and they can detain the person. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, with judicial warrant, yes.
So as long as they have a judicial warrant, then it doesn't matter what crime the person is accused of or convicted of or anything. They can get access to that person.
Yes.
Okay. That was my one question. I just really wanted to see if we get some clarification on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question from other members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us, Father. Patrice Thomas.
Good afternoon to the Honorable Judiciary Committee, and thank you. My name is Patrice Thomas, and I am the Director of Outreach and Engagement for the Southeastern Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence, or SCAD, as we are known throughout the state of Connecticut. In my role at SCAD, one of my primary duties is assisting individuals reintegrate into society after incarceration. SCAD assists men and women in connecting to essential services, including housing, employment opportunities, and treatment. We believe that a comprehensive support system is crucial for their successful reintegration and long-term stability. I would also like to bring to your attention the enactment of SB 1367. This important legislation prohibits bounty hunters and bondsmen from entering treatment programs while individuals undergo treatment. The intent behind this act is to ensure that those in treatment can focus on their recovery without external pressures or distractions. At SCAD, we fully support this legislation as it aligns with our commitment to provide a safe and supportive environment for those in our care. SB Act 1367 aims to enhance the accessibility and quality of treatment services in Connecticut. This legislation is particularly important for clients we serve because many of them face significant barriers to accessing effective treatment. In addressing these barriers, this legislation helps create a more equitable and supportive environment for all individuals seeking treatment. Our agency serves as a diverse population of clients, each with unique needs and challenges. Many of our clients have experienced trauma and other mental health conditions that complicate their recovery process. In conclusion, I urge you to support SB Act 1367 and advocate for its passage. This legislation represents a significant step forward in our collective efforts to combat substance use disorders and support individuals along their recovery process. We believe strongly that everyone deserves the opportunity to rebuild their lives and make a positive contribution to our community. I do appreciate the opportunity to speak and thank you for your attention to this incredibly important matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none, and I would like to thank you for joining us this afternoon and providing us with your testimony. Next, we have Tanisha Signor.
Hi, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Tanisha Signor. I'm Policy Director at She Leads Justice, formerly known as QUELF. We're a statewide nonprofit that uses a justice and equity lens to advocate for under-resourced and marginalized women in the state. I'm testifying today in support of HB 7212. We believe this bill takes an important step in protecting our state's immigrant communities, but that it doesn't fully address the multitude of challenges these community members face. For this reason, we support the bill with the amendments proposed by the Trust Act Now coalition. Today, we're currently experiencing an increase in anti-immigrant rhetoric in our society. The rhetoric is dangerous and based in hatred and misinformation. As an organization dedicated to advocating for marginalized women and girls in our state, we are steadfast in our commitment to stand with Connecticut's immigrant communities. It is essential we do not waste our finite resources, and officials carrying out operations for federal agencies. Our local and state officials are under no obligation to carry out duties of the federal government and its current deportation goals. It is critical that we take a stand against the current regressive climate of hostility and discrimination towards immigrants. Expanding the Trust Act is a matter of humanity. The individuals impacted by this policy are our neighbors, our friends, and our coworkers. They work incredibly hard. They contribute enormously to our economy, and they enrich our communities in many ways. We urge the committee to vote favorably on HB 7212 with the amendments proposed by the Trust Act Now coalition, including private right of action, addition of an oversight committee, keeping ICE out of courthouses, prohibiting local and state officials from assisting ICE, and prohibiting Connecticut's National Guard from participating in federal immigration enforcement. We need our legislators to listen to their constituents today and understand that expanding the Trust Act is a beneficial action to all of us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Ariana Fernandez.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, representatives and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Ariana Fernandez. I am a community organizer with United Parents and Students and a resident of New Haven, Connecticut, and a daughter of immigrants. I am here to speak in support of HB 7212 and that concerning the Trust Act. At United Parents and Students, our mission is to help community members build power and organize for systemic change. And today, I'm here to speak on behalf of many of our members who are living in constant fear. But I am also here for my friends and for my family. Every day, I hear stories of families who are filled with fear and uncertainty about the future for them and their loved ones. But their stories are also filled with dreams and hope. And among those stories is also the story of my family. For almost 20 years, my family has been separated because of the immigration policies. And although these measures fall under the federal government, there are steps that our state can take to protect immigrant families and families of mixed status. I sit here and think of the children who, like me, at a very young age, are aware of what's happening around them and what's at stake, and are living in fear of stepping outside and fear of not seeing their parents and loved ones. The members of the Judiciary Committee, you have the power and the moral responsibility to protect our families and our children, not only because of the contributions that immigrants make, but merely because we are human beings. That is why today I stand here and ask you to continue to move Connecticut to the right path in making it a welcoming state, and I urge you to support HB 7212. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Fernandez. Questions, comments from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Magali
Cajigas.
I apologize for butchering that.
It's okay. I've been running into that every time I do a testimonial, so I might have to abbreviate my name and just say you're calling upon MC. So Magali Cajigas here. Thank you. Thank you to the Judiciary Committee for hosting this most important topic. My name is Magali Cajigas. I am the Connecticut State Director for the Hispanic Federation, and I am testifying in support of Bill 7212, which seeks to expand and strengthen the Connecticut Trust Act. This legislation is essential for protecting the rights of immigrant communities and ensuring that our state remains a place where all residents feel safe, regardless of their immigration status. This Trust Act was originally enacted to build trust between immigrant communities and local institutions, particularly law enforcement. However, gaps in the current law continue to leave individuals vulnerable to federal immigration enforcement, undermining public safety, and discouraging individuals from seeking help when they need it. HB 7212 takes necessary steps to close these loopholes by further restricting the information that public agencies can share with federal immigration authorities. Communities thrive when residents feel secure. When immigrants fear that any interaction with local agencies may lead to detention or deportation, they are less likely to report crimes, seek medical care, enroll their children in school, or access critical resources. This bill ensures that Connecticut's policies reflect our values, protecting all residents from unnecessary and unjust targeting. If the bill is not passed, Connecticut risks perpetuating fear among immigrant communities without the additional protections outlined in this bill. Immigrants may continue to avoid reporting crimes or cooperating with law enforcement, making our communities less safe. Families could be torn apart due to unnecessary detention and deportations facilitated by state agencies sharing information with ICE. Workers, students, and parents may feel unsafe accessing essential services such as healthcare, education, legal resources, fearing that any interaction with government could put them at risk. Local economies and businesses could suffer as immigrant families who are an integral part of our workforce live in uncertainty. This bill is not just about protecting immigrants. It's about ensuring that Connecticut remains a place where fairness, dignity, and public trust are upheld. Our state should not play a role in unjust deportations that separate families and weaken our communities. By passing this bill, Connecticut can strengthen public safety, promote inclusivity, and uphold the values of justice and human rights. I urge you to stand with the many community members, advocates, and organizations calling for a safer, more just Connecticut. Thank you for your time and for your consideration today, and for all the work that you're doing for Connecticut.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Cajigas. Questions, comments from committee members? Comments? Seeing none, thank you for being with us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Next, we have Brian Donahue. Brian Donahue.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine, Mr. Donahue.
Good, I can't see you. Okay, I'm in the car. My name is Brian Donahue. I'm a social worker. I've been a social worker for the past 32 years. I also, in my off life, which I'm speaking about, I founded a group called Not Just Us. Not Just Us has over 875 members, organizations throughout the state of Connecticut. We're not a 501c or 4. We are a group that all came together to tackle issues such as immigration. As I said, I work with families, so I know families are going through a lot of stress. They're afraid to make medical appointments for the kids. They're afraid to have the kids go out in the community and be involved. We cannot have we cannot have state bureaucracies working with ICE and kids not going to school, parents not going to work. And this is happening because they're expressing their fear that, God forbid, even people who are on green cards or going to college here, what have you. So I'm asking you to support, the trust fund for 112, I believe it is. I don't have it in front of me. And also to not support 7211, which would give state bureaucracies have to force to have them working with ICE. We need to meet the mental health needs of everybody. This is a very tense time, and what we need to do is come together, not cause further division. So as a result, please support the trust fund, and please do not support the other bill that I just mentioned.
Thank you, Mr. Donahue. Questions or comments from committee members? Questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jonathan Webster.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. I can't enable video though.
That's
so-
fine. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. Senator Winfield, Representative Statstrom, and members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Jonathan Webster, and I am a resident of Easton, Connecticut. I'm also a climate activist with Extinction Rebellion. I'm testifying today in strong support of HB 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act. This bill is a critical step in protecting Connecticut's immigrant communities from federal overreach, but it must go further. Right now, the federal government is engaged in state-sponsored violence against immigrants. Hundreds have been deported without due process, thrown into an El Salvadorian prison camp. Mahmoud Khalil, a permanent resident, was kidnapped by ICE and taken from his pregnant wife, his legal rights erased. These are not isolated incidents. They are symptoms of a larger collapse, a government beholden to corporate interests instead of voters and human rights. We are watching a democracy in freefall, and immigrant communities are on the front lines. When politicians refuse to address the economic exploitation at the root of the poly crisis, climate collapse, forced migration, wealth concentration, we get policies that scapegoat the most vulnerable instead of confronting the real culprits, the billionaire and millionaire donor class. That is why HB 7212 needs to be strengthened. It must prohibit local law enforcement from collaborating with ICE, prevent data sharing that enables racial profiling, and ensure Connecticut's resources are not weaponized against our neighbors. If we fail to act, we become complicit. As a climate activist, I fight to protect communities from corporate greed, whether it's the oil companies driving displacement, the private prisons profiting from human suffering, or the military-industrial complex promoting endless wars for profit. The fight is the same. Connecticut has the power and the moral obligation to lead. Please pass HB 7212 with the strongest possible protections. Show our immigrant neighbors that we will not let this state be a tool for federal cruelty. Thank you.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. Jennifer Chadukawitz? I really hate that I didn't get it.
That's all right. Thank you so much, Senator Winfield, Senator Kissel, and other members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Jennifer Chadukawitz, so close. I am here to testify in favor of Senate Bill 1367. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer of the Southeastern Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence, known to most of you as SCAD. For 58 years, SCAD has provided a full continuum of care for substance use disorder, from our front door, the withdrawal management or detox in New London, through a range of levels of care to include both men's and women's residential treatment programs. We have programs located in New London, Norwich, and Lebanon, Connecticut, where we offer trauma treatment, hepatitis C treatment, MAT services, and recovery housing, in addition to substance use disorder. We have 213 employees in Southeastern Connecticut and serve about 5,000 individuals a year that reach out to our programs. An equally important hat that I wear here today is that of a woman in long-term recovery. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify. This bill would bar a professional bondsman from coming onto the grounds of a facility like the SCAD Lebanon Pines campus, a 56-acre, 110-bed men's high-intensity treatment program, and apprehending individuals who are in active treatment. On June 24th of last year, SCAD had the unfortunate experience of a bondsman and several heavily armed agents enter our Lebanon Pines property. They refused to leave at our request or the request of the state police after several hours. We had no legal recourse or protection for our staff or our clients. As a non-clinical leader in the SCAD organization, I witnessed the emotional and psychological fallout this unruly threat imposed on our staff and clients. But most importantly, as a woman in long-term recovery who attended a long-term rural treatment program on a large campus, just like Lebanon Pines, I can identify with the sense of security I counted on at that treatment program. When I was at my worst point in life, at my most vulnerable, I trusted the program to keep me safe. That trust, confidence, and sense of security allowed me to build a strong foundation to recover from the disease of addiction. We at SCAD must count on your help to ensure that open-air treatment programs like Lebanon Pines, so crucial to a holistic approach to recovery, are protected by the law. There will be a time for accountability, trust. Given an individual the opportunity to get healthy, heal their traumas, get their legs under them again, is vital to a person's ability to be a responsible and productive member of society. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this important bill.
Thank you for coming to testify. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Chadukawitz, thank you very much for being here and sharing that story.
Thank you.
Beyond the specific incident at the facility that you work with, has this been happening a lot more? I mean, what other examples can you cite?
Thank you for the question. And without telling somebody else's story, I can confidently say that there was another egregious experience of this last year with one of our sister agencies in the state of Connecticut, where the end result was extremely violent and was a horrible outcome for both clients and staff, where clients were injured and staff were injured. And I don't want to speak to it exactly and who it was, because it's their testimony to give today before this committee, but it has been happening and it's unfortunate. It's a really unfortunate situation where we feel that certain bonds agents are taking advantage of vulnerable situations and vulnerable populations.
Do you have any idea what amount of bond they were trying to collect on here, or what the circumstances were as to why they took this step?
So I don't remember the dollar amount of the bond that they were trying to collect, but I do have that information back at my office and I can email it to Kristen for distribution to the committee.
That would be great. Thank you very much.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Quinn. I feel like you were trying to show me up by pronouncing the name correctly, but that's okay.
I had the benefit of hearing her pronounce it, though.
That works for everybody. Okay, comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, I really want to thank you for coming and testifying to Bill 1367.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Evelise Correa-Brown. Welcome back, and when you are ready, you may testify.
Thank you for the committee to allowing me, or thank you to the committee for allowing me to speak today. I'm here to support HB 7212. I'd like to begin by answering Representative Dubisky's earlier questions. I was never afraid around Black or brown people of any religion, and instead have been a victim of racism by white landlords and former employers, some of whom had to settle out of court with me. The police and KKK have killed more Americans than any terrorist group, and most Americans are killed by another American. 84% of white murder victims are killed by a white suspect. I'm tired of this white on white crime. It's a problem nationally and on the local level. Next, I'm glad that they asked that question about terrorists entering Hartford. Hartford is constantly used as fear-mongering due to gun violence. I'm shocked that Rep. Dubitsky isn't concerned about the suspect. I'm sorry, 1 second, I'm nervous. I'm shocked that Rep. Dubitsky isn't concerned about the suspect being killed by imaginary gang members instead of being apprehended by police. I support this bill, and I'll tell you about my old coworkers, neighbors, and why my sister is a felon. I worked at a fruit shop while on maternity leave because my employer did not offer paid leave in 2008. I would sit on the bus and watch my undocumented coworkers knit baby clothes and sell them on the bus. They worked hard and worked on the way to work. I went home next to my neighbors. I lived with my ex-husband and 2 children in a 1-bedroom apartment. And to my right, there were drug addicts. And to my left, there were 8 undocumented men in a 1-bedroom apartment that would leave at sunrise with 5-gallon buckets packed with lunch and return at sunset to cook dinner and drink a cold beer. The same men that helped me with gifts of baby bottles and bibs for my now 16-year-old son. Finally, my sister being a felon. As the committee knows, I'm all about prison reform, but I'd like to tell you my sister's story. My sister was homeless, and around the same time, her and her co-defendants hatched a plan to rob undocumented workers because they were forced to carry cash and can't call police just to eat a hot meal. My sister's public defender hatched a plan to take her case to trial because he knew they wouldn't show up. Prosecution was able to hatch a plan to offer the victims citizenship status. Prison may have scarred my sister, but if the shoe was on the other foot, I would want those protections for her. And lastly, I'm carrying around all my papers. I'm fearful to speak Spanish outside if I'm not around Spanish speakers, even when in public at a park or a mall. I'm a 7th-generation American. The U.S. gave my family an all Puerto Rican citizenship during World War I to make us eligible for the draft. I also support SB 1367 because police entering churches is ghetto. Thank you to the committee for allowing me to speak today, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm really upset about this whole subject.
Thank you. And you testified many times, so I don't think you need to be nervous. Are there any comments or questions for members of the committee? Any comments or questions? There are none. Thank you for joining us again and providing us with your testimony. Victoria Ornelas Ubaldo.
Good morning, members of the Judiciary Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly and Senator Winfield and Representative Staffstrom. My name is Victoria Ornelas Ubaldo, and I am in support of the HB 7212 Act. When I was 9 years old, my dad was taken by ICE officers. Being very young at this time, I was very confused as to where my dad was. I was not able to understand completely about his detainment. I remember going to his arraignment with my mom and siblings and being led to a room where my dad was on the screen of a computer. I got excited to see my dad on the screen, but once everyone started crying, I didn't understand why. Later on, as the time went by and not seeing my dad, I later understood that he was deported. Growing up, the only connection I had with my dad after his deportation were daily phone calls he made to me and my family. I would wait for hours for his call and talk to him for as long as he could. This impacted me deeply because one day I was with my dad getting ready for school, and the other day he was gone. I remember he was trying to find a job with some friends during his time in Mexico, and he died as he was on this journey. My mother gave the news to me and my sisters, but it didn't hit me the way it usually would have. I was 13 years old at the time, and it felt like an eternity went by without having my dad by my side. His death was something I did not want to accept. While everyone else was crying, I couldn't. But a few months after his death, I began to process all the events that happened throughout my dad's life, and I soon realized that his death was unfair. My family was struggling to make ends meet due to my father being a big source of income for us, causing everyone to develop mental health issues and finding coping mechanisms in our own ways individually. And I truly believe my dad would have been working hard for his family as he always was, and I would still have him here today. This bill needs to be amended to be able to limit the information that the police share with ICE officers.
Thank you. Comment, question from members of the committee? Comment, question? If not, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon and provide us with your testimony. Roseanne Rafala.
Members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Roseanne Rafala. I work for SCAD, Southeastern Council on Alcohol and Drug Dependency. I'm in favor of the Senate Bill 1367. I'm the director of the residential program, Lebanon Pines. Together at the Pines, we work with clients who have alcohol and drug dependency issues, as well as mental health issues. We do hard work, but we also do great work. We provide clients with a peaceful place in the woods of Lebanon to focus on their behaviors, their recovery, and for many, their traumas. On June 24th last year, our tranquility and security was disrupted by individuals who looked like they belonged to a SWAT team. They walked around our private property as if they owned it, resulting in distress and disruption for hours. A fugitive recovery agent, along with several bounty hunters, walked around our property, which has up to 110 men in treatment at any time. They were dressed in full tactical gear with guns and rifles, creating an atmosphere of fear and intimidation. I could not legally confirm or deny if the client they were seeking was present. That did not matter to them. They insisted they had authority to walk freely around the campus. We had the state police show up, followed by state police supervisor, who argued with them to leave the property. Due to the chaos, we had to cancel group sessions that day. This bounty hunter's desire to capture a person in our treatment program affected treatment. Groups could not take place that day. It also caused fear for staff, clients, and myself. Clients were scared and wanted to know if they could stay in their houses and lock the door. This was extremely traumatic for some of our clients to experience. Rifles and Glocks have no place in treatment. Those who have taken the courageous step to seek treatment deserve it without fear. Also, those who come to work should be able to do so without fear. This bill would stop the disruption of much-needed clinical services and protect those in recovery from the distress caused by armed individuals on private property. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Now, thank you very much for testifying this morning, afternoon. Let's see, Lori Sweet. Welcome, Representative.
Good afternoon, Chairs Winfield and Staffstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer and Gadkar-Wilcox, Ranking Members Fishbein and Kissel, and esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Lori Sweet, State Representative for Hamden, and it is my honor to testify before you in favor of HB 7212. I believe that every member of my community and every resident of Connecticut deserves to feel safe in their community, and we should work to lessen barriers to folks accessing services. I am so grateful to the CGA for passing the Trust Act and for your commitment to strengthening it during these very scary and uncertain times for our immigrant community. In Hamden, we have been working to pass a local ordinance that accomplishes a lot of what is in this bill. We want to be clear that our local law enforcement is not used to arrest unless there is a judicial warrant. We do not want any agencies disclosing someone's immigration status. We want everyone to feel safe accessing town services and not be worried about coordination or cooperation. One suggestion to further strengthen this legislation is to add an enforcement mechanism. On a personal note, I have had the privilege of working with many asylum seekers. These are the bravest people I have ever met. And the decision to leave home because your life is in danger is one I have never had to consider. It is our job as legislators to make policies to protect everyone. We are a nation of immigrants, and everyone deserves to prosper here. Please pass this bill out of committee, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Comment or question for members of the committee? Comment or question for members of the committee? There are none. I want to thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. I also want to thank everybody for doing really good with the time so far. Let's keep that up. Camilla Zamboni.
Hello, can you all hear me?
We can.
All right. Thank you so much, members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today at this public hearing. My apologies for not being there in person. My name is Camilla Zamboni. I am a resident of Durham, Connecticut, and I work at Wesleyan University. I support HB 7212 with the proposed amendments offered by the Trust Act Now coalition. As a recently naturalized U.S. citizen and an immigrant in this country since 2007, I've navigated every step of the immigration process: student visa, F1, H1B, green card, and finally citizenship. And throughout this year, certain themes remained constant in my experience: the uncertainty of my status, the confusing and complex bureaucratic language that I had to finally master, and the resulting existential anxiety. And by that, I mean a fear for my very ability to remain in this country. And like many immigrants, I faced a very difficult experience, adapting to a new culture with its unspoken rules, learning a new way of life, learning a new language, English is not my first, and dealing with homesickness, loneliness, and isolation. It was a process that was defined by uncertainty. To combat the uncertainty, which leads to fear and anxiety, we need information, clarity, and trust. These are not luxuries, but fundamental rights. And this is especially crucial in places like schools, places of worship, and hospitals where people share fundamental aspects of life, but also intense situations like those that lead to encounters with law enforcement. I'm also an educator, and I've been an educator for 2 decades, and I've worked with numerous students and their families representing diverse immigration statuses. And these are consistently bright, driven young people from around the globe, drawn to the United States, like me, by opportunities for research, innovation, and advancement. They deserve to feel supported, safe, secure, and empowered during their studies and as future contributors to our society. However, I increasingly witness fear and anxiety among my international students. They hesitate to travel, worry about re-entry, and even feel apprehensive about attending class or speaking freely. This and many other reasons is why I support HB 7212. It can help build trust between our immigrant communities and law enforcement. I urge you, therefore, to support it. And I wanted to focus on one aspect, especially given my expertise, which is the provision preventing conflicts of interest by prohibiting federal immigration officers from acting as interpreters. As a language professor, interpreter, and translator myself, I understand the critical importance of linguistic precision. Subtle nuances can be easily lost in translation, and the space between languages can be readily manipulated. Therefore, I firmly believe that interpreters should remain independent from law enforcement and also independent agents. In conclusion, I would like to submit the rest of my written testimony as written evidence that I sent prior to this meeting, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Comment, question from members of the committee. Comment, question from members of the committee. Seeing none, thank you very much for taking your time and joining us.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sarah Bromley. Sarah Bromley. Okay, Juan Tapia. This afternoon, turn the mic, there you go.
Dear Senator Winfield, Representative Sastrom, and members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Juan Tapia. I live in Danbury, and I am the campaign manager of the Trust Act Now coalition. I am testifying in support of HB 7212, and act concerning the Trust Act, because this bill is a sign of hope for my immigrant community. But I want you to know that when the lives of my loved ones, my friends, my neighbors, and the families in our communities are at stake, hope is not enough. HB 7212 is good, but right now, good is not enough. When we know that a storm is coming our way, we take action to be prepared. We brace ourselves for the worst. We hope our loved ones, our neighbors, and our communities will be safe. This committee knows that the storm is here. The eye of it might be in Washington, but the storm's dangerous devastations are already here in our communities. Teachers, school superintendents, doctors, churches, and families are seeing and experiencing the harm of the storm that is targeting Connecticut's immigrant communities. I know that if you and your families knew that the storm was coming, you would take action to ensure that your children would be safe and protected. And I am asking this committee to do the same because our immigrant children, women, families are part of the communities that the members of this committee call home. I am asking you to use HB 7212 as a shield to brace ourselves for the storm. It's coming. Our coalition support HB 7212 with the proposed amendments drafted by the Worker and Immigrants' Rights Advocacy Clinic out of the Yale Law School and the ACLU policy team. What we still need to make the Trust Act stronger is enforceability provisions, creating a public oversight board to monitor violations and provide lawmakers and advocates with critical data to enhance enforcement through transparency. We want people to be able to go to courthouses, and for this to happen, we must do everything we can to ban ICE agents from courthouses. By codifying this, we will be protecting access to the justice system. I have submitted additional protections drafted by the YRAC Legal Clinic in my written testimony and with our proposed amendments, which we believe will help you, our elected officials, and everyone in our community to protect Connecticut against federal overreach. We cannot allow this administration's destructive and regressive agendas. I'm about to wrap up. Regressive agendas to undermine and erase our state's legacy of progress and inclusivity. I want to close by sharing some words from Reverend Tamisha Mills.
Hold on, Juan, because I have to be fair to everybody. I have to be fair to everybody.
Yes.
So let me check for questions, and I may come back to that.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Winfield.
Representative Fishbone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is your quote less than 30 words?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Is the quote less than 30 words?
The quote you wanted to tell us, is it less than 30 words?
It would be hard for me to count how many words there are.
Does it look like it's less than 30 words?
All right, let's do it. I'll listen to your quote.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Representative Fishbone. We should always strive to be better lovers of humanity, ourselves and our neighbors. To love our neighbor means to care about their humanity and their well-being. Advocate for the most vulnerable in our communities and society, and speak words that build people up rather than tear them down. It also means the right for fair and equitable resources and adequate and affordable housing in our community. To love our neighbor means to look beyond your own needs, your own agendas, preferences, and comfort in order to consider the needs of the greater community. To love your neighbor is to acknowledge their humanity even if their faith, lifestyle, and appearance is different from what you are used to. To love our neighbor means to embrace diversity in order to find common ground and share interests that build bridges and breaks down walls. We won't always be perfect at showing love, but humanity's love is made manifest through our efforts. Each day we have the opportunity to show love through our faith, words, policies, civic engagement, and interactions with each other. Let love for our neighbor guide your actions, speech, and the allocation of community funding. And let you choose love over hate and bravery over fear. Thank you.
A little more than 30 words, but proceed. Proceed, Representative.
I will ask Google how many words there were after I'm done.
Yeah, I said 30, not 300. You know, fundamentally, I agree. But I'm in the middle of a balance, because either you have a system of laws and rules or you don't. But I wanted to ask you about, there's a particular portion of what you were talking about. You know, I've heard a lot about amendments. I haven't seen this language. I'm sure I'm not going to be favorable on a lot of it. But you were calling for a public group to public oversight group to monitor violations. So what are you talking about there? So the violation, I guess, would be under 7212, a prosecutor is barred from making this communication, right? So a violation would be they made the communication, right? So how would this work as you're asking us to contemplate?
Yeah, thank you for your question. So I just to preface this, I am not an attorney, so I don't know what 172 or whatever number you mentioned is. But the one thing that I can share with you is we had a meeting with attorney Mike Lawler, who worked very hard in 2019 to pass the current trust act that we have. And we had a conversation with him about enforceability and also to ensure that it was being followed on violations. One of the things that we shared with him, which he agreed with, was like there needs to be a multi-layer approach to what we're trying to do. And one of those approaches is adding a legal enforcement mechanism, right, to ensure that the Trust Act is being followed if there are any violations. And the second thing would be to create some kind of oversight board. We know that the state already has something similar to the JJPOC, right? That will look at data that is being shared by whether it is an inside entity, an inside body, or an outside body, like the current group that is monitoring racial profiling out of UConn, right? So it would be something similar to that, and to include a hotline. We know, and I can share this from my own experience. As I said, I am an immigrant from Mexico. We know that when immigrants have any kind of interaction with law enforcement, especially undocumented immigrants, they become fearful. And I am sharing this with you because I had a phone call this weekend from two people who are undocumented, and they got a speeding ticket, and they are afraid of going to the courthouse. And we also know that many people in my community don't report any violations. So if police officers were to ask them about their immigration status, they don't come forward because of the fear and the threat of deportation. So what we are suggesting is, in order for us to know if there are any violations happening, one of the things that we could do, and obviously we can work with this committee to see what would be the most viable way to make this happen, would be the creation of an oversight board. And again, in terms of like what do we have in the state already that is monitoring how certain departments in the state like operate, one of the oversight boards that I am thinking of right now is the JJPOC. Again, I am obviously not a legal expert, right? But I know that there are people that probably would be able to work with this committee to ensure that we come up with the best body and the best infrastructure to ensure that we are looking into any violations that might happen.
Well, thank you for that. You know, if the goal is to make people unfearful, I don't share that goal. just so that you know. I mean, if somebody has the threat of incarceration over their head and they are fearful, that fear is directly related to the possible incarceration. If you take it to the legal immigrant, who failed to show up for court and there's a warrant out, they get stopped by the police, they're fearful, right? It's natural. So, I don't think it should be the goal to lessen fear. Ultimately, it should be the goal that people are here lawfully and that they follow the process. And I would hope that the energy that I'm seeing through this legislation and, would somehow get to Washington, because that's really the problem. But thank you for coming here and sharing your story. So.
Yeah. Can I respond to what Chair?
Did you have any questions based upon what I said?
I guess what I'm hearing you say is that you are okay with people being scared. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding what you're saying.
Legitimately scared, right?
Okay.
Legitimately scared. So somebody who knows they have a warrant out for their arrest, they get pulled over by the police.
Mm-hmm.
They are legitimately scared that the officer is going to run them in the system and find out there's a warrant out for their arrest, right? The illegal immigrant, the person who is here not following the process, that has up to 6 months hanging over their head, they too should be legitimately fearful, right? The goal of the legislation, from my perspective, should not say, well, we're just going to ignore this federal law, right? That's just my perspective. The law is the law, and the fear is legitimate. And I think that my goal is a little bit different. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
And can I just another, if I can share? Thank you, Senator.
Representative Howard.
I won. Thank
There
you.
is another question.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Well, I didn't commit to just one.
I'll take them all.
Okay, I'm sure you will. And good afternoon. Thank you for being here. So I heard some of your exchange. I can't seem to find your testimony here, but I'm sure I will.
I haven't submitted it. I went to bed at 3 in the morning
Oh,
last
okay.
night.
All right, so
but I will do it.
I was looking for your amendments. All right, that clears that up. Thank you. The other thing is, so sometimes it comes in and ends up in accidental places. But in any event, I think I heard you say that you one of your proposed amendments would to ban ICE agents from courthouses. Is that what you said?
Yes.
So would that include the publicly publicly available areas of courthouses?
And so I think that in terms of like the legality and the practicability of how we would be able to get that done, I might not be able to answer that question, right? But we have a legal team. We have the White Rec team that would be happy to sit down with you and answer those questions. But the reason why we think that this is extremely important is because many of the members in this committee are attorneys, right? And we know that in order for justice to happen, right, and for people to show up to court, right, like one of the things that is going to get on the way of that happening will be the fact that historically, and we have seen this because this has happened in Danbury, right, that either like on their way to a courthouse appointment or when they're leaving courthouse appointment, people who are undocumented, right, are taken by ICE agents. And we know that because the data is public, right? So technically, an ICE agent could go and look up who is going to court today, right? We know that racial profiling is real, right? So like if there is a name that might sound to some people, right, like that it might be an immigrant, we know that, I am not saying that everyone in the system does that, right? But like we know that that happens. So part of the reason we are saying that this is extremely important is, and we know that there are judges that agree with this, right? That in order for the justice system to work, people cannot be afraid to go to courts because they won't be able to make it home. And I know that, and this is connected to what Representative Fishman was sharing, right, about the fear, right? Like, I think that it is important for us to keep in mind the fact that The fear is real, right? Because we know that historically, right, the people that have been the most affected by interactions with law enforcement, right, and just being interacting with the judicial system is disproportionately Black and brown people. So like that fear is not new, right? So what we want to do is to take a proactive measure so people can go to their to show up to court if they have an appointment, right? Otherwise, we know that, as I said, listen, you and I might not agree on many things, right? But based on what we are seeing, we know that things are going to get worse when it comes to immigration enforcement presence in the state. And we think that that will disrupt the justice system as we have it in the state. That is the proactive measure that we're putting in front of you.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that you and I would disagree on as much as you might think. And I'm happy to have that conversation. But I want to get, and because, you know, the committee, and as you said, there's plenty of lawyers here that, both on the committee and staff attorneys that can drill down on some of the language. But I want to get to a couple conceptual things. And to your point, you and Rep. Fishbein discussed fear, right? And I mean, there's other synonyms that we can use, but I would suggest to you, and then I'm interested in your organization's position on this. You know, if somebody is afraid to commit crimes because of the ramifications, that's a good thing, isn't it?
That's not what we're talking about
Well,
when it comes to
that's what I'm
fear.
asking you to clear up for me. Like,
Yeah,
so if I were to say to you, if you're here and you're undocumented and you're afraid to commit violations of state law because it might end up in your deportation, well, okay. I mean, you could just follow the laws, right? I'm talking about state laws.
Yeah.
I don't want to go down the road. I will say for the record, I don't think it's the role of state and local law enforcement to do ICE's job, right? We have enough problems. We have a clearance rate that's significantly down. We have a fatality rate in our highways that's up. We have enough problems to deal with at state level, right? I'll say it for record. But don't we want people in the state of Connecticut to follow our state laws?
Yes, we do. And when we are talking about fear, right? Like none of us are saying that we want people to not be afraid of violating the laws. That is not what we're saying. What we are saying is our communities, including my family, because I have family members who are undocumented, are afraid because of what's happening in the country and in the state already. People are being picked up in the street by ICE agents without having a real warrant signed by a judge. There are cases, and we can share the data with you after this hearing. Again, there are many people in our coalition that are doing a lot of research. There are cases that we're seeing. The fear is not about like, oh, I don't want to be afraid of committing crime. The fear is about the fact that I am afraid of going to work and not being able to see my children again. And I know that we have been having this conversation about like whether people here are like documented or undocumented, or they have committed crimes or not committed crimes. But I want to share with you, my dad got his residency during the Amnesty Treaty in the 80s. He worked all his life in the fields in California. And right after I was born, he submitted the petition to petition all of myself and all of my siblings. I don't want to share my age on live camera, but I am going to share it. I am 31 years old, and two of my brothers are still waiting. And my dad started the process in 1993. And one of my brothers has been in this country for 25 years, and he pays taxes, and he runs a business. So when we are talking about people who are scared, I am talking about people like my brother, which is like most of the people in the community. That is who we're talking about.
Okay, and thank you for that. And that's what I kind of want to drill down on, right? So we're both in agreement, I would think, that we can't affect and you know, members of this committee have already said on the record today, we can't affect realistic change in the immigration system in the United States here in this building. That's not for the state legislature to address. We agree on that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we do.
So, what these bills are talking about, well, they're kind of talking about different things, right? So one of them is sort of expanding, you know, essentially, I'm paraphrasing and somebody will criticize me for this and that's okay, but I'm just trying to be efficient with time here, that essentially anybody who works for the government sort of, can't provide information that's not public record. That's essentially what the bill that you're supporting does, right?
Mhm.
Right. So that part, I hear what you're saying, and I understand that, you know, your brothers, for example, or even your father prior to that time wants to come here and do work, and he's not violating any of the laws. And we don't want state and local law enforcement or state and local officials to assist the federal government in getting him so-called out of here because he's a honorable member of society and he's productive. That's what your point is, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so we're there together. But now, when somebody is here and they're undocumented and they're committing some pretty heinous crimes, right? Like manslaughter that I talked about earlier, some of our sex offenses, felony assault, and the law enforcement here locally that's investigating that is prohibited from communicating with ICE around those things absent a judicial warrant. You don't think that's a problem?
I think that the current Trust Act, as we have it right now, already has those exceptions, right, for people that like have committed crimes, right? Like in those instances, in those cases, police departments are able to cooperate with immigration enforcement.
Well, so that's what I want to talk about, right? Because, you know, I think conceptually you and I are probably in an agreement on a lot of things, but I think it's important, and I thank you for this, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me just a couple minutes here, that we.
Just a reminder, Representative, I'll allow you to continue. Just at some point, you guys may just have to agree to disagree on this, because we do have still 162 who would like to testify at some point today. So,
Sir, I'm just answering questions.
No. I'm not looking at you. This is a general reminder that there are a lot of people who want to testify today, and we do want them to have an opportunity as well. So go ahead, Representative Howard.
I didn't call you any names.
I apologize if you took that as an insult.
And for the record, I don't even know that we've disagreed yet, frankly. But my question is, so your understanding is that if a police officer today arrests somebody for manslaughter in the second degree, felony assault, some of our strangulation statutes, second degree sexual assault, some of our Class C felonies, it's your understanding that if the person gets arrested for that and ICE calls and says, hey, we're kind of looking into this guy, we don't have any warrants yet, can you tell us about your case? The police can answer them?
So I think that obviously, like, things don't work that way right away, right? Like,
Right.
I mean, there is a process, and if I just can answer that, right? So if the police capture somebody that did those things, right? Like, they're not gonna let them go, right? So we're in agreement with that, right?
No.
So they're gonna be in the system, right? So then there will be time when ICE agents, immigration, will reach out to that police department or wherever this person might be, and then start cooperating. The thing that you are like naming, right? Like the way that I am hearing it, it makes it sound that like if people are arrested for committing those very serious crimes, is that police departments are letting them go, which you and I know that it's not the case.
Go ahead, I don't want to.
Yeah, so that's what I'm hearing you say. So that is not what we are suggesting, right? Like, we know that if somebody commits those crimes, they will be held, and they should be held, right? Because they are a threat to public safety. So when when immigration enforcement comes in and gets in contact with the police department, if that person, right, like if the current protections that the Trust Act has, like if that person's crimes don't fall under those protections, then of course the police departments, and they do this, right, will collaborate with ICE agents.
So so let me just say this too. I don't agree that police don't let people go. In fact, oftentimes because of our bond system, they are let go after arrest, all right, before their court appearance. But in the interest of the other folks on the list, I am very interested in continuing to talk with you. I don't know if you have to leave right away, but please let's continue this offline, because I actually think you and I are in agreement conceptually, probably in a lot. And I think it's just maybe a misunderstanding between us into how that system works. And I'd like to iron that out. But to the chairman's point, I won't do it now. It's
So
everybody else.
can I just like close?
Super quick.
Yeah. So with that, Representative Howard, as I said, Attorney Mike Lawler is a person that I know that is a resource and that works with different, I believe that I'm gonna get his title wrong, so Mike, I apologize. The police chief counsel, right? So he works directly with police chiefs across the state. And I think that like the things that we are sharing with him, he said all of this makes sense. So I would be happy to sit down with him and with you to talk more about this.
Sure, and I certainly know who Mike is, and I'm happy to do
All
that.
right,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you both. Thank you, sir. All right, just while we're on this subject, we're 3 hours into this hearing. We've gotten through 32 people. So at this rate, we still have, you're dismissed. You're good.
Oh, we got coffee for
You're-
all of you.
You're good. Thank you. So at this rate, we still have 16
Thank you for your
hours.
time.
Okay, thank you. At the rate we're going, we're gonna be here for another 16 hours, which I'm not sure I'm gonna allow. At some point, that's not safe to the staff or to members, et cetera. So we're not gonna do that. If you've submitted written testimony and you are not able or feel your written testimony is sufficient, please just let the clerk know. We will remove you from the list so that folks can come up and testify. You know, if you've got written testimony that's in the record. We will read it. It's actually, frankly, in many respects, the written testimony is more powerful than the verbal testimony because the written testimony stays with us sort of permanently and we can always access it. So if you feel you need to go to work, you need to go to school, whatever, you can't stay with us, please just submit written testimony and that's fine. For those who are coming up so that we can get through, you know, again, please don't read your entire written testimony to us. Please just highlight kind of the key points, maybe some stuff that hasn't been addressed yet today, and we can hopefully make sure we get to folks before it gets too late. We don't want folks driving home tired in the middle of the night. All right. With that, we'll next turn to Ana Vasquez.
Estimado senador Whitfield, representante Stafford Strom y miembros del Comité Judicial de la Asamblea General de Connecticut. Mi nombre es Ana Vázquez y soy residente de East Hartford, Connecticut. Soy miembro de Hartford Deportation Defense, una organización de 1,200 vecinos que luchan por mejorar en nuestra comunidad. Somos parte de la coalición Connecticut para Todos. Estoy aquí para apoyar la ley HB 7212. Este proyecto de ley representa un paso importante en la protección de la comunidad de inmigrantes en Connecticut, pero no aborda plenamente la amplitud de los desafíos que enfrentan los miembros de nuestra comunidad de inmigrantes. Es por eso que apoyo el HB 7212 con las enmiendas propuestas ofrecidas por la coalición Trust Act. Ahora, como inmigrante fue muy difícil para mí adaptarme a un nuevo país, llevar a mi hijo pequeño a la escuela, trabajar e ir a comprar víveres para mi familia, con el miedo e inseguridad de no tener una licencia de conducir. Pero llegó una ley que dio alivio a mi persona y a mi comunidad inmigrante. El tener acceso a una licencia de conducir nos da más seguridad al manejar y nos protege de gente que se quiere aprovechar de nuestra necesidad de tener un seguro de carro, porque con nuestra licencia podemos comprar un seguro a nuestro nombre. También he sido testigo de cómo la ley pudo cambiar la vida de miles de personas de forma increíble. Y hasta ahora lo sigue haciendo, porque con la licencia se puede registrar, asegurar y conducir su carro con tranquilidad, sabiendo que actúa según la ley. Pero en estos momentos, esa tranquilidad está siendo amenazada por las leyes antiinmigrantes. Muchos miembros de la comunidad tienen miedo de renovar sus licencias o que sus datos personales sean compartidos con agentes de inmigración. Pido al comité que apoye las mejoras de la ley del Trust Act para que las agencias no compartan nuestros datos personales con las agencias de inmigración. Les pido que apoyen la número 7212, basada en las recomendaciones presentadas por la campaña Trust Act ahora. Gracias.
Dear members of the committee and the Connecticut General Assembly, my name is Ana Vasquez. I'm a resident of East Hartford, Connecticut. I am a member of Hartford Deportation Defense, an organization of 1,200 neighbors fighting for improvements in our community. We are part of the Connecticut for All Coalition, and I'm speaking in support of HB 7212. This bill represents an important step in protecting Connecticut's immigrant communities, but it does not fully address the breadth of the challenges our community members are facing. This is why I support the bill with the proposed amendments offered by the Trust Act Now coalition. As an immigrant, it was very difficult for me to adapt to a new country, take my young children to school, work, and go shopping for groceries for my family with the fear and insecurity of not having a driver's license. But a law came along that gave relief to me and my immigrant community. Having access to a driver's license gives us more security when driving and protects us from people who want to take advantage of our need to have car insurance because with our own license, we can buy our own insurance in our name. I have also witnessed this law was able to change the lives of thousands of people in an incredible way. And up to now, it continues to do so because with the license, you can register, insure, and drive your car with a peace of mind, knowing that you are acting according to the law. But right now, that peace of mind is being threatened by anti-immigrant laws. Many community members are afraid to renew their licenses and have their personal information shared with immigration agents. I ask this committee to support the improvements of the Trust Act so that agencies do not share our personal data with immigration agencies. I urge you to support this bill based on the recommendations by the Trust Act Now campaign. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for being with us. Margaret Butler. Margaret Butler. Okay, how about Justin Alliker?
Possible here.
Mayor, how you doing?
Good, good. Thank you all. Good to see you, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Winfield as well. Members of the Judiciary, we've seen each other many times and appreciate your time on this. I'm not going to read my testimony because I got the message, but I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. We in New Haven have a Welcoming Cities order that I enacted in 2020 that is very much in the spirit of why the Trust Act was approved and these proposals to expand the Trust Act in HB 7212. And there's a number of reasons for this. Two main ones are it makes our community safer by ensuring that everyone in our community gets access to appropriate resources and feels the confidence in the municipality to engage with us so that they get health care. We want kids getting measles shots so that they don't potentially have a measles outbreak and spread that to other people in the community. We want people that are driving in our community to have driver's license and take driver's tests because we want all of us to be safe. We want to make sure that people report a crime. And all of those things would not be possible if people didn't have confidence in our government to ensure that they are not going to be reported as undocumented. So it's a practical approach, but it is also not our job to do federal law enforcement. I appreciate what Representative Howard said. We've got enough to worry about in our city, in our state, with the challenges around crime, with the challenges around dangerous driving on our roads. We need to leave that work up to the federal government. And the reality is the federal government is working hard to try to compel us to do their job. If the federal government wants to allocate more resources towards immigration, that is their choice, but it should not be our job to do that work. I also want to just highlight concerns about HB 7211, in particular the question about due process and making sure that it's not just about someone that is arrested for one of these violations, but it's someone that is actually convicted. And so I'm concerned about that as well. So I open up to questions if people have questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Representative Trubisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. If the federal authorities are chasing a known terrorist into your city, and they would like the assistance of your police or the state police, and this known terrorist is a foreign national, and their intent is to capture this person and deport them. And the alternative is that this person is going to get away in your city. Shouldn't the local and the state police cooperate with the federal authorities to help capture this person?
Of course, and we regularly collaborate with the federal authorities when there are known criminals in our community, and we'll continue to do so.
Okay, and so you think that's appropriate?
Absolutely. If it's a known terrorist, we don't want that person in our community.
Okay. How about gang members?
If it's a known and convicted gang member, yes, we would work with federal authorities. And we regularly work with the U.S. Attorney's Office, DEA, ATF, FBI, all to make sure that our community is safer, and we hold these folks accountable that are doing dangerous and bad things in our community.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions or comments? If not, Mayor, thanks for being with us.
Thank you, everybody.
Sheila Hyrie? Sheila Hyrie with us? Okay. How about Nora Ryritson?
I'm here remote, and I apologize that my camera isn't working at this time. Dear Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and members of the Judiciary Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly, my name is Nora Wurtson, and I'm a resident of New Haven, Connecticut. I'm a student at Yale and a part of the New Haven Immigrants Coalition. I'm testifying in support of HB 7212 and Act Concerning the Trust Act, and also in support of the strengthening of this act by amendments proposed by the Trust Act Now Coalition.
Okay.
Sorry, can I continue?
Yep, you can continue.
Okay. The importance of limiting our compliance with ICE's increasingly extra-legal operations, including, but not limited to, abductions, unlawful detainment, and solitary confinement, called special management units, cannot be overstated. This is why I am in firm support of the protections from this overreach that this legislation introduces. However, because this is so important, I also believe this body has the power and responsibility to strengthen this bill by implementing the Trust Act Now Coalition's proposed amendments to expand the prohibition of other forms of collaboration between law enforcement and federal immigration officials. Also critical is prohibiting immigration arrests outside courthouses. How else can every person feel safe in participating in processes that are mandatory by law? The strengthening of the Trust Act is incredibly necessary and long overdue. 5 years ago, in my sophomore year at Wilbercross High School in New Haven, one of our peers, Mario, was kidnapped by ICE on the steps of the Milford Courthouse and detained for 3 months. Teachers, friends, and family were denied contact with him, and the books and homework that were sent to the detention facility were returned to sender. This is one of many examples of ICE's predatory operations in Connecticut and around the country that disappear our classmates, loved ones, and community members. In our communities in Connecticut, we are and have been committed to fighting back and keeping our immigrant brothers and sisters safe at all costs. However, we need the support of our state to do so. Connecticut urgently needs protection from the overreach of a blatantly racist and fascist administration, and we need this protection codified now. Once again, I urge you to support HB 7212 based on the recommendations submitted by the coalition. Strengthening the Trust Act is how we, as communities and as a state, stand in solidarity with our immigrant neighbors, friends, and families, and how we keep each other and our communities safe. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Questions or comments from committee? Seeing none, thanks for being with us. Miguel Martinez.
Hola, buenas tardes. Estimado senador Wilson, representante de Stanford y miembro del Comité Judicial de la Asamblea General de Connecticut. Mi nombre es Miguel Martinez y soy residente de Hartford. Soy miembro de Hartford de Defense, una organización de 1,200 vecinos que luchan por mejorar en nuestra comunidad. Somos parte de la localización Connecticut para todo esto. Estoy escribiendo en apoyo de la ley HB 7212. Este proyecto de ley representa un paso importante en la protección de las comunidades de inmigrantes de Connecticut, pero no aborda plenamente la amplitud de los beneficios que enfrentamos los miembros de nuestra comunidad de migrantes. Es por eso que apoyo la ley HB 7212 con las enmiendas propuestas ofrecidas por la localización no.
My name is Miguel Martinez. I'm a resident of Hartford. I'm a member of Hartford Deportation Defense, an organization of 1,200 neighbors fighting for improvements in our community. We are part of the Connecticut for All Coalition, and I'm here to support HB 7212. This bill represents an important step in protecting our communities, but it does not fully address the challenges our community members are facing. This is why we support HB 712 with the proposed amendments offered by the Trust Act Now Coalition.
A mí me ha afectado que no haya protecciones en nuestros datos y que no nos prohíban la gente de servicios públicos de preguntar sobre el estatus migratorio o de comunicarse con ICE. Mi hijo es nacido en este país y tiene necesidades especiales. Él recibe beneficios del Estado por sus necesidades y me preocupo que mis datos estén en peligro, igual en las escuelas porque tienen todas nuestras informaciones.
It has affected me that there are no protections for our data and that they do not prohibit public service agents from inquiring about immigration status or communicating with ICE. My son was born in this country and has special needs. He receives state benefits for his needs, and I'm concerned that my data is at risk. The same goes for the schools because they have all of our information.
Les pido que pasen esta ley porque muchas veces piden mis datos y hacen preguntas y me da miedo que puedan llamar a ICE y separen de mi hijo. Yo como padre tengo que escoger por el bien de mi hijo y me arriesgo cada día junto a todos los de mi comunidad con todo lo que está pasando, pero mi hijo depende de mí. Yo soy su padre y debo cuidarlo.
I am asking you to pass this law because many times they ask for my information and ask questions, and I am afraid that they might call ICE and separate me from my son. I, as a parent, have to choose for the sake of my child every day to risk everything along with everyone in my community, with everything that is going on. But my son depends on me. I am his father, and I am the only one to take care of him.
Les pido que apoyen la ley HB 7212 basada en las recomendaciones presentadas por la red de apoyo a los emigrantes de Connecticut.
And that's why I'm asking you to support 7212 based on the recommendations submitted by the Connecticut Immigrant Support Network and the coalition. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thanks for being with us. Ms. Sale Silvas? Sale Silvas?
Misael,
John Lopez?
Hello, everyone. Am I audible?
Yep, go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is John Lopez. I care about HBC 7212 because I believe the USA's core beliefs and principles are being violated. HB 7212 will reinforce the stance against this. It will limit the resources going into persecuting illegal immigrants that could be going into other important matters. I feel there is a lot of resources going into catching and deporting illegal immigrants, and in a system with finite resources, I don't want them going towards mass deportation of illegal immigration. I don't think illegal immigration is what our country should be putting this much effort into. I think that a strong trust act would help my community and I by limiting the resources going into it. And these said resources can go into other things that I deem more threatening to the country. And if persecuting illegal immigrants within Connecticut comes out of a Connecticut budget, we would be saving an expense and could use it for something else. I believe that essentially sharing a certain amount of information without proper cause would be a violation of what the USA stands for. And I am a citizen of the United States and a Connecticut resident my whole life. And I believe that our energy and time should be going into something else more important. I do believe that this is an important matter, but I think there are things that could be put before this, and that Connecticut should more importantly be focused on within its own community and should let the federal government do their job, which I believe that they should do, and everything does matter. But I believe that Connecticut as a whole should be more focused within their community and the things going on inside it.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Hillary Desiderio? Hillary with us? Okay. Bulong Remez? Okay. Jenny Canepa?
Yes. Good morning. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, please?
Yep, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. There's Senator Wilfin, Representative Stanford, and members of the Judiciary Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Jenny Canepa, and I'm a resident of Stamford, Connecticut. I'm writing to express my strong support for Bill HB 7212. This bill represents a crucial step in protecting Connecticut's immigrant communities. However, I recognize that it does not address all of the challenges facing members of our immigrant community, which is why I support HB 7212 with the amendments proposed by the Trust Act, now coalition composed of the Connecticut Immigrant Support Network, the ACLU, the Yale WIRAC Clinic, and other community organizations. It is essential that this legislation provide greater protections for our communities, which are currently experiencing significant distress. Many families live in constant fear and anxiety. They fear going to work, taking the children to school, or engaging in activities that are critical for their academic, social, and emotional development. In fact, we have witnessed an increase in school absenteeism, which reflects the negative impact this situation is having on our children. It is heartbreaking to see how the youngest among us suffer from stress, anxiety, and other emotional disorders due to this climate of uncertainty. I believe Connecticut has the capacity and the responsibility to do more for our immigrant communities, especially considering that these individuals also contribute to the well-being of our economy through paying taxes and their dedication in various sectors. I appeal to your humanity and ask that you consider approving HB 7212. Every child and family deserves to live with dignity and without fear. Please approve this much-needed bill for the well-being of our communities. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, Isabelle Geller will be next.
Thank you so much, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for your time. My name is Isabelle Geller. I'm a resident of New Haven, a member of the New Haven Federation of Teachers, and part of Connecticut for All. As a public school teacher and concerned resident, I am writing in support of HB 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act. In the current moment of federal overreach, we must take steps to protect our immigrant communities. Proposed changes to limit information and data sharing with federal immigration enforcement are good, but we must do better, or more. Our coalition proposes prohibiting the sharing of surveillance footage, the holding of those previously convicted of felonies, and the use of Connecticut National Guard from assisting with federal immigration enforcement. Finally, we must prohibit ICE arrests at courthouses and establish a public hotline to report violations of the act. As a teacher, I work with many immigrant and students and families. I'm lucky to share space and time with my students to teach and learn alongside them. Immigration has always been a topic of discussion in our classroom. Of course, students share struggles and despairs, but they also celebrate and uplift their culture and collective history. In the last few months, these discussions have become more intense, and ICE especially has become a major source of fear and anxiety for students and families. Our schools and communities face many challenges. These challenges are compounded by a racist criminal legal system that is willing to use deportation to separate loving families, silence scholars and activists, and tear our communities apart. Policing, an institution that evolved from slave patrols, carries out immense harm in our communities, especially against Black and brown young people. Our youth are already over-policed in the places they call home. This is further complicated by potential collaborations between ICE and local law enforcement, and ICE's incessant targeting of people on their way in or out of court hearings. We saw this in New Haven when high school student Mario Aguilar was detained by ICE while attending a court appearance for a misdemeanor charge in 2019, one where officers didn't even finish a breathalyzer test to prove their charges against him. Our community is already impacted by the violent legacy of policing. Many more will become increasingly fearful of police, and rightfully so, if we do not expand protections under the Trust Act. You can send a strong message that Connecticut will protect the safety and humanity of all of its residents, regardless of immigration status, by enacting these amendments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us. Next, we have Ana B. Mendieta. Ana B. Mendieta. Luis Luna.
Hi, good morning. Good afternoon. Dear Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and members of the Judiciary Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Luis Luna. I am a resident of New Haven, Connecticut. I'm here in strong support of HB 7212. And I'll start with the story. So Janet Vizguerra, a longtime immigrant rights advocate, was taken by ICE today while on break at work in Denver, Colorado. She first made headlines in 2017 when she took a sanctuary in a church to avoid deportation under Trump. Her detention isn't about a crime, it's retaliation for her activism. An ICE agent even taunted her, "We finally got you." Janet's detention is a warning to all who speak out. Connecticut must act now. We need a stronger Trust Act to prevent our state from enabling political retaliation disguised as immigration enforcement. But I want to offer another lens. This moment is not just about responding to individual cases of injustice. It is also about recognizing a coordinated, escalating attack on immigrant communities, activists, and political dissent. Jeanette's case is part of a broader federal crackdown on immigrants and political dissent. The Trump administration has deported hundreds of Venezuelan asylum seekers, some just teenagers, under the Alien Enemies Act, accused of gang affiliation with little to no evidence and deprived of due process. Likewise, we have seen the targeting of Mahmoud Khalil, a Palestinian activist and Columbia University student who was forcibly detained by DHS agents, denied due process, and now languishes in an immigration detention center in Louisiana. His arrest, like Jeanette's, was not about enforcing immigration laws. It was about punishing those who dare to speak up. This is not just a battle against deportation. It's a battle against the criminalization of entire communities and movements. While these examples stem from Colorado and New York, the more we enable lawless action and acts of intimidation by ICE officials, the more we normalize the silencing of those who fight for justice. Are we willing to wait for an example like that from Connecticut? Or are we going to be a state that proactively takes a stand and ensures the safety of all our community members? Now is the time to act, not just to protect individuals, but to challenge the very system that seeks to make examples of them. A Trust Act must be strengthened because we know that if ICE is allowed access to our local and state resources, they will use them to further their campaign of intimidation and oppression. So there's 5 points that I support in amendment for this bill. One is prohibiting law enforcement agencies from providing other forms of assistance, such as sharing surveillance footage or setting up traffic perimeters to immigration authorities, preventing people who have been previously convicted of a felony from being held without a warrant.
Luis.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. I know I'm running out of time.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Thank you very much for joining us again.
Thank you.
Mars Rodriguez. Mars Rodriguez. Amara E. Mara E. Benjamin Hadelman.
Yes, present.
You may testify.
Thank you. Members of the committee, my name is Ben Haldeman, and I live in New Haven, Connecticut. I'm an immigration defense attorney at the New Haven Legal Assistance Association, and I'm writing in support of HB 7212, along with certain amendments to be offered by the Trust Act Now coalition. The Trust Act proclaims that our community is our priority, that an immigrant community unafraid to access resources and work with authorities makes everyone safer. That an immigrant community able to access our courts makes the pursuit of justice a possibility for both victims and defendants. That an immigrant community able to move freely about the state makes for a stronger, more productive workforce, and that communities that do not have to live with the constant threat of displacement are healthier, safer, and more stable. The Trust Act is both a testament to the strength of Connecticut's immigrant community and a promise that our state will not be buffeted by the winds of politics and will remain focused instead on what is truly best for our community. Unfortunately, as an immigration attorney, I've also witnessed the imperfections of the current Trust Act, both in design and in implementation. Although it covers a broad swath of law enforcement professionals, for instance, its failure to bind other state and local officials or to adequately limit information sharing imbues even the most basic civic interactions with danger. The same is true of Connecticut's failure to protect courthouses from ICE interference, a failure that threatens our state's ability to govern itself and apply the law equitably and justly as we see fit. The most critical failures, however, are in education and enforcement. I've personally listened to police officers claim, whether through ignorance or malice, an authority to hold non-citizens for ICE that simply does not exist under Connecticut law. I've also seen prosecutors misquote the law and then decide to raise bail beyond reach when their error was pointed out. I've had clients who were driven from far-flung state prisons to ICE headquarters in Hartford, all on Connecticut's dime. The problem is that the act as now written provides a right without a remedy. Without that remedy, in the form of a clear enforcement mechanism, we will continue to see violations of the act and a proportionate erosion of trust between the immigrant community and our institutions. This is especially true in a political moment that's charged with nativist sentiment and characterized by a willingness in some quarters to bend or even flout the law in order to exact violence and fear upon immigrant communities. The Trust Act purports to be a formidable protection, Unfortunately, as good as our policies look on paper, they will continue to fail to accomplish the priorities that we as a state have decided upon, and which we have decided make our state stronger and safer, unless we amend it to include a robust enforcement mechanism and close loopholes that allow state and local officials to provide indirect assistance to ICE. There is no question that many people are afraid right now. What I wish is for my state to be as resilient as its immigrant community and to take this opportunity to stand openly for the values of inclusivity, dignity, and justice that make me proud to live here. So I urge you to submit House Bill 7212 with the amendments indicated above. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Carmen Bautista. Carmen Bautista with us. Okay, how about Tara Volpe?
Senator Winfield, Representatives Staffstrom, distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Tara Volpe. I'm a Connecticut resident and voter, and I am speaking in favor of HB 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act. During the first Trump presidency, there was an increase in ICE activity in all states, including Connecticut. During that time, there was a group of people who, as volunteers, worked quietly, sometimes loudly, with people facing deportation and with their families, attorneys, and state and federal legislators to prevent those deportations from happening. I learned a lot about the deportation system and the impact on families during that time. The people that we supported did not have criminal records. They were not viewed as a threat to public safety. Most of them had been here for at least a decade and were respected, contributing members of their community. There were a few other things that they had in common. All of them had been trying to get documented status for years, and all of them had paid thousands and thousands of dollars in legal fees attempting to do so, and all of them, every single one, had a bad lawyer either giving them bad advice or they filled out paperwork incorrectly, setting them back for years. Because when you are trying to become a US citizen, mistakes cannot happen. Everything must be perfect. And the penalty for not being perfect is more time, money, and stress. It is my belief that every single person deserves quality of life, dignity, stability, and true safety from harm, including our undocumented friends and neighbors. Modernizing the Trust Act would in part provide this for good and decent people fearing deportation in our state. And it also aligns with our state motto, he who transplants sustains. I am also in favor of including provisions that would allow community members the right to sue if the Trust Act is violated. Ensuring accountability is the best way to ensure it is adhered to. Without this, the law is just a piece of paper. I also support 4 additional provisions: the establishment of an oversight committee, prohibiting ICE from entering courthouses, banning indirect assistance to ICE, such as like surveillance and coordination with law enforcement actions, and prohibiting the National Guard and out-of-state militias from participating in federal immigration enforcement and conducting immigration-related operations within the state. Everyone should be free from the fear of being terrorized. The 2025 Trust Act helps significantly to reduce that fear for many of our community members. Thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? Representative Fishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You were talking about a bar on ICE entering courthouses. Is that any portion of the courthouse?
Yes, because if I were a person that, if if my partner, if I'm undocumented and my partner is abusing me and I need to go into a courthouse to do business there to ensure that, you know, this person is, you know, goes through this process and all the things that need to happen. I would want to be able to go into that courthouse feeling comfortable that I am doing the right thing by myself and my community without fearing that I would be deported.
Yeah, I don't understand how that answers the question, but I'm trying to figure out if the state of Connecticut passed a law that says that ICE can't enter the courthouse, then what if one of those individuals is called to testify?
What if an ICE officer is?
Yeah, you're looking to bar an ICE officer from entering a state courthouse because you can't bar by state law them entering
Sure.
a federal courthouse.
So that is something that maybe can get worked out among all of you very smart people here. If that is a necessary thing to happen, we make adjustments in bills all the time to accommodate special circumstances. This should be no different, but there should also be, that person should also not have the ability to interfere with anyone else that's there.
So is it merely because a state marshal, for instance, we don't have a law that bars state marshals from entering courthouse. We don't have a law that bars local law enforcement from entering a courthouse. So while the whole scheme that we're talking about violates federal law, how can we possibly bar just federal authorities when we don't have jurisdiction over them, quite frankly? But when we don't bar state marshals, people get served in court all the time. There's such things known as capiases, which are civil arrest warrants that are effectuated at courthouses. How can we pass a law that talks about what you're talking about?
So I'm a citizen coming here to let you know how I feel about this and what I believe is in the best interest of our community members. So I leave those decisions up to you all, but the intent of that provision is to ensure that people can do their business inside a courthouse without fear of being deported, particularly if they are a victim of a crime, if they are children that need to be in the courthouse. So I do leave that business up to you all, and as a citizen, that is where I stand.
Yeah, I mean, just by way of comment, people are fearful entering courthouses, if you believe that, when they have a warrant out for their arrest, you know, which is not an immigration situation. People are fearful because, you know, for various reasons, they could be arrested. They could, there's a child support order out there, that kind of stuff. So it seems to me what you're looking to do is to hold those that are here legally with a greater sense of protection than those that are not here. Let me say that again. To give a greater sense of protection to those that are here legally over those illegally, over those that are here legally. Because there's people that enter courthouses that are here legally that are fearful.
But they're not fearful of being deported.
Okay, but
they're fearful of other things, but they are not fearful of being deported.
But they're fearful of being arrested.
Perhaps.
Okay.
That makes sense. But they are not fearful of being thrown out of the country.
Okay. I'm just trying to put this together. So, but thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions or comments? If not, thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you so much.
Paul Boudreau.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the co-chairs, Senator Winfield and Representative Staffstrom, and all the esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Paul Boudreau. I'm co-founder of Hamden Tenant Union. I've been organizing tenant unions over the past 4 years with Connecticut tenant unions. I've spoke to many of our incredible immigrant brothers and sisters over the years and have been traumatized by what I've heard, which is why I felt compelled today to come and testify. I'm here to speak in strong support of the Trust Act because Connecticut needs to be a place where people can live without the constant fear that any interaction with law enforcement might tear their families apart. The Trust Act exists to ensure that state and local enforcement are not used as a pipeline to federal immigration enforcement. That's not just a matter of policy, it's a matter of public safety and basic human dignity. When local police act as an arm of ICE, it destroys trust between communities and law enforcement that have been so hard to set up in the first place. People don't report crimes, witnesses don't come forward, victims stay silent, and that makes everybody else less safe, immigrant or otherwise. I spent years working directly with people and communities across Connecticut, people who work hard, pay taxes, and contribute to our towns and cities in ways that often go unseen. What I have seen time and time again is how fear keeps people from engaging with the systems that are supposed to protect them. Whether it's a worker afraid to report wage theft, a mother scared to take a sick child to the hospital, or a victim of domestic violence too terrified to call the police. This is what's happening when we allow immigration enforcement to entangle itself with local government. We need to be clear, this is not about protecting criminals. It's about making sure people aren't afraid to seek help. It's about ensuring that Connecticut does not become a place where racial profiling, discrimination, and fear dictate how justice is served. The Trust Act makes sure that our state does not use local resources and dollars to carry out federal immigration enforcement. It ensures that we don't turn our police into immigration agents. And more importantly, it reaffirms the idea that in Connecticut, no one should be afraid to go to work or send their kids to school, seek medical care because of their immigration status. I urge this committee to stand on the side of fairness, safety, human decency, and more importantly, to stand with our communities by strengthening and protecting the Trust Act. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Francesca Meviglia.
Hi, good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Francesca Maviglia. I'm a resident of New Haven, Connecticut. I am here testifying in support of HB 7212, Act concerning the Trust Act. I also want to support all of the amendments offered by the Trust Act Now coalition. So there's many good reasons to support this piece of legislation that you've all been hearing throughout the course of this hearing. And I second many of the great points made by speakers before me about protecting immigrants when they have proceedings in courthouses and so on. But I do want to focus right now in my testimony on the case of Mahmoud Khalil. As I imagine by now you're all aware, he was a Palestinian student at Columbia who was abducted by plainclothes officers who did not have an arrest warrant, who refused to identify themselves. And it seemed like they were themselves unaware of why they were arresting Mahmoud. Originally, they incorrectly stated that his student visa had been revoked, despite him being a legal permanent resident. And then, they themselves did not even seem to be aware of on what legal basis they were arresting him. So the number of violations of due process and legal standards involved in Mahmoud's case are way too many to list in just 3 minutes. But I think it is worth highlighting the explicit admission by the White House that his green card had been unilaterally revoked by the Trump administration without any of the sorts of due process and legal proceedings and determinations by a judge that we would expect in the case of a legal permanent resident. And the White House also declared that Mahmoud's case is an example, that they wanted to make him an example and that he was going to be the first of many. So his case is really a canary in the coal mine for the continuation of constitutional rights and legal protections for immigrants, including legal immigrants and permanent residents. Khalil is effectively a political prisoner. The White House has declared its intention to go after students who are exercising their freedom of speech on the matter of the war in Gaza, and has named universities that it will continue to target, including universities in Connecticut. So in the context of this very rapid erosion of legal processes and standards and protections for immigrants, it is really imperative that right now we strengthen all forms of protection for civil liberties for immigrants of all legal statuses. So I support this bill because I believe that limiting any kind of data sharing and collaboration between law enforcement and federal agencies is a minimum protection that we must enact in Connecticut right now. And I support any of the amendments that have been proposed by the coalition to strengthen this proposed bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for being with us. Monica Van Bessenkamp.
Thank you very much for allowing me to testify. My name is Monica Van Bussicum. I live in Storrs. I'm a member of the Unitarian Universalist Society East in Manchester, and my congregation is part of GIA, the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance. I'm testifying today in support of HB 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act. As a Unitarian Universalist, I believe that every person is inherently worthy and has the right to flourish with dignity, love, and compassion. To flourish and to live with dignity requires justice and equity. It is the moral responsibility of government to provide the legal framework and the policies in which justice and equity can prevail. The federal government is failing in this regard by vilifying immigrants, by denying immigrants due process, by revoking certain types of visas, and invoking laws with dubious validity like the Alien Enemies Act. As citizens and legislators here in Connecticut, we must counter such federal overreach. HB 7212 and the proposed amendments offered by the Trust Act Now coalition will help to diminish the fear and trauma currently impacting immigrants in our community and to nurture greater justice and equity in our state. I'm especially supportive of the fact that HB 7212 would limit unnecessary data collection and data sharing by barring law enforcement and public agencies from collecting or sharing immigration status information. As a state, we have taken important steps towards equity for immigrants, for example, by expanding access to Husky Health Insurance. We need to ensure that data on this population is protected. HB 7212, however, would be stronger and more enforceable with the Trust Act Now coalition's proposed amendments. Adding the amendments related to the private right of action and the creation of an oversight committee would ensure that the Trust Act is enforceable and that violations are tracked. In addition, the amendment that ICE be kept out of courthouses is critical to ensure that crime victims and witnesses aren't deterred by fear of detention or deportation. In sum, HB 7212 works to foster trust between the community and law enforcement, and thus it strengthens safety across Connecticut. It reduces the fear immigrants may have when seeking health coverage, obtaining a driver's license, or enrolling their children in school, creating conditions for all to flourish. Let's reinforce our state's legacy of welcoming immigrants and protecting the safety and humanity of all of its residents. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for being with us. Victor Sanchez Lopez. Victor Sanchez Lopez with us?
Victor had to leave. He's at work.
Okay.
About his testimony is very important, and
We'll take it by written testimony then. All right, thank you. Next up will be Mayor Cruz Hernandez. Mayor Cruz Hernandez.
Maricruz Hernandez.
Is that Mayor Cruz Hernandez? Okay, how about Sally Grossman?
Hi, how are you? My name is Sally Grossman from Windsor. I'm here providing testimony in support of HB 7212. I was born and raised in Connecticut. Our country's greatest assets was our diversity and our willingness to accept with open arms anyone wanting to come to the United States in search of a better life. Unfortunately, actual U.S. history does not support this narrative. Time and time again, we dehumanize and seek to exclude every new group of people who come to our shores. In 2018, and up until COVID forced courthouses to close in 2020, I was one of many folks who volunteered to accompany immigrants to the court proceedings. My very first accompaniment showed me the senselessness of our immigration system. Parents sat with their children, often for many hours, uncertain about where they will be laying their head that night. Would they be allowed to return home or be locked up and face deportation to a country they no longer knew or a country they risked their lives to escape from? The uncertainty and fear in their eyes is not something I will soon forget. As a mother and a human, my heart broke. After that first time, I started bringing toys in to hand out to kids who spent entire days in the federal courthouse waiting to learn their fate. My children were young at the time, roughly 2 and 6, the age of many of the children I saw there. Even when there was a positive outcome for the person I was accompanying, I often went home and cried because I knew there were parents like me who would not be going home to their children. And I knew the only difference between them and myself was a geographical location in which we were born. Recently, I hired an amazing woman from Central America who has refugee status in our country. She has given me permission to share a little bit of her story. She was fleeing domestic violence in an unsafe living situation back in her own country. During her trip to the United States, she faced dehydration and starvation, was held at gunpoint, and was locked in the back of a truck along with several others with very little air and hot temperatures before being abandoned in the middle of nowhere. To make it so much worse, she had her 2 children with her. My own 2 kids are the same age as hers, yet I have never had to worry about their safety. I take for granted the fact that I can provide my children with a safe environment to grow up in. However, she had to risk death to give her kids the same. Her biggest fear is that one day she'll be taken away from her children. Even though she has legal status as a refugee and should be protected, we are seeing that that is no longer the case. While Connecticut is limited in what they can do in terms of federal immigration laws, they can refuse to assist ICE in ripping families and communities apart. I urge this committee to support strengthening the Trust Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for being with us. Gary Levis? Gary Levis with us. Okay, how about Abigail Tishler?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and members of the committee. My name is Abigail Tishler. I'm a resident of Hamden. I'm speaking in support of HB 7212. This bill is important in protecting Connecticut's immigrant communities, and I ask you to strengthen it even more by adapting the amendments. I'm proud to live in a state that has enacted the Trust Act, number 1, number 2, and now we're looking at number 3. As a social worker, I worked in the West Haven VA with homeless veterans who were experiencing severe mental illness. I've also worked with youth at the Children's Center of Hamden and run a private psychotherapy office. I'm familiar with the devastation that fear and trauma can have on individuals, families, and communities, and can be communicated through generations. I'm here to talk about my concerns and my values as an ally to the immigrant community, and I ask you to be courageous. It's been said here today that this body that I sit in front of cannot change federal policy, and that's true, but you can be an umbrella, you can be a buffer from federal overreach. Today, I see the scapegoating immigrants for many purposes, but mostly I'm concerned about the social control of the population in general. Dr. Judith Herman, a trauma specialist of Harvard, describes the bystander position, those of us who are not being targeted by this, but who are watching. And she says, The violent enforcement of dominance against a few people, especially anyone who dares protest, will serve as a warning to the rest of the group to shut up and keep their heads down. Literally and metaphorically. The VA website on PTSD describes moral injury when people don't stand up for their values. Symptoms that can happen from moral injury include guilt, shame, betrayal, anger, and dissociation. So I ask you to support HB 7212, not just for immigrants, but also for all people in Connecticut, all of us who are bystanders, who want to have some sense of decency in our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for being with us. Mary Laporte.
It's been a long morning, right?
We're just getting started.
I know. Co-chairs Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and ranking members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Mary Laporte. I'm a resident of Hartford, and I volunteer with Hartford Deportation Defense. My faith community, Hartford Quakers, is affiliated as a member with GIA. I am testifying in support of HB 7212 because I believe our immigrant neighbors need stronger protection from federal immigration enforcement without due process. The danger is increasing on a daily basis as our new administration uses intrusive means to obtain information on undocumented individuals living in our communities. As a state committed to protecting our immigrants from unlawful deportation, we need to stay ahead in as many ways as we possibly can. Beginning in 2017, I started volunteering with Hartford Deportation Defense. I accompanied undocumented immigrants to the federal court hearings and check-in procedures. And over the years, in those waiting rooms, you could feel the fear. You could feel it, and you could see people literally shaking. Often the room was filled with children to the point where, as like another person who just recently spoke, I began to bring crayons, puzzles with me. And at first we were challenged, and then people realized parents were distracted. They were trying to navigate, dealing with translations, trying to find out what the next step. They were there because they knew they needed to go through the process. They were not trying to avoid it. They were trying to get through it. I can remember one situation in particular. There was a mom she had recently arrived in Hartford. She had 2 young children, maybe 4 and 6 years old. And the court officials, I'm not sure why to this day, needed to take her away from her children. They said they had to take her to another room. I think they were photographing, taking fingerprints, doing something. And she was terrified, absolutely terrified. I can't even begin to imagine if somebody tried to take your children away. And that's what was happening in that period of time. Children were being taken away from parents who were trying to hold on to them. In any case, the children were so upset that the woman that I was accompanying me to support and witness, we took them to the restroom around the corner, but then we walked them carefully down the hall and around another corner, hoping we'd see. And we found that there was a glass window and mom was on the other side talking to these officials. The children could see her and she could see them. And that was really, really important. You could tell that you had to have that visual contact. She was released in minutes, but living with that kind of fear is unimaginable. Fast forward with those kids today. I was thinking about them last night. Maybe if they're lucky, they're in school and they've got Husky and all that kind of stuff. But my point is, their records are all over the state. We need to protect the records. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? If not, thanks for being with us. Joshua Mitchum.
I'm here. Do you all hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you much, members of the committee. I am an elected member of Hartford City Council, and I want to start by sharing something that a constituent shared with me who wanted to remain anonymous that addresses some of the concerns people have expressed about the idea of whether this how much protection we should give to immigrants who have had a DUI. So I'll just read what he wrote me. This law is important to me because in 2019, I was arrested by ICE and I was at the state probation building. I was complying with the court order process and everything was going very well until one day I found an immigration agent waiting for me in a room in the office. What I experienced clearly demonstrates the need for this law and the importance of an enforcement mechanism to be able to investigate violations. I don't think probation officers would prefer that people not show up for their appointments, but how can we be sure that an immigration agent won't show up? How can we leave our entire lives in the hands of a person who might decide to break the law and alert immigration, even though the current Trust Act exists? It was terrible to be separated from my family for 9 months while I was detained. It prevented me from finishing my probation and other things I had pending with the law. It also had a profound impact on my family and friends. Now, I want to speak for myself. I want to address something that Representative Fishbein said before about how can we keep federal agents out of courthouses when we don't do the same for state agents, state law enforcement agents. And the difference is that state law enforcement agents, when they arrest people, those people get due process. Those people are exposed, they get a lawyer, they get all of the protections that we expect from our Constitution. But what we know is that the federal government is not a good faith actor when it comes to immigrants. They have already, against a court order, sent a number of people who had no trial at all, not even to the country they came from, to a third country, to El Salvador, where they're held, imprisoned, and made to do labor. That's slavery. That's what our federal government is doing. We're no longer in the position where the Trust Act can just be a declaration of our feelings and intent, right? We're past that. We need trust but verify, right? I turn to the Bible for this one. James 2:26 says, faith without works is dead. We can't just declare what we think, we have to act on it, and we have to recognize that a foe of our residents is the federal government. A foe of my constituents is the federal government, and we defend constitutional rights by keeping the federal government out. That's all I got.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Questions or comments? Seeing none. Next, we will hear from Peter Benner.
Thank you very much. Distinguished members of the committee, my name is Peter Benner. I am a member of the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance and on the board of directors of the Center for Leadership and Justice, which is GIA's umbrella organization. I'm here to testify in favor of HB 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act, and in opposition to HB 7211. I am not an immigration expert, rather a concerned citizen, here to urge you to strengthen the Trust Act by legislating based on creating trust and building a mutually supportive community, rather than one on fear and hatred that is being stoked by the current administration in Washington. That's self-defeating to just and lawful application of the immigration laws. Because those who have testified before me have been so powerful and knowledgeable, with compelling personal stories, I will be brief and direct. This is more than about immigration. We are in a very dangerous time in our country's history, where the principles and values of liberty and welcoming those seeking lives of safety and opportunity for themselves and their families are gravely under threat. We see that in the news every day. And it's getting worse as the current administration is becoming more brazen in its tactics and the destruction of those values. Connecticut must lead. We don't want to undermine trust in local police and other state officials. We must show that we care and will embed those values in our laws, allowing those who are here to establish new lives and to do so without fear. Almost nothing could be more vital to preserving what America has been for almost 250 years, as a nation built on the dedication and ingenuity of immigrants. Passing HB 7212 and giving HB 7211 not even a second thought is one important way to do that. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, we will next hear from Liz DuPont Deal.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Winfield and Representative Staffstrom and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Liz DuPont Deal. I'm a lifelong Connecticut resident and the Associate Director of the Connecticut Citizen Action Group. CCAG and our thousands of member families and allies work to challenge entrenched power and corporate interests to achieve a more fair and just Connecticut for all people. Among our proudest victories in our 50 years have been working with partners to create the nation's first bottle bill, our state's clean election program, the Office of Healthcare Advocate, and many, many wins on climate justice, healthcare, and democracy. CCAG is a member of the coalition working to strengthen the Trust Act, and we speak today in strong support of HB 7212. Often in the last 8 weeks, I've been proud to be a Connecticut resident. President Trump and Elon Musk are leading a systemic and lawless attempt to take away rights and protections that are at the core of what it means to be an American. They continually lie and work to undermine the very notion of truth. They are arresting and deporting people without explanation or justification. They are attacking the free press, using our government to enrich themselves and our government to attack their personal enemies, and much more. All with the apparent goal of turning people against each other, favoring Musk's companies and openly corrupt government deals, making tax cuts to millionaires permanent, and enriching their oligarchs' friends at everyone else's expense. Connecticut was wise to enact and strengthen our Trust Act in 2013 and 2019. Even so, with Trump and Musk in office, people in Connecticut are living in fear that they or their loved ones will be taken by ICE as part of this illegal reign of terror. Trump and Musk have shown us they do not respect the rule of law, and they will stop at nothing to sow fear and division. It is up to us to stand up for our people and our values. We urge this committee and the full legislature to vote favorably on HB 7212 and to include the proposed amendments offered by Connecticut Immigration Support Network, ACLU, and the Yale YRAC Clinic and other partners. Thank you for your time and attention today.
Thank you. See no questions. Appreciate being with us. Dinarte Saras. Dinarte Saras. Kim Lombardi. Kim Lombardi. Lisa Bergman. Mark Cosnoff.
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, good afternoon. Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Mark Cosnoff, and I'm a resident of Meriden, Connecticut. I'm also the Executive Director of United Action Connecticut, which is a faith-based organization that advocates for social justice causes. I'm speaking in support of House Bill 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act. This bill represents an important step in protecting Connecticut's immigrant communities. However, it potentially will only address a portion of the challenges that facing the community today. That is why I support House Bill 7212 with the proposed amendments offered by the Trust Act Now coalition. Over the last few years, immigrants to the United States have been unjustly vilified. The current federal administration and conspiracy theorists would have you believe that immigrants are the root of all our problems. But nothing could be further from the truth. In Connecticut, the immigrant community are an integral part of our economy. They pay their fair share of taxes, and they generally are more law-abiding than their native counterparts. At United Action, we have supported immigrants' rights since 2005. And our philosophy has always been to find relief for the immigrant community because they work hard, but they do not enjoy the many benefits that native-born citizens have. One of the bills that we supported and helped to enact was the driver's licenses for immigrants bill back in 2013. This enabled immigrants more flexibility in getting to work and made our roads safer. Unfortunately, it created a database of where immigrants reside and could be now used by the federal government to round up individuals and break up families under the false premise of national security. United Action was also part of the coalition that initially supported the Trust Act in 2013. And while we were ecstatic that it became law then, we now see the loopholes, and that's why it needs to be strengthened. We believe House Bill 7212 is a good start to start strengthening the Trust Act, and I support it. Keeps Connecticut officials and resources out of immigration enforcement, limits unnecessary data collection and data sharing, and protects the civil rights of all people in Connecticut by prohibiting the use of federal immigration officers as interpreters. House Bill 7212 will be a vital tool that will help protect Connecticut against federal overreach, and I believe you have the power and more responsibility to make this bill stronger with the coalition's proposed amendments. Time won't allow me to list them all right now, but they are important additions. As a member of United Action, I have come to know many immigrant families. They've been to my home, I've been to theirs, we've shared meals, celebrated, mourned, and worshiped together. I consider them friends and believe they are loyal and dedicated citizens. It pains me to see what they are currently experiencing. Fear of going to the grocery store or church, avoiding law enforcement, and thinking every stranger they see is an ICE agent. They don't deserve this, and we should be doing whatever we can to help the immigrant community get back to a sense of normalcy.
Thank you, sir.
So I urge you to support House Bill 7212 based on the recommendations submitted by the Trust Act Now Coalition.
Thank you.
Strengthening the Trust Act is a way our
Sir,
state.
I know online it's hard to hear, but that was the bell a little bit ago. So sorry to interrupt you, but are there questions from the committee?
Okay, thank you.
None. Appreciate you being with us.
All right, thank you.
Next up will be Nate Fox.
Hey, can everyone hear me?
Yep, go ahead, sir.
Awesome. Good afternoon, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share today. My name is Nate Fox, and I'm a Hartford resident and staff attorney at the Center for Children's Advocacy, a statewide nonprofit legal organization dedicated to fighting for and protecting the rights of Connecticut's children and youth. Today, I'm here speaking in support of HB 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act. This bill takes an important step in protecting Connecticut's immigrant communities, especially vulnerable children and families, by ensuring that all Connecticut residents can safely and confidently access vital resources like health and education services. Further, as a member of the Trust Act Now coalition, we also support the proposed amendments that have been offered by our partners. At CCA, we are especially alarmed by what we're hearing, growing reports of immigrant families who have been withholding their children from school, missing important medical appointments, in general, just sort of withdrawing from civic life. The impacts of this cannot be overstated. Missing school puts students at risk of falling behind their peers, and even worse, allegations of truancy and neglect. And in fact, at this very moment, there are high school seniors who are at risk of not graduating this summer due to missing school. Last week, I actually had the opportunity to sit with a father in a Hartford high school along with his daughter who's graduating this year, but she's actually at risk of not graduating on time because dad's been holding her out due to his fear of her being picked up. And they also haven't yet finalized their college applications because they're afraid of submitting a social security number, submitting that paperwork. So I think it's just awful to hear. We're also concerned as members of the Husky for Immigrants Coalition about the risk of sensitive immigration data being shared and obtained by federal immigration authorities from state agencies like DSS. And so the proposed updates to the Trust Act, especially the provisions prohibiting any public agency officer and employee from disclosing information referencing an individual's immigration status, we think is vital and will go a long way towards growing the trust and confidence of our immigrant neighbors, which in turn we know will improve our overall community health, safety, and well-being. I'll leave it there and just add that similarly want to give voice to the proposed amendments, and thank you all for your time today.
Thank you. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you testifying, sir. So based on your testimony, I would assume that you are opposed to House Bill 7211.
Yes, I am also opposed to 7211.
Having come from a background when we working in law enforcement where we were trying to work with all authorities that deal with community safety, one of them being back in the day INS and now ICE, to communicate with them about people who were coming through, for instance, our probation office that were convicted of serious crimes. But after the Trust Act, the staff was no longer allowed to speak to them. Do you feel that's fair?
I don't have an opinion on that. I don't know enough about the prior, how that worked previously compared to now.
Okay, then let me ask you this. Then if in the proposal, if you're arrested for an A, B, or C felony, under what we're proposing, that we could communicate with ICE, would you be opposed to that? Law enforcement could communicate with ICE if someone, because everyone wants to protect the community, especially our legal immigrant community. But if there's someone who's here in the country illegally and they've been arrested for a serious crime, would you think that would enhance safety in the immigrant community if that we could communicate with the authorities, be it ICE, be it any federal authority, other state authority, to help remove that person from the mix?
Again, I didn't come prepared to speak to 7211 today. I came, specifically to support 7212. So I don't want to, comment on a bill that I'm not.
Okay, it's a trust act that's preventing that. That's why I'm asking you these questions. And maybe there's a common ground between 7211 and 7212. But I don't. And then my last question, Mr. Chair, is you talk about kids afraid to go to school. Do you have any statistics on how many of these students were not allowed to go to school because of ICE?
In term, not allowed, or who are like holding out?
I misphrased it. Or how many incidents of ICE coming to Connecticut schools to take students away?
We haven't heard of any instances of it, but I think that's, part of the trauma that folks are experiencing is, this sort of psychic trauma that the gentleman prior to me spoke to. We know that this isn't like a magic bullet, but we really want to help instill further confidence within the community so that folks see that Connecticut is standing up for them, and ensuring that when they go to school, they'll be safe.
Okay, even though it's not happening now. All right, thank you.
Correct. Thank you.
Further questions or comments? Seeing none, thanks for being with us. Next up will be Adrian Baron.
Committee, thank you for your time today. My name is Adrian Baron. As background, I am a licensed Connecticut attorney. I have a law practice in New Britain, Connecticut. I am here today. I am also a U.S. citizen. I am here today to give you a firsthand account of what these ICE detentions are like. A few weeks ago, I was leaving New Britain Superior Courthouse with my client. When I entered my vehicle, my car was blocked in on every side by several black vehicles, blacked out. And then I was approached by men in ski masks, armed with tactical gear. I could tell by the tags that they were accompanied by, it was ICE agents accompanied by ATF agents to take my client out of my car. So if you could imagine these optics, this is a person being taken out of his attorney's car in view of a courthouse. Not only that, it was on Main Street, USA, in the Constitution State. As you can imagine, it was a harrowing experience for him. I was outraged by the incident. It's not to say that the officers were not professional, but it did seem to be more of political theater rather than a necessary use of force. My client has no criminal convictions on his record. He did have an open matter in the court. However, no convictions, and his crime seems to be more of a civil infraction where his visa expired. A lot of times that is not always considered a crime. Usually it's considered a civil infraction. So his expired visa was the reason for the deportation. I really don't see why they would have needed armed ATF agents. These are the guys that are supposed to be going after gun runners. I am not here to argue whether or not he should or shouldn't be deported. My concern is the entire incidents have been, as I said, a bit of political theater, an overtop use of force. As an attorney, I've appeared in every state courthouse in Connecticut on matters. I've heard of incidents in not only New Britain, but Torrington, Rockville, Danbury, Stamford. This is happening all over the place with trucks driving up to courthouses and grabbing people. People observing these things think that these people are being kidnapped. It's a really strange time. In my 20 years of law practice, I've never encountered something like this. And my concern is this is going to have a chilling effect, and I've seen it, where people are afraid to come to court for their matters, and there's a state interest there. You want to end these cases. You want victims to speak out. You want people to get their divorces, small claims, whatever the issue is, why they're in court. People are afraid to go to court. I've heard this from my own clients. I urge you to support HB 7212, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Other questions, committee? Representative Howard.
Thank you, Attorney Baron, for being here. Thanks for sharing the story. I got right at the end there. So you're testifying in favor of 7212.
Yes.
In the case that you outlined, do you have any idea how the ICE agents became aware that your client was going to be there that day?
I would imagine that the public record, you can look up who has court cases, if he had a valid deportation order or if he was on a list. But you can easily look up a court docket for that day so you know who's there.
Can you tell me where in 7212 that would have been prevented?
Well, it's the idea of grabbing these people outside of a courthouse. This is he's guilty of a expired visa. It just I don't see why they should be using ATF agents, FBI agents, DEA agents. These people have designated jobs to do for us as American citizens. They should be going after drug dealers. They should be going after bomb makers. They shouldn't be babysitting ICE agents and picking up people for expired visas. I feel like this is just a numbers game at this point to increase deportation orders. My client in particular would have had a path to adjust his status. However, he won't have that opportunity now. He was taken, I believe, to Massachusetts, out of state. Had I not been there, I don't believe his family would have known what happened to him until a day or two afterwards. And I've seen that happen before, where people have been grabbed out of parking lots, cars are left, nobody knows where they are.
But I appreciate all that, all right? And I'm not even disagreeing with you. What I guess what you're as an attorney, you would know that this legislature has no control over the operations of DEA, ATF, or any other federal agency. That's regulated by the federal government. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So my question is back to 7212, the bill before us. Is there anything that you're supporting this bill? What in this bill would prevent that from happening is my question.
It's like any other matter. I mean, he has a residence. There is a process that picks somebody up, but it just seems out of place and odd to have them approach individuals entering courthouses. I don't believe the state's interests are met when so now they deport this guy. His case is still open. You have witnesses, you have victims, you have different people involved. Where's the state's interest if you're deporting people? Let them finish their court. Let them have their day in court. They're entitled to their due process, guilty or innocent.
So what I'm hearing from you is you're frustrated with the federal process, right? And everything you just said to me is a criticism of the federal process and the actions of the federal agents. And I understand that, but we've already agreed that we can't address that here.
But we can't address the, I apologize. Go
No,
ahead.
that's okay. That's fine. What I'm asking is how is telling the people that work for the government that you can't share information with the federal authorities that are looking for it prevent what happened? Because to your point, your client in that particular instance likely was known to be there because of publicly available documents. right? That's what I think I heard you say, like you
Sure.
could go online. So how would this bill, you see, you came and told that story, which I appreciate, and that's what these are for. But I'm trying to understand, it seems to me like you're telling a story that's not going to be addressed by this bill in the interest of pushing this bill forward, even though it's not applicable. That's what I'm trying to get at. How could this bill have prevented?
It protects our residents. It protects our judicial process. If people are not going to be showing up for court appearances, if they're not, I have clients that are afraid to. I had a client that was involved in an auto accident. He was a pedestrian. He was afraid to go to the hospital. I mean, I think there's certain duties we have to our residents where they should feel safe going to a courthouse. They should feel safe going to a hospital.
So sorry.
They have the means to enforce their immigration matters in different ways. It doesn't mean that we end their due process rights. They're entitled to their day in court, and if they're not showing up to court because they feel they're going to be grabbed, or if they're not even allowed to finish cases because they got grabbed off the street, that doesn't help anybody.
My final question to you: if 7212 passed today, right? We ran it out of this committee. We had a special session. We passed it. The governor signed it. It becomes law today. Tomorrow, the criminal justice website still exists. ICE could still go on there and see when your client or anybody else has shown up for court. Wouldn't you agree with me?
Yes, and they also know where the guy lives. They also know they have his immigration information. It's not like this person is living in the shadows. I'm just saying that the courthouse is not the appropriate place to grab somebody in a parking lot.
Okay, well,
immigration has tools available to them.
all right. So I will submit this to you since you took time to testify here today. All of that is a federal issue. I will take the initiative to notify both of my U.S. senators and my U.S. congressmen for you that we have concerns about that in this state.
But here in the state level, we have the opportunity to address that issue of courthouses, of schools, of hospitals, that, you know, people should be able to finish their court cases. They should be able to go to a hospital. I've had clients come to me who have been victims of domestic violence. They're afraid to get protective orders. They're afraid to call the police because they feel that will lead to their immediate deportation. Even people with green cards. I have Ukrainian clients who are here on temporary protected status, where now it's kind of up in the air whether or not the current administration will decide whether or not they're allowed to stay and go back to a war zone. Just because their temporary protected status ends doesn't make them a criminal. But now of these people who are here legally in the country, my client, he came here legally into the country on a visa. And it's basically an issue of paperwork with a lot of these people that could adjust their status.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Senator Gedker Wilcox.
Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for your testimony. You know, just to respond to some of the questions being asked, and then to the testimony that presented. One, I think it's important that you're drawing out the implications of, even if it's federal policy, what that looks like and the harrowing circumstances of that. And I very much appreciate it because those personal narratives, I think, help people understand what the context is there. As a former litigator myself, I appreciate your focus on the due process piece as well, particularly when we're talking about, you know, following through on, you know, on hearings and procedures for things like infractions that aren't even criminal infractions. What I wanted to ask you is, what were the deportation proceedings like before that, before this context? I mean, you've been doing this for a long time, so there were people being deported before and ICE agents also doing that. What did it look like that was different than now?
I can't speak to that. I don't practice immigration law to that extent where I'm going to these hearings. However, I can say as a criminal defense attorney, if my client is faced with a warrant, a lot of times I'll get a call from the law enforcement agency. Hey, can you turn in your client this Thursday at 9 o'clock? We have a warrant for him. I don't think there's any reason to stop due process. I don't think there's any reason to cut out the middleman with these judicial warrants. I think these people are entitled to due process under the law. And it just seems like we're skipping a step and not giving them their day in court. They're getting sent out of the country. They're being sent to other states. They should be able to have a hearing. They should be able to plead their case like anybody else.
Appreciate that and that focus, and absolutely. And there are still open constitutional questions as to what states can decide in terms of limitations within their own jurisdiction. We do still have the 10th Amendment that allows states to decide what happens within their own borders. And so I appreciate you highlighting that and those experiences in particular.
And there's
Thank
some
you.
discussion here about terrorists, about drunk drivers. It's not the job of ICE to prosecute drunk drivers. That's what we have police officers for. They're the ones that arrest the people. We have a court system to deal with that. And there's provisions in this act to allow for people on the terrorist watch list. But that's what we have the police for. That's their job. So it's a little bit misleading to suggest. Also, if you're arrested of a serious crime, and I know one of the concerns was, well, why can't these people just bond out? We'll never see them again. You could still have a detainer placed on you. When you're in lockup, they check your fingerprints, and it's checked through a federal database. So immigration finds out if you're in jail for a serious crime. So even if there's on the state level, if you're allowed to be bonded out, it doesn't mean that they're going to let you out. They could easily put on a detainer. That's happening right now. I've had that happen to clients in the past. So it's not like people are just getting let onto the streets. If it's serious enough of an issue, either the judge will raise a very high bond, but even if they can bond out, more than likely there will be a detainer from immigration that won't allow them to get bonded out.
Representative Callahan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be brief. We're here, sir. So maybe I can help out my colleague and answer the question the way it used to work. And it sounds to me like you didn't like what you called political theater and the FBI babysitting ICE by doing an arrest on the street. It used to be that if any federal agency, any other state agency contacted my law enforcement agency, which was probation at the time, they'd arrange to take them into custody in a controlled environment, either the probation office or the courthouse. But because of the Trust Act in Connecticut, that's no longer allowed. So it has to happen on the street or at someone's house. So that's what it used to look like. It used to be safer, and no other, there wouldn't be any other collateral damage because of it. So that's what this has done. And again, by taking people at the court that have been arrested or convicted of a crime, trying to keep the people that are not doing anything wrong safe. So that's the way it used to work, just let you know.
Well, sure, but keeping them safe, like in the instance of my client, he basically his visa expired. And you have armed ATF agents in ski masks accompanying ICE agents. You have several vehicles blocking me in, telling me to shut off my engine. I'm a civilian, so I won't speak to what proper protocol is. But I mean, I've had people, U.S. citizens, accused of far worse crimes, where issuing a warrant was a police action, but usually it just meant, hey, come in on Thursday at 6 o'clock in the morning so we can process him and we'll take him straight to court.
Thank you. And my last question, Mr. Chair, is that you mentioned that people are afraid to go to the hospital, afraid to go to perhaps get their license. Do you have any evidence of people being arrested at hospitals and places like that?
At hospitals, no. The person didn't go to the hospital because she was afraid. I mean, I'm sorry, the gentleman that didn't go to the hospital was afraid. He didn't have any broken bones, but he was hit by a car. I'm an officer of the court. That's my firsthand account of what he told me. So no, he wasn't arrested at the hospital because he was afraid to go. But there was an incident where a guy was arrested in front of a courthouse. I was there. I was in the car. They grabbed him out of my car. So that's a first-hand account.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Gisette?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Attorney Baron, for being here today. Your
Thank you so much.
testimony is very important and illuminating. And I know your colloquy with Rep. Howard, that 7212 wouldn't necessarily change the outcome of what you're talking about. To me, that illustrates that the current Trust Act, nor would 7212 prevent ICE from executing on a lawful warrant and detaining someone when they need to under certain circumstances. You think that they were there based on publicly available information, correct?
I believe so, yes. I don't know what.
You don't
what
know
they have on their
how.
end, but my understanding would be, I mean, he had gone to court probably 13, 14 times, showed up for every court hearing. He was not somebody that was hiding from ICE. That morning I dropped off my 4-year-old son before I went to court, and I picked him up at the house. They must have waited for us at least 3 or 4 hours in the parking lot before we came out. But you know, he's been living here in the open. And honestly, had somebody just walked up to me and said, "Hey, we have a immigration issue with your client. You're with your attorney. You can make arrangements." It's very common. I mean, in my almost 20 years of law practice, I've done that hundreds of times.
Right. And again, that can happen notwithstanding the Trust Act or 7212.
The Trust
there's
Act-
nothing preventing that from happening.
No, it's if anything, it encourages people to show up to court, whether it's a civil matter, a criminal matter,
Right.
whether they're a witness, whether they're a victim, or whether they're a defendant.
What was the underlying crime that you or the charge that you were appearing for that day in New Britain?
I have some issues with client confidentiality, but I can say that it was something that was eligible for a diversionary program. He had no criminal history, and once he had completed these programs, like classes, he would have had no criminal history.
Okay. So in other words, and again, you don't have to necessarily answer this, but 7211 wouldn't have helped or changed the situation in that case. There wouldn't have been any
I don't believe so.
coordination with the court and federal officials.
No, and I did
because of
also
that
want to add,
problem.
he also had no criminal history in his home country of Poland. The gentleman came from Poland, and he came here on a legal visa.
Mhm.
And a lot of times, there seems to be this idea that this is like a black and white. Oh, just stand in line, apply for this or that. Sometimes just things happen. You're here on an employment visa, and the company that sponsored you goes out of business. Or in the case of a client recently, he's waiting for his daughter to turn 21 so she can sponsor him. So there are means to adjust your status. These are people that can be legal, but they're not being given the opportunity. They're not being given their day in court. They're getting deported immediately.
Mhm.
And
Okay.
and this rush without it, that's what concerns me, that they're not given their opportunity to state their case.
Okay. And my last question, what sort of documentation was presented to you at that time? Was it
I asked the ICE officer if he had a warrant. I should have pressed the issue, to be honest. I don't know. He said he had a warrant, but I don't know if it was a judicial warrant or an administrative warrant.
Right.
Had it been an administrative warrant, that's basically just signed by an ICE officer. And, if he had come to the guy's house, they wouldn't have to open the door. But if it's a judicial warrant, then it would be something else. But they didn't present it. I asked for the paperwork. They didn't present anything
Yeah.
to me. I asked where they were taking him. They said they weren't sure. Later, we were able to discern that he was taken to Massachusetts.
Right. But again, I think it's an interesting point, but either way, it wouldn't have prevented what happened there. He was in
No, and I'm not even
public place,
suggesting. I'm not even suggesting whether or not he should or shouldn't be deported. I mean, if there are rules in our country. You're deportable. You're deportable. My concern was the chilling effect of these actions of this happening at a judicial courthouse where people should be encouraged to go. I don't believe it serves the state's interests. And also the state's interest in these matters. If somebody has a criminal matter and it's still open, the interest of the state is to see that through. And if these people are being grabbed off the streets and sent off to other states, victims are not getting their rights. The person has a right to their day in court. And it could affect their future immigration status as well. If they're, how am I supposed to defend him now? I still have an open case. How can I converse with him? How can I present his case? How can he testify in front of a judge if he's not given that opportunity? So I think this is a disservice to them. I also think this is a disservice to the different federal agents that are involved. You become a DEA agent to go after drug dealers. You become an FBI agent to go after terrorists or whatever. And to have them chasing down people for expired visas seems like a misuse of federal resources, to be frank. They should be focused on what they're supposed to do.
Thank you again for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Fishbein, followed by Representative Howard for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, sir. I just wanted to go back. I heard some of the things that you were talking about. Is it your understanding that individuals that are picked up through this process are not provided an opportunity to defend their deportation?
Well, they're not given the opportunity to finish whatever court cases they have on the state level.
Do you have personal knowledge of that?
Yes, I was his attorney, and he has an open case, and now it's in limbo. They took him to another state.
So they've transferred to another state,
And then my understanding is that they'll probably be deporting him next week. So the state still has this open case, and there's a, what am I supposed to do as an attorney? How do I defend him? How do I speak with him?
so, and I'm not, but we all have a right to speedy trial. So, I'm just.
Well, he's not going to get his day in court, because they're going to send him to another country.
How long has he been in the other state?
After they took him probably the same day or the day after. I mean, it was almost immediate. They
How long
took
has he
him
been in the other state?
since February, I would imagine 26th.
Okay. Well, we'll leave that aside for now. I don't want to, tell you how to do your job. But
Well, how do I do my job
well,
if they're going to
that's not
deport him out of the
purpose
country?
what we're here for. I'm trying to put this in line with, we recognize, I recognize at least that marijuana is illegal under federal law, right? Do you have somebody who has a warrant out because they violated federal law for marijuana? Why wouldn't we treat it the same way? They're both punishable by incarceration under federal law.
Well, sure. If he had a warrant for his arrest for something under federal law or state law, I mean, there's a judicial warrant. It's signed by a judge. An ICE warrant is not signed by a judge. It's signed by an officer of ICE. It's not a trier of fact. It's not a.
So that's the objection to that portion of the process?
Well, no, I think everybody should be entitled to the judicial process, to due process, to gather the evidence. I mean, they're doing this so quickly.
Well,
a lot of times they're picking up the wrong people, or they're.
Well, that's a whole different issue, right?
Sure.
So I'm just looking at, we've heard a lot of things today about that I shouldn't be able to enter a courthouse. So do you think it's appropriate that I should enter a courthouse to effectuate a warrant if there's a warrant
Well,
set by a judge?
if ICE, a member of ICE wants to enter a courthouse, I don't have any objection to them going if they have a divorce or a speeding ticket or what have you. But it would just be the same way as somebody from Florida, a Florida police officer to come to a courthouse. They have to get an extradition order or a warrant. They should go through that process. They shouldn't be able to just come in and grab somebody. They should go through some kind of process. And I believe the Trust Act does allow for those types of things to happen. If you're on a terrorist watch list, the Trust Act doesn't prevent law enforcement from picking up that person. And to be honest, the ICE guy's not chasing after terrorists because they overstayed their visas or what have you. You have other agencies that go after their terrorists. You have law enforcement that's their job.
So I want to also talk to you about the fingerprint database.
Sure.
Somebody comes into this country last week and was picked up by the police today. Their prints are taken. How do they show up in the U.S. fingerprint database?
My understanding is, I'm not in law enforcement, but my understanding is that they would submit the fingerprints to a federal database to see if this person,
But we don't. The U.S. federal database does not contain the fingerprints of every person in the world. So the problem is that you have to submit the fingerprints, right? So they get
so if
matched
you're
up.
arrested, it gets provided. So if this person is a criminal and we have their fingerprints, they have something in their system that says this person has a deportation order or whatever other immigration issue, immigration will put a detainer on that person. If you look it up on the judicial website and you look up an inmate, you'll see a spot for immigration detainer. So if the family had hired a bondsman to bond the person out of jail, they're not going to bond them out. They'll just be bonded out on the state issue, but the federal detainer will still keep them in jail.
Okay, my point was though that the prints aren't automatically in the system, so we can't assume that. You know, I heard something about the 10th Amendment allows states to decide what they do within their borders, and I'm very scared by that because that has never been ruled on by any court. No court has ever said in this country that states can do their own immigration law.
And I'm not suggesting that. And I
Well,
don't
that's
believe anybody
a
is.
comment that was made, and you didn't.
Well, that wasn't my comment.
No, I understand. It was a very scary thing. So, but thank you, Mr. Thank you,
People
Mr.
are
Chairman.
working with, I mean, immigration still can do what they're doing. They're following their laws.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Brief follow-up question from Representative Howard.
Thank you, sir. I for the second time, because you're an attorney and as you said, an officer of the court, I just want to drill down on something that you said in your exchange with Rep. Callahan. I think I heard you say that if somebody's charged or convicted of a serious offense and there's a detainer, even if they're scheduled for release, we would hold them for ICE. Did I hear that correctly?
That's my understanding. I've personally had clients who were charged with serious crimes. They were in lockup in Hartford Correctional, and when they checked the client's fingerprints against the federal database, that alerted the federal authorities, and they came in and they put on a detainer. So I believe that is correct.
So the bill that you're testifying in favor of, it says no law enforcement officer, which by definition in the statute includes corrections, shall arrest or detain an individual pursuant to a civil immigration detainer unless it's got a warrant, convicted of an AB felony, or a possible terrorist screen database. So based on that, so you're saying that they would be held on serious crimes, so that it wouldn't include C felonies. So manslaughter in the second degree with a motor vehicle, manslaughter in the second degree with a firearm are not serious offenses?
Well, absolutely, they're serious offenses, and the police, if they have a warrant for those kind of individuals, they get arrested, and then they have the court, and then they have their trial or what have you, and they get put into jail. But when they're locked up initially, I'll recall one incident recently where the person was, I believe he also overstayed a visa. He was charged with a very serious crime, and his family tried to bail him out, and they couldn't because there was an immigration detainer. He wasn't convicted of anything at that point, but when they checked the federal database, because the police are contacting the federal database with their fingerprints, and they're checking a federal database. That's my understanding of how it works.
Well, it is. But my understanding of the existing law that you're contained in the bill you're testifying on is that a detainer prohibits DOC from holding on to somebody. Well, the law prohibits some DOC from hanging on to somebody based solely on a detainer unless they're convicted of an AB felony or other things that is outlined here. But there are some C felonies that you just said that you think are serious offenses that they can't be held on. So I just wanted to see if you wanted to correct what you said or if you stand by what you said.
No, I believe those are serious issues as well. I believe we have a system to address those issues. Whether the person, we have a judicial system. We have a criminal judicial system. So if that person is arrested, if there was a judicial warrant to arrest the person, they have their day in court, and if they violated if they're convicted, they go to jail. We don't skip that process. We have due process rights in our country.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let me try to wrap this up because I know we do have other folks testify. I think the confusion and if you know, my understanding is the current Trust Act does prohibit Department of Corrections or the state marshals from holding someone just on a detainer request or on what you refer to as an administrative warrant. What the Trust Act does not prohibit is someone being held when there is an actual judicial warrant signed by an immigration law judge or signed by a district court judge, federal judge saying, this person should be held pending extradition. And I think that may be the confusion. And I think we can all agree, just so we're clear, that the Trust Act does say, yes, you cannot hold someone just on a detainer. But if you go and get a judicial warrant, then someone can be held. And that may be the situation
And that's,
referring to in
that's
Hartford.
where due process comes in. I mean, there should be a judicial warrant.
Right. And so, I think back to the conversation that was raised earlier, and I think you raised the point of political theater, and I think a couple of the questions got to this. The reason I was late this morning is I was actually in court I was in court in Danbury this morning, and is why I got here. And when I was there, a couple members of law enforcement stopped me and talked to me about an incident that happened Friday in Danbury, where someone who was there on criminal charges was ICE was waiting for them and for several members of their family when they left the courthouse on Friday. Now, most of us may agree that person thereafter, at least the individual charged, if convicted, probably should be deported for the crimes that they committed. But I think the point is, instead of the standoff that happened on the streets of Danbury on Friday, had ICE just simply gotten a warrant and gone in and arrested the person, they could have avoided the whole thing. All they had to do was go through a level of due process. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, what I understand your ask of this committee to be is similar, is to say, in your case, your client very well immigration may have every right to deport that individual. The federal government may have every right, but you want us to ensure that before there is a standoff in front of a courthouse, before a lawyer's car, an officer of the court's car is stopped pulling away from a courthouse by armed agents, that there is a level of due process. Is that the ask?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate your testimony here today.
Thank you.
Next up will be Amy Harris.
Afternoon, Judiciary Committee. My name is Amy Harris. I live in Bristol, and I'm a member of the Connecticut Working Families Party. I support HB 7212 to make improvements to the Trust Act. What particularly strikes me about this proposed amendment is the language for enforcement and prohibiting ICE from courthouses. This is a critical time in U.S. history. This is a time for people of good conscience to take a stand, acknowledge what is happening in the country, and speak out against it. Now, maybe more than in past years, national politics is having drastic effects locally. It is clear that the Trump administration is determined to change the very nature of government. While they dismantle the administrative state, they are attempting unlawfully, in many situations, to deport up to 12 million people. This is creating fear and chaos in communities across the nation. We see this when workers don't show up for work, students don't show up for school, and people are scared to leave their houses for fear of being picked up by ICE. We can do better. We should do better. Take a moral, just, and righteous stand to do all we can to protect immigrants. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment, question from members of the committee. Comment, question from members of the committee. Now, thank you for sticking around and testifying this afternoon. Rajiv Pahuja. You may provide your testimony when you are ready.
So my name is Rajiv Pahuja. I'm a United States citizen. I'm of Indian descent. I support Bill HB 7212 AAC, the Trust Act. So I'm presenting the state of Connecticut legislature with a chance to stand up for justice equality, diversity, inclusion, equity, and public safety for the immigrant communities. So I feel it's impermissible and illegal under Connecticut General Statute 54-192H, where local and state law enforcement call immigrants and customs enforcement about a person in the United States without legal status, whether it's an F1 student visa or it's an H-1B worker. I know there's been new guidelines that was created in 2019 for how Connecticut law enforcement works and cooperates with the U.S. immigrant and custom enforcement agents. I think the bill should have public interest on its side when Connecticut State Police and local law enforcement use their time and resources to help federal and immigrant custom enforcement agencies in regard to arresting, detaining, and deporting people that live and work in Connecticut. I think they're undermining trust in Connecticut's justice system and jeopardizing the public health and safety of the people. And I think the people are at risk and they're getting harmed because of that. So I think the pain and apprehension that the federal government agents are wreaking in the state of Connecticut immigrant is unlawful. Look, my family came from India, so I get it, right? So, you know, I have relatives that live there too, so I understand. But I just feel that, you know, just so much pain that's going on here. And that's why I just strongly encourage legislation to pass and support HB 07212. And I think the state of Connecticut should take steps to protect immigrant communities to ensure that, you know, local, state, and law enforcement are not parties to federal immigrant enforcement agencies. Thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you, Representative Fishbone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing, sir?
Good. Very good. Can you just tell me, I'm looking at 54-192H, what portion you believe the state of Connecticut and or ICE is violating?
Well, I do believe, right, you know, for whatever I've read in the newspapers and the media, you know, look, could be fake news, right, for whatever I'm reading. I'm just seeing what I'm seeing in the paper and in the news of what's happening here today. Again, if it is happening, it should really not be happening in our state. Okay, I can't speak for other states. I can't speak under the 10th Amendment. I can't speak under any other states, but it should not happen in our state.
Okay.
And, you know, and that's one of the reasons I think it's being fought right now. Multiple courts have even blocked this, or they've blocked all this. So, and I've even said in my testimony that multiple courts have ruled against the federal government to force local and law state governments to serve the deportation quotas.
Okay, I'm just trying to focus in on your allegation that the law is being broken. And, you know, certainly we're the legislature, right? So if a fix needs to happen, we're the people to do it. And I'm looking at 54-192H, and I'm trying to put it together with what you said. So it says civil immigration detainer means a request from a federal immigration authority to local or state law enforcement agency for the purpose, including but not limited to, detaining an individual suspected of violating a federal immigration law who has been issued a final order of removal. I think that's directly in line with what is happening, right?
Correct. And
so where's the violation?
Well, what I'm saying is, it's just, again, if it is being done, I mean, I'm saying, I'm not accusing anyone. I'm not saying anything. I'm saying that if it's being done, it should not be done. If it's that's my point, I think, is what I'm saying.
I got it. Well, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you,
you're
Mr.
welcome.
Chairman.
Thank you. Comment, question from members of the committee. Comment, question from members of the committee. If not, thank you very much for joining
All
us
right,
this
thank
afternoon.
you. Thank you.
Joel Fishman. Joel Fishman, I see your number there. Okay, Rosanna Ferraro.
Hello, good afternoon, co-chairs, vice chairs, ranking members, and members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act. I am Rosanna Ferraro. I'm the Policy Director at Universal Healthcare Foundation of Connecticut. Our mission is to accelerate the movement for health justice for everybody, because health is a human right and core to social justice and equity. Justice in health is more than just access to quality, affordable care. Social determinants impact our health more than the medical care that we receive. We can't ensure the health and well-being of all state residents without addressing the racial, social, and economic injustices some of our communities live with. Immigrants, especially folks without papers, suffer great injustices, including in health. And we are committed to listening to the solutions that come from our immigrant communities. Strengthening the Trust Act is a priority for us and is a priority for our communities. If folks we work with say this is critical, then this is critical. That's one reason why we support House Bill 7212. As part of the Husky for Immigrants Coalition, which has advocated for opening Husky for all who are income eligible, regardless of status. Now children age 15 and under and pregnant people have access to Husky health insurance. We want folks that are eligible to enroll and use their health coverage. If they are afraid of the state releasing their data, folks are unlikely to get the care they need. This is another reason why we support House Bill 7212. We are in partnership with the Trust Act Now's campaign's proposed improvements that would make the protections in the Trust Act stronger. We need a Trust Act with teeth. A law with no enforcement does not make anyone feel safe. There are recommendations for how to do this from the campaign's policy team, a private right of action, an oversight board that would make our communities safer regardless of where they're from. Safety, community safety, and individual safety is one of the social determinants of health. The less safe our communities are, the more our health suffers. Living in fear is not health, and it is not justice. I keep thinking back to Juan Tapia's testimony earlier today about love. True justice is love, love for each other, our communities, our state, our country, and our world. I choose love. I choose love over fear. I hope you do too, and pass a stronger Trust Act out of committee. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? If not, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon and providing us with your testimony.
Thank you, Senator.
You're welcome. Alexandra Ruiz.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
We can.
Okay. Well, Chairs Winfield and Staffstrom and esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. My name is Alexandra Ruiz. I'm a Yale student, but more importantly, I'm a daughter and granddaughter of immigrants and a strong supporter of the immigrant community. I'm speaking in support of HB 7212. However, since the bill does not fully address all the challenges our community members are facing, I support the proposed amendments offered by the Trust Act Now coalition. Ultimately, the Trust Act and these amendments are essential to promote dignity, respect, unity, and equality, which are values that I have come to realize are shared across the state of Connecticut and which the Judiciary Committee in particular should anchor themselves in. Having worked with immigrant attorneys to offer the special immigrant juvenile status to children, and as a volunteer with children and adolescents at IRIS, I have witnessed firsthand the fear that immigrants face to interact with government officials or even to exist in the world, especially amidst the violence trickling its way down from the federal level. As Representative Sweet said earlier, these are some of the bravest people I know, the immigrants. They're hard workers and contribute substantially to our workforce. Moreover, the fear that immigrants face is especially prevalent for children whose young minds cannot fathom yet why people would act so cruelly and don't know what it means to be undocumented or even that they are. They want to focus on playing with their Barbies and reading their first chapter books, not fearing that they could be deported to a place where they didn't feel safe and where they might not even consider home anymore. These individuals are within our communities, and as our neighbors, we should protect them. And this isn't just an issue of children. I've seen firsthand that children feel more safe when all the immigrants in their communities are safe. Their parents, adult siblings, aunts, uncles, teachers, even the friendly faces in the local coffee shop. The Trust Act with proposed amendments meaningfully increases immigrants' sense of safety and reduces their fears in many ways, namely enforcement. To actually protect the populations it claims to, any law must be enforceable. By establishing clear reporting procedures and legal remedies, the proposed amendments ensure that justice can truly be served. If people fear deportation when going to court or when they interact with state and local officials at all, they effectively lose access to the entire justice system, including when they're victims reporting crimes or witnesses. This undermines public safety. It does not promote it. Committee, you have the opportunity to stand on the side of justice, safety, and shared humanity by strengthening and protecting the Trust Act. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Comment, question from members of the committee. Comment or question from members of the committee. If not, I want to thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. Jason Hubbard.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, thank you. So good afternoon to our local representative DiCaprio, to members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Jason Hubbard. I'm here to support Bill SB 1367. I'm the operations manager of a SCAD treatment facility known as Lebanon Pines. On this campus, we provide services to individuals with treatment and healthcare needs. I'm going to try to be sensitive to the constraints of time, so I'd like to support and provide firsthand testimony of events reviewed by several of my colleagues before me. On 6/24/2024, during the very early morning of 3 fugitive recovery agents arrived in our unannounced onto our campus. They were all heavily armed in tactical gear. They claimed to have an arrest warrant for a client believed to be within our treatment facility. When I asked to see this warrant, they displayed a computer screen from a public judicial site, basically saying this was their valid warrant. As they're protected by law, we would not confirm or deny the individual's presence. This agent was informed that he was trespassing. And during that time, the other 2 agents spread out along the property for what they refer to as a perimeter security. The agents refused to leave. And they said if we didn't work with them, they're going to call the local newspaper and report us for harboring. This time we did call local law enforcement. A state police officer came with a supervisor. And they directed the agents to stand down. They refused to leave. But after a prolonged discussion over jurisdiction, they did leave, but did say that if they saw the individual or perceived they saw them, they would enter again and enter by force and detain them. So the focus of this program is to enable these individuals an environment to deal with intimate traumas. We're trying to assist them to become successful and proactive members of society. So again, I'd like to support Bill SB 1367. As individuals should not have to be concerned to being apprehended in such a personal and sensitive setting. Designed to treat pre-existing traumas to protect them as they seek personal services. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee. Comment or question. If not, thank you very much for joining us here this afternoon. Okay, we have Carlos Lanes.
¿Me pueden escuchar?
Good afternoon.
You guys hear me?
You're interpreting for Carlos?
Yes, my name is Angelica Idrovo and I'm the interpreter.
Okay.
Carlos, puedes hablar.
Estimado senador Winfield y representante Starstrom y miembros del Comité Judicial de la Asamblea General de Connecticut. Mi nombre es Carlos y soy residente de Norwalk, Connecticut. Soy parte de Connecticut Students for a Dream y parte de la campaña de Trust Act Now. Le escribo en apoyo de HB 7212. Este proyecto de ley representa un paso importante para proteger a las comunidades inmigrantes de Connecticut, pero no aborda completamente la amplitud de los desafíos que enfrentan los miembros de nuestra comunidad de inmigrantes. Es por eso que apoyo la HB 7212 en las enmiendas propuestas ofrecidas por la coalición Trust Act Now, compuesta por Connecticut Students for a Dream, Red de Apoyo de Inmigrantes de Connecticut, ACLU, la Clínica WIREC de Yale y otras organizaciones comunitarias. Mi nombre es Carlos, soy maestro de educación secundaria y considero que esta ley es fundamental para todos, sin importar nuestro estatus legal. Debemos ser tratados con igualdad. Cada individuo tiene derechos inherentes que deben ser respetados y no debería existir ninguna distinción en el trato que recibimos. La equidad es esencial para construir una sociedad justa y solidaria. Esto promovería confianza con la policía, promover una relación de confianza entre las comunidades inmigrantes y las fuerzas del orden, lo que puede ayudar a que las personas se sientan más seguras de reportar delitos o buscar ayuda. Protección de derechos. Asegurar que los derechos de los inmigrantes sean protegidos y no sean objeto de vigilancia o detenciones arbitrarias por un estatus migratorio. Acceso a servicios. Permitir que las comunidades inmigrantes accedan a servicios públicos y recursos sin temor a ser reportados a las autoridades de inmigración. Reducción de temores, disminuir el miedo entre los inmigrantes, lo que puede llevar a una mayor participación en la comunidad y la vida cívica. Por favor, apoyen a HB 7212, basado en las recomendaciones presentadas presentadas por Connecticut Immigrant Support Network, ACLU y Jail Wirrak Law Clinic. El Comité Judicial tiene la oportunidad de tomar medidas proactivas para que nuestro Estado pueda contrarrestar eficazmente los sobrepasos del gobierno federal y determinar cómo se utilizan los recursos estatales y locales. No debemos permitir que las agendas destructivas y regresivas de esta administración debilitan el legado de progreso e inclusión de nuestro Estado. Es esencial que todos nos mantengamos firmes en nuestros valores como Estado y nación, que genuinamente da la bienvenida a los inmigrantes. Fortalecer el Trust Act es una manera para que nuestro Estado y líderes electos nos muestren a mí y a mi comunidad inmigrante que ustedes nos quieren y que Connecticut también nos quiere, así como nosotros queremos a nuestro Estado, el lugar al que todos llamamos hogar. Thank you.
Okay,
Carlos Lai.
you can translate that into
Dear,
question.
sorry. Dear Senator Winfield, Representative Stedford, and members of the Judiciary Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Carlos. I am a resident of Norwalk, Connecticut. I am part of Connecticut Students for a Dream and part of Trust Act Now campaign. I write it in support of HB 7212. This bill represents an important step in protecting Connecticut's immigrant communities, but it does not fully address the breadth of challenges our immigrant community members are facing. This is why I support HB 7212 with the proposed amendments offered by the Trust Act Now Coalition, composed of Connecticut Immigrant Support Network, ACLU, and the Yale Wirrak Clinic, and the other community organizations. My name is Carlos. I am a secondary education teacher, and I believe this law is fundamental because everyone, regardless of their legal status, should be treated equally. Every individual has inherent rights that must be respected, and there should be no distinction in the way that we are treated. Ensuring equity is key to fostering fair society built on solidarity. Trust in the police. Foster a relationship of trust between immigrant communities and law enforcement. We can lead to help individuals feel safer when reporting crimes or seeking help. The protection of rights. Ensure that immigrants' rights are safeguarded and that they are not subject to surveillance or arbitrary detentions due to their immigration status. Access to services. Allow immigrant communities to access public services and resources without fear of being reported to immigration authorities. And reducing fear. It decreases fear among immigrants, leading to greater participation in the community and civic life. I urge you to support HB number 7212 based on the recommendations. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Comment or question for members of the committee? Comment or question for members of the committee? If not, thank you both very much for joining us this afternoon.
Muchísimas gracias.
Laura Lee. Laura Lee. Okay. Marlene Pereira. Marlene. There you go.
Hello, my name is Marlon Pereira. I'm a resident of Ridgefield, Connecticut, and a Danbury intern organizer for Connecticut Students for a Dream. And I'm here to speak in support of the HB 7212 bill, which seeks to give clear mechanisms of enforcement and limits the collaboration between state agencies and ICE, an agency that has wrongly kidnapped people while attempting to pursue a path to citizenship, has kidnapped Mahmoud Khalil, a student from Colombia who held a green card, which is supposed to signify permanent status, Even a 10-year-old girl undergoing cancer treatment who has been unable to continue her treatment due to being deported in spite of her status as a U.S. citizen. We can't even trust ICE to know who a U.S. citizen is, and I see no reason for Connecticut to divert tax dollars, which undocumented immigrants in the state of Connecticut contribute to, paying over $400 million in taxes a year. Our Connecticut communities are afraid now because of the ramping up of ICE activity in our towns and cities. People have not been attending schools, going to work, or going to church. I see fear in my family. I see fear in my friends. I have had friends who are U.S. citizens express fear about me being out in public and what type of identification I have due to how I may be profiled or perceived. Connecticut has shown itself to be progressive on many fronts historically and has offered safe haven for people who seek to have an abortion within the state without threat of extradition. And even in 1854, making an act challenging the Fugitive Slave Act called an Act for the Defense of Liberty in the state, as well as passing personal liberty laws to help protect community members in the state from being kidnapped. Connecticut continued this long history of protecting the marginalized by passing this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment, question from members of the committee. Comment, question from members of the committee. Now, thank you very much for joining us today and providing us with your testimony.
Thank you.
Giselle Nino. Giselle Nino. Okay. Ty Michaels. Ty Michaels. Dominic Warshaw. Dominic Warshaw. Okay. Rocio Ramon. Rocio Ramon. Eric Cruz Lopez. Eric. Oh, there you are.
I'm good to just speak in right here, right? Sorry about that. Thank you. Appreciate your time. To members of the Judiciary Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly, my name is Eric Cruz and I live in Bridgeport, Connecticut. I'm writing in support of HB number 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act. This bill represents an important step in protecting Connecticut's immigrant communities, but it does not fully address the breadth of challenges our immigrant community members are facing. I care about this because I am an immigrant. I believe we need a stronger Trust Act because young people in Connecticut deserve to live without fear of their parents being deported after any interaction with police. We know students are being kept from school, we know people aren't going to places of worship, and we know that seeking medical care has become a deportation risk. And I want to specifically ask that HB 7212 includes a provision that bans ICE from being in courthouses. When fear keeps people away from courthouses, it causes a rupture in the legal system of Connecticut. If Connecticut says that it cares about justice and law, then Connecticut should ensure that there are measures in place that allow cases to see their end and a clear determination by a judge to be established. These improvements proposed by HB 7212 to the Trust Act will send a strong message that Connecticut will protect the safety of all of its residents, regardless of immigration status. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee. Comment or question from members of the committee. Seeing none, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank
you. Jennifer Robashad. Jennifer Robashad. Okay.
I'm sorry, I couldn't get myself off of mute.
I was stalling.
Thank you.
I saw you on there.
My name is Jennifer Robashad. I am here to testify in favor of SB 1367. I'm the clinical manager at John Dempsey Outpatient Clinic of the Southeastern Council of Alcoholism and Drug Independence, known to most of you as SCAD. For 58 years, SCAD has provided a full continuum of care for substance use disorders in adults, regardless of financial means. In the outpatient program, we offer outpatient groups, intensive outpatient, medicated assisted treatment services, psychiatric services, and primary care. Individuals can access these services by walking in, scheduling an appointment, and referrals both from other providers and through the Court Support Service Division as part of the State of Connecticut Judicial Branch. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of SB 1367, an act prohibiting a bail bondsman or agent from apprehending a principal on the bond on the premises, grounds, or campus of any healthcare facility, school, institution, or higher education or group or house of worship. This bill would bar a professional bondsman from coming onto the grounds of a facility like the SCAD Lebanon Pines campus, a 56-acre, 112-bed men's high-intensity treatment program. Last summer, SCAD had the unfortunate experience of a bondsman and several heavily armed agents entering our Lebanon Pines property. They refused to leave at our request or the request of state police for several hours. And we had no legal resource or protection for our staff or our clients. As a clinical leader in the SCAD organization, I take on the responsibility of ensuring that the clients in our care are provided with a safe environment. In programs like ours, it is so crucial to the recovery process that these individuals are protected by the law. Having individuals enter treatment locations is traumatizing to the individual and other clients at a place that has been identified as safe has been breached. As a result of being re-traumatized, these clients often lose their footing in recovery, and this leads to the relapse or disengagement in treatment. Those in recovery deserve the right to treatment without it being interrupted by outside forces, just like someone getting cancer treatment. There will be a time for accountability for the individuals that we are providing support to. This bill is important in ensuring that individuals who are seeking treatment do so without the traumatic interruption or rearrest or deterrent. Those who have entered treatment deserve to receive the treatment with dignity and without fear. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this important bill.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, ma'am. You're one of the few people that's been here on 1367, so I wanted to ask you, this language extends to private school. What if the private school wanted to permit the activity?
So I'm not from a private school, so I can't speak on a school. I'm from a treatment facility.
Okay, so you're in support, I don't want to, you're saying that the clause or office of a healthcare provider licensed by DPA. That's the portion that you're here testifying to?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And I'm trying to figure out, so these are individuals that, you know, let's say somebody has been arrested for murder and they're out on bail and they haven't appeared for court. Perhaps they've allegedly murdered someone else. Why we as a state should prohibit the bondsman from being able to pick them up at the facility?
They're receiving, what was that?
I'll wait for your comment. Sorry, I spoke on top of you.
That's okay. So they're in the middle of receiving treatment, both for mental health and substance use. It would be no different than an individual being at Smilo Cancer receiving chemotherapy. We wouldn't want a bail bondman to just walk in and take an IV out of their arm and walk them out of the hospital.
Okay, but it says that they shall not take or attempt to take into custody the principal. So I know if I was at a facility and I knew that somebody was out on bond for murder, and perhaps they had been being sought because they had killed someone else, I'd be a little concerned for my physical safety. But it appears that this, should it become law, and I called someone and it said, you know, everybody's looking for this guy's out, that it would preclude the bail enforcement agent from taking or attempt to take them into custody. Do you read
Correct,
that?
because they're in treatment, which is being protected by federal law.
Okay, thank you. I understand your perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Comment, question from members of the committee. Comment, question from members of the committee. Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. Camille Kritzman.
Hi there. Can you all hear me?
We can.
Hi. Okay, so I'm here today to testify in support of HB 7212. My name is Camille Kritzman, and I'm a resident of Granby, Connecticut. I am testifying in support of an act concerning the Trust Act with the proposed amendments offered by the Trust Act Now Coalition, composed of the Connecticut Immigrant Support Network, ACLU, the YRAC Clinic, and other community organizations. As the attacks against immigrants in this country grow, Connecticut's Trust Act needs to be strengthened and updated accordingly. As someone who's worked as a case manager for undocumented and asylum-seeking migrants, as well as with undocumented and immigrant youth, and also as the daughter of an immigrant mother, I find updating the Trust Act now to be imperative. The system can work in insidious ways against migrants for doing simple things. So when I was a case manager, I wanted to be able to assure my clients that doing things like showing up to their court dates, calling the police for help, sending their children to school, getting a driver's license, seeking medical services, etc., would not result in their potential incarceration and family separation. But I couldn't say this with confidence, knowing that ICE is a rogue agency essentially allowed to act with impunity in our state. And immigrants who live here contribute very richly to the tapestry of society in Connecticut, beyond just economically through their tax dollars and labor. They are also our neighbors, classmates, colleagues, and friends. And as contributors and members to our community, they should be offered equal protection, especially in a society that they helped create. So allowing ICE to operate in our community and seize members as they see fit is chaotic and unethical and affects everyone who lives here. Connecticut law and taxpayers should have a say in the way that ICE operates and acts in our community, and so we need a mechanism to hold them accountable to this. So I believe that HB 7212 is a good start to strengthening the Trust Act, and is a vital tool that will protect Connecticut against federal overreach. I believe that we have the power and moral responsibility to make this bill stronger with the coalition's proposed amendments. When local police are perceived as ICE agents, any immigrant victims and witnesses may hesitate to cooperate with the police, which undermines public safety for everyone. When I was a case manager, I witnessed clients not wanting to report serious crimes committed against them to the police in fear of retaliation from ICE. And I had a specific client whose husband was put into ICE custody and eventual deportation while in court, where the police called ICE, acting in violation of the Trust Act. And in this particular case, the family's father was deported, leaving behind a wife and 5 children, and they were unable to contact him and didn't have any word of where he had been sent. And of course, when news of events like this gets out in the community, people fear law enforcement and police officers. And the resulting long-term effect of actions like this is mistrust of the police and law enforcement, and that is ultimately a decrease in public safety. So we need to strengthen the Trust Act now to foster trust.
The bell has rung. so your time has elapsed. But I believe there is a comment or question for you from Senator Kissel.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Winfield. I just want to say thank you. I have about 90% of Granby. I don't know if you're my constituent or if you're in that little part near Simsbury, but thank you for taking the time and being so patient to testify this afternoon.
Thank you. Yeah, I actually am one of your constituents.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Kissel. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question from other members of the committee? There are none. Thank you very much for joining us and providing us with your testimony.
Thank you.
Jacqueline Cabrera. Jacqueline Cabrera. Just public.
Good afternoon. Senator Winfield, esteemed, distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name's Josh Pollock. I am the parish minister at the Unitarian Universalist Society East in Manchester. I'm a leader with the Connecticut for All Coalition. I'm a leader with the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance. And I'm currently convening the Connecticut Faith-Based Immigrant Solidarity Network, or FISION. This is a group of about 100 faith leaders across the state who are working in a variety of ways to support immigrants. I live in Glastonbury. I vote in the 31st House District and the 4th Senate District, and I'm speaking in support of HB 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act, as well as the Trust Act Now Coalition's proposed amendments, which you've been hearing about today. I want to point out that so many faith traditions, Catholic, Protestant, Jewish, Muslim, Quaker, Unitarian, Universalist, and more profess care, concern, and support for immigrants. Sometimes in our scriptures, we use the language of aliens, strangers, foreigners who live among us. The Hebrew book of Leviticus, chapter 19, verse 34, is foundational for many of us. The alien, again, sometimes translated as foreigner or immigrant, who resides with you shall be to you as a citizen among you. You shall love the alien as yourself, for you were aliens in the land of Egypt. I'm quoting scripture not to preach to you. I want to make sure you understand that. I don't assume that what fires my moral imagination fires your moral imagination, but I do want to name this scripture as a way of explaining why so many of us in faith communities are aghast at and dismayed by the Trump administration's efforts not only to enact mass deportations, but to create a climate of fear in immigrant communities and among those of us who support immigrants. I say yes, the federal immigration system has been broken for many years. I pray that cool heads will ultimately prevail in Washington and establish a more fair, humane, and just immigration system that serves the interest of the nation more effectively. But in the meantime, as a person of faith who takes seriously the ancient admonition to welcome the immigrant, it seems eminently reasonable to me that Connecticut state and municipal offices and employees should not support the mass deportation campaign. HB 7212 is a good start to strengthening the Trust Act, and I hope you will support it. I also hope you will debate and ultimately support the proposed amendments from the Trust Act Now Coalition. For me, the bottom line is that HB 7212 and the proposed amendments are good for Connecticut. They promote public safety. They promote trust between immigrant communities and local and state police. They maintain the economic viability of so many businesses and communities that depend on immigrant labor. They keep taxpayers in the state, and they're consistent with that ancient moral admonition to welcome and love the immigrant. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Fishbone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I heard about the boogeyman, the mass deportation campaign, but it appears what we're here talking about is enforcement of federal law. So are you advocating that we should not enforce federal law?
No, not at all. I'm simply advocating that Connecticut law enforcement ought not to support ICE actions unless indicated by law.
So I'm just trying to figure out, get this congruent. somebody is in the state of Connecticut and they have a federal warrant because they committed a burglary, it went over state lines, the FBI got involved, an arrest warrant was issued. They're in Connecticut.
Yeah.
Is it your position that local law enforcement should cooperate with federal law enforcement to arrange for that individual to be detained?
I'm concerned that when we keep naming these sort of outrageous, and I know they happen, but they're pretty rare, these outrageous examples, we're actually perpetuating a narrative about immigrants that they're all hardened criminals, and I want to make sure we're not doing that. I think if there's a judicial warrant and ICE can go after that person, and Connecticut law enforcement can help in that situation. That's my reading of the Trust Act, or the proposed Trust Act. If I have it wrong, I apologize, but
Well, and I appreciate the exchange, and I'm not making the statement that everybody's here illegally is committing crimes. That is my experience. I've been involved. I've represented people, you know. But what we're dealing with here today, like one of the bills, 7211, has to do with somebody being arrested after finding a probable cause for committing very serious offenses, murder being one. And, you know, what should happen with the cooperation on that? And I'm just trying to put that in line with what happens with regular citizens, people that are here legally, that have some sort of a belief that they may have committed a crime in conjunction with this immigration. Because, I mean, I don't know if you know this, but being here, entering our country illegally, not following the process, is a jailable offense. So it's a crime, because we don't have incarceration for civil cases. So I'm trying to put them in line. So you would have the individual who's here legally that is suspected of a crime treated differently than the individual who's here illegally that also has incarceration hanging over their head?
I'm not following. I have
Okay.
to be honest. I would have Connecticut law enforcement, municipal and state offices not support ICE unless indicated by the law. That's what I'm here to testify about. That's my understanding of what these updates to the Trust Act support.
I appreciate your perspective. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Howard.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. And I hear you, and I don't want law enforcement in the state of Connecticut doing anything except as provided by law, but we're here potentially to change laws, right?
Mhm.
So, you know, you made the comment that some of these scenarios are, you know, make it seem like every person here who's undocumented is a criminal. So I just want to be on the record. I don't think that. I think that when people are here, whether they're here with legal status or illegal status, that commit crimes against other people are a violation of state law, or a threat to public safety. That's my position.
Mhm.
But under current law, to your point, and the bill that you're in favor of would expand this a bit, but under current law, police officers, law enforcement in the state are prohibited from communicating with ICE when somebody commits like manslaughter or second degree with a motor vehicle. Do you think that's appropriate?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, you know, this person's been arrested. There's going to be due process. I don't think you need to bring ICE into it.
So there's a difference between the police calling ICE and saying, "Hey, we have this guy," right? That's different than ICE calling and saying, "Hey, we're looking into this person. We see you arrested him. Can you tell us the status of the case?" And the police officers have to say, "No, we can't." You think that's appropriate?
Yeah, unless if I understand correctly, it's an A or B felony, or there's a judicial warrant, or there's some other reason. I think it just says some other reason, or the terrorist watch list, that
Right.
kind of thing. There's reasons why law enforcement can talk to them. and share information.
Yeah, for A and B convicted felonies. So if there's a conviction on a C felony, like manslaughter in the second degree with a firearm, manslaughter with a motor vehicle, sexual assault in the second degree, strangulation in the first degree, somebody's convicted of these things, and ICE calls and says, hey, we'd like to deport this person because they're not here legally, and they're clearly a public safety risk, you think law enforcement state of Connecticut should get in the way of that?
I'm not saying, I don't like the language of get in the way. I think they should not be sharing information.
They should not cooperate.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Gakar Wilcox.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And I just wanted to clarify that being undocumented in and of itself is not a crime. It could be related to other offenses that then become a crime. But as you had testified yourself, being undocumented itself is not a crime. In fact, there are some obligations that the United States has taken on many years ago under things like the Refugee Convention that require, in fact, due process before we let anybody who's in the United States who may be facing fear of persecution in the country to which they will be returned to have that due process trial before we return them. That's an obligation and a commitment to due process, which is the most fundamental right in the Constitution. So I just wanted to make a comment about it. Thank you very much for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Representative Fishbone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to correct the record, 8 U.S. Code 1325 clearly states any alien, and alien is defined as means any person not a citizen or national of the United States, any alien who enters or attempts to enter the United States at any time or place other than as designated by immigration officers, or eludes examination or inspection by immigration officers, or attempts to enter or obtains entry to the United States by willfully false or misleading representation or the willful concealment of any material fact shall, for the first commission of any such offense, be fined under Title 18 or imprisoned not more than 6 months, or both, and for a subsequent commission of any such offense, be fined under Title 18 or imprisoned not more than 2 years, or both. That is federal law. So I just want to make that clear. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I don't know that that necessarily disagrees with the point that was being made, but thank you for the correction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Comment or question from other members? No comments? Thank you very much for joining us.
Welcome. Thank you all.
Obed Sierra. Mary Elizabeth Smith.
Good afternoon, Senator Winfield, members of the Judiciary Committee. I actually had on my notes, good evening, because I assumed it was going to be later. So we're doing better than I thought. My name is Mary Elizabeth Smith. I'm a resident of New Haven, and I'm here in support of 7212. I'm going to do my best to not read my testimony because I heard that loud and clear, and my testimony is submitted, although it makes me nervous to not read it, but here I am. I'm here today wearing sort of 3 hats. I was here in 2019 as an advocate for the Expanded Trust Act. I also am a co-deputy director of Make the Road Connecticut, which is an organization that represents thousands of immigrant Latinx community members in the state of Connecticut. And I'm also part of a mixed status family myself. So I'll speak a little bit to each of those points, starting with sort of my experience here in 2019. I am really proud of the law we passed. I think we worked really hard. Many of you all worked really hard to get that law passed. For a while, it was one of the strongest laws across the country in terms of protecting our undocumented immigrant community members and separating law enforcement from immigration enforcement. However, over time, we realized that there were loopholes and there were specific issues, particularly with enforcement, that led to violations of the law still happening today. The legislation before you, 7212, I think is strong. I think it's important. It limits data collection and sharing for all state agencies, but I don't think it goes far enough. I think we need to really amend that legislation to include an enforcement mechanism. This is really crucial to the law being enforceable, implementable, obviously. Without that, we are just speaking with our values and our nice words. In my role at Make the Road Connecticut, we've heard of dozens of violations of the Trust Act. Unfortunately, there are probably many more than that because we don't have any way of enforcing, of tracking, of recording. We don't have a hotline. We don't have the person to go to say, hey, there was a Trust Act violation. I know that a bunch of us in this room have kind of like passed it around and said, okay, you know, the AG or the ACLU, or who can we talk to make sure this violation gets corrected? And we have not had that. So that really for me is number one. And there are other trust policies with enforcement written into them. New York is one, Oregon is one. I think we can look at those policies as we craft our own language to see what really works for us. The Second Amendment, I think, is really crucial, and many people have talked about this, is ICE out of courthouses.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Thank you very much. I know it's hard to get in 3 minutes.
Thank you.
All right. Sherry Mineta?
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for taking the time today. My name is Sherry Mineta. I'm a resident of West Hartford, and I'm here to testify in support of HB 7212 and the proposed amendments that you've already heard about today. So I won't go into those. I'm speaking from a very personal level, but not because of any immigrant status in my family, other than if you look to my grandmother, who came from Italy when she was 6 years old. I am a member of the Unitarian Society of Hartford, and our organization is a member of the Greater Hartford Interfaith Alliance and various other organizations that are faith-based. And much of what I have to think about or say about with respect to immigration in Connecticut is rooted in the values of my faith. But it's also rooted in my experiences of the past 5 years. I'm a retired corporate executive in Hartford, worked in the insurance industry and various other places, including Hartford and Europe and Chicago and you name it. But in the past 5 years, I've volunteered to support families as they come to Connecticut and resettle in our state. What I'm now seeing firsthand is the terror in those communities from federal threats of mass deportation. Even for those who entered the U.S. under sanctioned protocols and who are complying with well-established programs and processes, there is extreme fear that they are at risk of being targeted, detained, and deported. I'll shorten what I had planned to say, but I want to make one other point, which is around protections around data. I know from working with families that as immigrants apply for driver's licenses, register their children for school, and get needed medical care, Connecticut is collecting their data, lots of data. There should be protections so that ICE cannot be given access to the databases that are maintained by the DMV, our schools, the Department of Social Services, and other agencies and organizations. So I'll close with that. I urge you to support HB 7212 with the proposed amendments from the Trust Act Now organization. And I hope that you do support that and you strengthen the laws that allow our neighbors to go about their daily lives, not living in fear, keeping the trust that they have with our state and normalize our working and living lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Comment, question from members of the committee. Comment or question from members of the committee. There are none. Thank you very much
Thank
for joining
you.
us this afternoon. Melanie Yunga?
Melanie Yunga.
Yes.
Estimado senador Winfield, representante Stanford y miembros del Comité Judicial de la Asamblea General de Connecticut. Mi nombre es Melanie Yunga y soy una estudiante inmigrante de Wilbur Cross High School y miembro de Connecticut Students for a Dream. Presento este testimonio en apoyo de HB 7212. Este proyecto de ley representa un paso importante para proteger a las comunidades inmigrantes de Connecticut. He sido parte de una comunidad que vive atemorizada por ICE y por las posibilidades de ser separados de nuestras familias. Esta legislación es importante para mí porque me ayudará a vivir sin el miedo constante de ser arrancada de mi hogar y mi familia. Ayudará a saber que Connecticut protegerá la seguridad y la humanidad de todos sus residentes independientemente de su estatus migratorio. Recuerdo un caso muy cercano que me marcó profundamente. Un amigo muy cercano a nuestra familia tuvo un encuentro con ICE y fue deportado, dejando aquí a su esposa e hijos. Cuando su esposa preguntó qué había sucedido y por qué lo habían deportado, le dijeron que fue por pasarse un semáforo en rojo. Sinceramente, creo que es un error que les puede ocurrir a cualquiera y me entristece profundamente saber que fue deportado por una falta menor. Lo más doloroso es que su esposa e hijos quedaron aquí, sin ayuda financiera y lo más importante, sin su ser amado. Contar con la protección que nos brinda un Trust Act nos permitirá vivir con mayor seguridad y dignidad. Nos daría la oportunidad de sentirnos verdaderamente parte de esta comunidad, sin el miedo constante de que nuestra información fuera dada a ICE y ser separados de nuestros seres queridos. Les pido que apoyen y fortalezcan el Trust Act por el bien de quienes ya han sufrido, de quienes temen y también por aquellos que, como yo, quieren un futuro donde nuestras comunidades puedan vivir sin miedo y con dignidad. Por último, les pido que apoyen el HB número 7212 basado en que las recomendaciones presentadas por Connecticut Immigrant Support Network, ACLU y WIRAC, la Clinic de Yale. Fortalecer el acta de confianza es una manera para que nuestros estados y ustedes, como líderes electos, muestren a mis vecinos, amigos y compañeros de trabajo inmigrantes que los aman y que Connecticut también los ama, tal como ellos aman a nuestro estado y a las comunidades que todas consideran su hogar. Gracias.
Esteemed Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and members of the Judicial Committee of the General Assembly of Connecticut, my name is Melanie. I'm a resident of Connecticut. I'm part of CT Students for a Dream and part of the Trust Now campaign. I'm writing in support of HB 7212. This bill represents an important step to protect our communities of immigrants of Connecticut, but it doesn't completely abort all of the challenges that we face in our community. That's why I support HB 7212 with the proposed amendments offered by the Trust Act Now Coalition, composed by CT Students for a Dream, Network of Support for Immigrants of Connecticut, ACLU, the White Rat Clinic of Yale, and other community organizations. I would like to live in fear without being pulled away from my family. I do have a case of a friend of mine that confronted ICE and was deported. He had a wife and children, and they were left alone without anyone to support them. What had happened was that he had crossed a red light. This is an error that can happen to any of us. The Trust Act will give dignity and make us feel part of the community. I ask for you to support HB 7212, given these challenges that we face as an immigrant community. The Judicial Committee has the opportunity to take these proactive measures so that our state can efficiently determine how to utilize resources from our state and local governments. We should not allow that these agendas destroy the legacy that we have for our state. Strengthening the Trust Act is a way so that our leaders and our state can show us, me and my community, our immigrant community, that we are wanted in Connecticut and that we also love our state, the state that we all call our home. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Comment or question for members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, I want to thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. Getting close to evening.
Muchísimas gracias por unirse.
A little levity. Isabella Maria Dow.
Hello, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you.
My name is Isabelle Geller, and I am testifying in support of HB 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act, and in favor of further strengthening it with the amendments proposed by the Trust Act Now coalition. This legislation is a vital tool for protecting immigrant rights, demonstrating moral leadership, and reaffirming our collective commitment to justice and accountability. As the federal government escalates its efforts to tear communities apart, militarizing immigration enforcement and instilling fear, immigrants are being pushed further into the margins and shadows, excluded from civic life, and denied access to the justice system. Immigration laws have never been neutral. They have long been wielded as a tool of exclusion, dictated by political and corporate interests rather than justice. Immigration policies use the pretext of public safety, but effectively criminalize people based on race, nationality, and immigration status. It is about turning local law enforcement into an arm of federal persecution. The federal government is actively undermining constitutional protections, encouraging racial profiling, illegal detentions, and ICE's unchecked collaboration with police. HB 7212 addresses these dangers and ensures real accountability by creating an oversight committee and establishing a private right of action so that individuals whose rights are violated can seek justice. Passing HB 7212 with these crucial amendments sends a clear message. Connecticut will not be complicit in these unconstitutional policies that dehumanize immigrants and undermine public safety. This fight is deeply personal to me. With over a decade of experience in activism and community building with displaced communities, I have witnessed the devastating effects of border militarization and criminalization of immigrant and asylum seekers who have fled violence, only to be met with more barriers to safety and dignity. I came to this country as a child from Lebanon. My father's family has experienced multiple displacements, while on my mother's side, my grandparents in Holland and Germany were refugees during World War II. My family is now settled in Connecticut, and I am deeply rooted here, having earned my undergraduate degree at UConn and volunteering and interning at IRIS in New Haven. Ultimately, I became the manager of education services for the IRIS Hartford office, where I oversaw K-12 school registration, adult language training, tutoring services, higher education access, family literacy, and school readiness summer programming, until my position was eliminated in one of many successive waves of layoffs this past fall. Through my work, I have been honored to learn the stories of immigrants who contribute immeasurably to our communities despite the systematic injustices that they face. And now I stand here with organizers and community members, stepping up and mobilizing in solidarity and love to protect our families and our neighbors. When laws are unjust, when they are used to persecute rather than protect, it is our moral and legal responsibility to change them and collectively work to challenge the current world order. Failing to pass HB 7212 would not just be a legislative failure, it would be a betrayal. It would sever members of our communities from the protection that they deserve and weaken the integrity and very foundation of our state. I urge you to pass this bill with the proposed amendments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, ma'am. Questions, comments from committee members? Comments? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Stephen Epler Epstein.
Thank you very much, Senator Winfield, members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for raising and considering House Bill 7212 to strengthen Connecticut's response to the potential for federal overreach in immigration enforcement. I want to thank you for the improvements proposed in this bill and also urge you to strengthen the bill so that it better positions us to be able to respond to the current atmosphere of lawlessness and fear being created by our federal government. I am a nonprofit consultant living in Guilford. I'm also a volunteer with Make the Road, and I'm a former longtime legal services attorney. You've got my written testimony, and I'm not going to repeat that. I want to just focus on a couple points. In supporting the enhancement of House Bill 7212 and passage of the bill, I want to focus on the legislature's interests, this committee's interest in ensuring that we have a legal system in which people present their view and have that view adjudicated by a judicial authority. So why is this principle relevant to House Bill 7212? Let's take the example of a person that federal officials are pursuing because they have reason to believe that person has committed a terrible crime. One of the ways our system of laws is supposed to work is that an accused person has a chance to speak to a judge to point out that the government enforcement officials have made a mistake. This is what protects all of us who live in the state. So, for example, if the federal government is pursuing someone named Steve Epstein, saying that he is a deportable immigrant because he has committed a terrible crime, and they're looking for me, I should have a chance to appear before a judge to say, that isn't me. The name is close, but not actually my name. Or I should be able to say, if this is the case, that I'm a person with that name, but I didn't actually commit the crime. And a judge should hear that and make an adjudication whether the law enforcement officials are on the right path. But the current enforcement regime has vastly expanded the federal system of deporting people without the chance to contest the claim before a judge. There's already been cases of citizens being mistakenly deported under this regime. And as of last week, the federal government actually said that it was not necessarily bound by the decisions of a federal judge, and that they could deport people even if a federal judge said no. So Connecticut, in promoting rule of law, has an interest in protecting our residents and protecting erroneously identified citizens from ungoverned actions of the federal officials. Finally, there's also an interest that the state of Connecticut has, this committee has, in having people appear in state court to present their arguments in their cases. We don't want litigants who are afraid to go to court because there are ICE officials circling the courts or in the courts to make arrests. So to support these principles, it makes sense to have ICE stay away from enforcement and in and around our courts, and they shouldn't be using our state's law enforcement data outside the protections we've established in Connecticut for our state officers.
Minutes. I'm sorry, I don't know if you heard the bell or not, but your 3 minutes have elapsed. Can you
Thank
please
you.
summarize?
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the time. I know that this committee stands for the rights of justice in our state, and that's what we're urging in the enhancement and passage of this bill. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions, comments from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ann O'Brien. Ann O'Brien? Ann O'Brien. Okay. Next, we have Valentin Rosario.
Yes. Hello. Dear Senators Winfield, Representatives Staffstrom, and members of Judiciary Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Valentin Rosario. I'm a retired and also a resident of the city of Hartford and a member of Community Voices of the Hispanic Health Council. I'm writing in support of the HB 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act. This bill represents an important step in protecting Connecticut immigrants, but it does not fully address the breadth of challenges our immigrants, community members are facing. This is why I support HB 7212 with the proposed amendments offered by the Trust Act Now Coalition, composed of Connecticut Immigrant Support Network, ACLU, the Yale WIRAC Clinic, and other community organizations. In my opinion, the HB 7212 should be in defense of the immigrants that are suffering from ICE policies and the present administration. They are afraid. They deserve to live in a human way in this supposed democratic country. We believe that HB 7212 is a good start to strengthening the Trust Act, and I support one, keeping Connecticut officials and resources out of federal immigration enforcement by requiring officers to forward requests for cooperation to agencies' head, prohibiting law enforcement agencies from sharing custody release information unless already publicly available, and banning law enforcement officers from performing federal immigration function. Also limiting unnecessary data collection and data sharing by barring law enforcement and public agencies from collecting or sharing immigration status information. Protecting the civil rights of all people in Connecticut, including those in the criminal legal system, by prohibiting the use of federal immigration officers as interpreters. HB 7212 is a vital tool
Thank you,
that
Mr.
will
Rosario, for your
protect.
testimony. Your 3 minutes have elapsed. Can you please summarize?
Well, I just want to encourage you to know many immigrants are suffering here in the state of Connecticut, and I hope you support this bill 7212. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions, comments from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Councilor Rose Reyes.
Thank you. Esteemed chairs and members of the Judiciary Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. So I am Rose Reyes. I reside, work, and provide civic duty in Windham, Willimantic, Connecticut. I sit on town council as a member of the Working Families Party, and I am vice president of our local AFT chapter. I'm a supportive member of Connecticut for All, our Neighbor Fund, and NAACP. And I support HB 7212 for all the good reasons that have already been mentioned. But it's also an opportunity to elevate our autonomy to serve our communities because we made that choice in 2013. I listed all the things that, all the details that I would support, especially protecting our Connecticut officials and law enforcement from federal imposition, and also attending to the idea of creating a hotline to report violations of this act. But I wanted to talk as an educator and how we've experienced this mass oppressive approach to deporting our families, our international communities. So it started with learning about the Danbury 11 in 2006 and the landmark settlement for the 11 of the 29 individuals who were arrested without proper warrants and insufficient due process shortly after that. But in our town, it's the feeling of having families disappeared and having pressure placed upon our families to hide and witnessing family members in ankle bracelets, and they're just trying to have their children educated by us. It seems damning and uncivilized. It doesn't help us promote the rule of law at all. This trauma is inducing for all involved and those who witness or hear such events. And there's no rationale, we know, right? Here in Willimantic, we worked hard in advocating for due process and protection of our growing international community. I find it incomprehensible that the federal governance stands diametrically opposed to this historical reality of how we can thrive. So we know that there are at least 110,000 undocumented individuals in the state who want to make Connecticut their home. However, if we cannot provide the needed protection of due process and state autonomy, what have we accomplished? This bill will reinforce the tenets of trust needed to create a landscape of hope. I urge you to support HB 7212 based on recommendations submitted by the Connecticut Immigrant Support Network, ACLU, and the Yale WIRAC Law Clinic. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, Councilor Reyes. Questions, comments from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you for having me.
We have Danielle Hunko. I apologize if I mispronounced that. Danielle Hunko. Next up, we have Maria Sullivan.
Good afternoon, Senator Winfield and members of the committee. My name is Maria Sullivan, and I'm here to testify in favor of SB 1367. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the Southeastern Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence, commonly known as SCAD, and you've heard today from a number of our staff members. I've worked in various treatment programs for almost 40 years and have served as an administrator for almost half of my career. I thought there would be very, very few new experiences for me, until June 24th of last year. I received a call at 6 a.m. that there were bounty hunters on the grounds of our 56-acre residential treatment campus, and they were refusing to leave and insistent that they were going to do whatever they had to do in order to retrieve a person that they were looking for, who they assumed to be on our campus. When I arrived, I saw one individual in the field to the left of our buildings in tactical gear, and we have approximately 11 buildings on our property. In the middle of the driveway was an SUV, a dark SUV. In the driver's seat was another gentleman with tactical gear. I later found out that there was a third person hiding in the right-hand side of the property and could not see that person. When I approached the SUV to introduce myself, the individual identified himself as a fugitive recovery agent, there to take a specific individual into custody. When I asked for a signed valid warrant, he pointed to a judicial website instead, mocking me that I didn't know the law. He refused to leave or to recall his partners. He insisted that he had a right to be there, even though this was private property. I let him know we were waiting for guidance from our state partners, the Attorney General's office, as well as the state police. We were at a stalemate. Breakfast, discharge plans, treatment in general was completely disruptive. Staff were worried, concerned about safety and how the client population was going to respond if the individuals forced their way into buildings. Clients who had a history of trauma were unsettled, fearful, and some were preparing to defend themselves or anyone they felt was in jeopardy. In the end, our staff did an amazing job in remaining calm and focused until the state police were able to redirect them off property. In an effort to help staff feel supported and safe, at midnight, our chief compliance officer and I greeted each staff member who was leaving their shift for the day, as well as those who were arriving for their shift. As treatment providers, we strive to provide a safe and confidential environment so that individuals have the time, space, privacy, and services to be able to address their challenges. We pride ourselves in following federal and state laws to protect their privacy and support them to return to the community as stable, goal-directed citizens. Never in my career did I ever feel as worried as I had, having no recourse to keep the strangers from causing so much chaos. And I was also concerned about the risk of any physical danger that might come about.
Ms.
Our
Sullivan,
dedication.
your 3 minutes have elapsed. Can you please summarize your testimony?
Sure. Our dedication is unwavering, and we would do no less for anyone's loved ones. So please let us have the tools so that we can continue to provide services and respect the privacy of all our clients by supporting SB 1367. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan, and thanks for waiting and your patience and preparing your testimony. Any questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none, thanks for joining us this afternoon. Next, we have Carla Esquivel. Carla Esquivel. Next, we have Senator Rob Sampson. Okay. Christina Barman. Oh, Carla. Okay.
Hello?
Back to Carla, yep, you have the floor.
Yeah, sorry. Hi.
No worries.
Give me 1 minute. 1 minute, please.
Ms. Esquivel, are you
Sorry.
there?
Hi. Yeah.
Okay.
Estimado, yeah, hi. Is ready?
You can proceed with your testimony, yes.
Yes. Hi, estimado senador, representantes y miembros del Comité Judicial de la Asamblea General de Connecticut. Mi nombre es Carla Esquivel y soy residente de Stamford, Connecticut. Soy miembro de Nosotras Connecticut y parte de las coaliciones. Les escribo en apoyo de la HB 7212. Este proyecto de ley representa un paso importante para proteger a las comunidades inmigrantes en Connecticut, pero no aborda completamente la amplitud de los desafíos que enfrentan los miembros de nuestra comunidad inmigrante. Es por eso que apoyo a la HB 7212 con las enmiendas propuestas ofrecidas por la coalición. compuesta por la Red de Apoyo de Inmigrantes de Connecticut, la Clínica de Yale y otras organizaciones comunitarias. He trabajado haciendo trabajo comunitario en Stanford voluntariamente por 10 años y he visto cómo siempre la comunidad inmigrante es la que más sufre en nuestra comunidad, con servicios y recursos. Nuestra comunidad inmigrante es el corazón de nuestra, es el corazón de nuestra ciudad. Representamos el 50% de la comunidad hispana. Realizamos el trabajo más duro y pesado. Pagamos impuestos. Somos parte importante de la economía. Muchos somos dueños de negocios, compañías de trabajo y hacemos de nuestros planes que nuestro estado de Connecticut florezca y siga impulsando la economía. Un acta de confianza mejorada nos ayudará a salir de la sombra que muchos vivimos y nos da la oportunidad de vivir en un lugar seguro y vivir sin miedo. Seguir trabajando por un estado el cual es nuestro hogar. Muchos en nuestra comunidad trabajamos diariamente y dignamente para darles a nuestros hijos un futuro mejor, una vida digna y segura, que muchos de nosotros no tenemos en nuestros países. Si ustedes dan nuestra información, nos dejarían prácticamente en las manos equivocadas, sin derechos. Y les recuerdo, Estados Unidos de América es una nación grande, en donde en todos los sentidos, económico y con una calidad de vida digna para todos los que vivimos acá, y con unos gringos de buen corazón y muy humanos. Es por eso que estamos acá. Por eso luchamos por engrandecer más al país, nuestro estado, y piensen en los niños y jóvenes que son el futuro de esta nación. Mis hijos tendrán una calidad de vida que mis padres y yo nunca tuvimos, esa oportunidad en nuestros países. Y sus generaciones tendrán oportunidad de seguir con ese amor, respeto,
For your
para seguir
testimony, Ms.
caminando de la
Esquivel. I
mano.
hate to interrupt you, but your 3
Ya,
minutes has
thank you.
elapsed. Would
Ya,
your
por
translator
favor,
like to
apoye.
provide a statement?
Okay.
Ya para resumirlo, voy a dar lo
Ya,
que está diciendo.
ya. Por favor, apoyen a la HB 7212 basado en las recomendaciones presentadas por el Estado de Connecticut. Gracias por su atención. Mi nombre es Carla Esquivel, nosotras Connecticut, Stanford.
To members of the Judiciary Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly, my name is Carla Esquivel, and I am a resident of Stamford, Connecticut. I am a member of Nosotras, Connecticut, and I am writing to you in support of HB 7212. I have worked doing community work in Stamford voluntarily for 10 years, and I have seen as always the immigrant community is the one that suffers the most in our community with services and resources. Our immigrant community is the heart of our city. We represent 50% of the Hispanic community. We do the hardest and heaviest work. We pay taxes, and we are an important part of the economy. Many of us are business owners, job companies, and we make our plans for our state of Connecticut to flourish and continue to boost the community. An improved Trust Act will help us get out of the shadow that many of us live in and will give us the opportunity to live in a safe space we live without fear and continue working for a state which is our home. And many in our community work daily and with dignity to give our children a better future and a dignified and safe life, which many of us do not have in our countries. If you give our information, you would practically leave us in the wrong hands, without rights. And I remind you that the United States of America is a great nation in every economic sense, with a decent quality of life for all of us who live here, and with good-hearted and very human citizens. That's why we are here. And that's why we fight to make the country, our state, better. Think about the children and young people who are the future of this nation. My children have a quality of life that my parents and I never had the opportunity to do in our countries. And gender generations will have the opportunity to continue with that love, respect, to continue walking hand in hand. Please support the HB 7212 based on recommendations presented by Connecticut Immigrant Support Network, ACLU, and Yale WIRAC Law Clinic. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Questions, comments from committee members? Questions, comments? Chair? Yes, Representative Sims. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Karina, for coming before us to testify. My question to you is, aren't our communities safer by having fewer undocumented immigrants in our population?
Mi pregunta para ti sería, ¿la comunidad no está un poco más segura teniendo estas personas peligrosas indocumentadas retiradas?
No entiendo muy bien la pregunta, disculpa, ¿podría volverla a repetir?
I'm sorry, I don't really understand the question. Can you ask it again?
Aren't our communities safer by having fewer undocumented immigrants in our population?
Que si la comunidad no está más segura teniendo menos personas indocumentadas en la comunidad.
No lo creo, porque muchos de nosotros no somos personas peligrosas, somos personas trabajadoras, personas que estamos haciendo el trabajo que otras personas no quieren hacer y aportamos a la economía y a engrandecer Connecticut. No creo eso.
I don't believe in that. I don't think so. We are not dangerous. All we want to do is boost the economy and help each other in any chance we get. So I do not think that undocumented people are dangerous.
Thank you for that comment. And one second question. Could you comment on the resiliency of children and how they will be better off in the long run by making sure that we have undocumented immigrants here in the state of Connecticut?
Muchas gracias. Una segunda pregunta. ¿Puedes comentar sobre la resiliencia de los niños basándonos en no tener personas indocumentadas en la comunidad?
¿Podría volverme a explicar, disculpe?
Que si puedes comentar sobre la resiliencia que tienen los niños basados en esto que está sucediendo ahora con las personas indocumentadas.
Pienso que los niños son los que más están sufriendo esto que está pasando. No es culpa de ellos, no es culpa de nadie. Es culpa de países que no dan la oportunidad. Y los niños son los que están llevando la peor parte. Están aterrados de escuchar las historias, de pensar que salen y van a la escuela y van a regresar y no van a encontrar a sus padres en los hogares. Y a ningún padre le gustaría ver sufrir a sus hijos.
I believe the kids that are suffering the most, it's not their fault, and they're going through really stressful situations. And all they think about is that they can come home from school and not have their parents there anymore. So I think that is a very stressful situation for the kids.
Okay, thank you for your response, and thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have to ask.
Thank you, Representative Sins. Further questions, comments from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony tonight, ma'am.
Muchísimas gracias por tu testimonio el día de hoy.
Next, we have Christina Barman. Christina Barman.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Judiciary Committee and Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Christina Barman. I live in Hartford. I am a member of CSU AUP and part of the Connecticut for All Coalition. I support HB 7212, but I do support it with the proposed amendments offered by the Trust Act Now Coalition. This bill is an important step in improving the Trust Act, stopping state law enforcement from sharing our federal data with immigration, for performing federal immigration, stopping our law enforcement from having to perform federal immigration functions, and allowing federal immigration officers to act as interpreters. We need to protect the civil rights of the people in Connecticut, including those in the criminal justice system. I do, however, think this bill should be stronger. We need to protect Connecticut residents against federal overreach. I support all of the proposed amendments submitted by the Connecticut Immigrant Support Network, ACLU, and the Yale WRAC Law Clinic. I'm appalled at what's happening in regard to immigration on the federal level, and believe we have a responsibility to protect all the Connecticut residents from any infringements on their civil rights and any potential human rights violation. I'm heartbroken at the level of fear that friends, students, and community members are living with every day because of this. I don't know about your families, but in my family, my kids' friends become part of our family. And the fear and terror some of my kids' friends are living with on a daily basis is unconscionable. Their parents were recruited to live and work here by employers, just like my great-great-grandparents were over a century ago. We should not be able to use people for their labor and then dispose of them, washing our hands of all responsibility for their well-being. So I urge you to support HB 7212 based on the amendments offered by the Trust Act Now Coalition. Strengthening the Trust Act is a way for our state and you as our elected leaders to show all of us that people will be safe and protected here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, Professor Berman. Any questions, comments from committee members?
No, thank you.
Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Maximilian Canepa. Maximilian? Oh, yep. I apologize if I mispronounced your last name.
Oh, no, it was a good effort.
Floor is yours.
No worries. I know you guys have been here for a while, so I'll try and make it short and sweet. Good evening, distinguished state representatives and distinguished members and leaders of the committee. I would firstly like to thank you all for this opportunity to not only share my testimony, but my story as well. For those who don't know, my name is Maximilian Canepa, and I'm a proud community leader and resident of Stanford. My main goal and outcome I would like from my testimony today is to uplift the voices of numerous children and youth who have endured such a harsh reality in the past and are now reliving it again. I would like to share a personal experience of mine that I believe has led me to this point today. In middle school, I had a friend who told me, "Thank you so much, Max, for everything. You've been a good classmate and friend to me, and I'm glad I met you. I might not come back to school next week because we might have to go back with my family to our country." At first, I didn't understand exactly what that meant, nor did I understand why some children had to deal with such situations like that at all. It wasn't until afterward that I understood what had happened. I believe that if the system were to be fair to our fellow working community members and migrants, our children would not have to endure such trauma and witness the painful separation from their families. In other instances, they would have had to been forced to adapt to their parents' home country, which is a foreign country to not only them but many others, thereby missing out on the opportunity for a better life, often due to the need to flee violence and instability in their countries of origin. Each of these separations have had deep repercussions on the mental health of these kids and young students within our communities. It is perplexing and disheartening that our state, which is among the wealthiest in the country, does not have more safeguards for our migrant population. These laborers are working tirelessly to try and earn a livelihood for their families, and I would like to mention are also paying taxes and contributing to our country's economy without receiving any benefit in return for their work. I respectfully request all of you to consider the human aspect of this matter and ensure we make the Trust Act stronger for the benefit of our strong migrant community. Thank you, fellow leaders, for your time and consideration of this request.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none, thanks for joining us and thanks for sticking it out.
Thank you.
I won't call it a late hour yet, but
no.
Next, we have Karina Bandhauer.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Karina Bandhauer. I am a resident of Southbury, Connecticut, and I'm a mom of 3 school-aged children. I'm also a professor of sociology at Western Connecticut State University, where I've been for 24 years. I am happy to tell you that I established undocumented student services on our campus, and I am also a very proud recent board member of Connecticut Students for a Dream. I came here having been raised on the U.S.-Mexico border because they hired me because I specialize in immigrant reception to the United States, focusing on policy, reception, and also on anti-immigrant sentiment. Because of all this, I'm strongly in favor of HB 7212, expanding the Trust Act. I consider myself incredibly lucky to have been hired to teach in one of the safest, most diverse, and welcoming cities in America, that is Danbury, Connecticut. If you consider that in the fall of 2024 census of Danbury Public Schools, there were children enrolled whose families hailed from a whopping 63 countries. I think you can truly appreciate just how important this security is to the stability of our social fabric in Danbury and in the broader state. My idea of a safe and secure Connecticut is one where mothers, regardless of their country of origin, can trust schools, can trust the DMV, can trust hospitals and all other state municipal offices. However, presently, in the shockingly anti-immigrant wave that has taken over our federal government, we must purposefully align our state laws to protect the people of this state. As a sociologist and a researcher, I can tell you that those participating in the anti-immigrant fear-mongering presume that immigrants are dangerous criminals, freeloaders, etc. But these are false stereotypes. Unfortunately, I have heard some of this fear-mongering here today. In fact, the truth about immigrants is that immigrants commit fewer crimes than US-born citizens. Immigrants pay federal and state taxes. About 75% of immigrants are legally here. Only less than 25% are undocumented or have fallen out of status. Research shows that being harsh on immigrants is 98% ineffective. That means of the billions of dollars we spend on the border trying to keep people out of the country, all we're doing is gaslighting the American public because it doesn't work. People are desperate to feed their babies. I have more to say. I'm out of time. But I would just encourage you to expand this. It will help the state, it will help my campus, and it'll help all of our communities. It's also just the humane, right thing to do.
Thank you, Dr. Banhauer. Questions, comments from committee members? I have Representative Sims and then Representative Callahan.
How do you think the current anti-immigrant narrative is impacting children's and families, immigrant families' medical and mental health?
I can tell you from firsthand experience that it is very troubling. I know American citizens who are afraid because they are in mixed status families. They are fearful that their parents or spouses or whoever it might be, they are fearful that they're going to be disappeared from the current administration. I have never had to live like that personally, thank God. And I think it's atrocious that we are putting the fear of losing our loved ones into people. I just find that completely inhumane and unacceptable. I can also tell you from a firsthand experience that maybe a week or two after the current president was inaugurated, there were ICE on Main Street down the street from my office at WestCon. And that presence, which was not unlike what the lawyer earlier testified about, sent a shockwave through the entire city of Danbury, to the point that I had to get in my car in Southbury, drive down to Danbury, and look around to see. And I did. I saw unmarked cars that were clearly, I don't know who they were technically, but the area was being, held hostage to this. And that is just so unacceptable. There are ramifications to this. And then to listen to the testimony today and find out that so many times those who being accosted by people in ski masks did little more than overstay a visa. We have to figure out a way as a state to maintain the calm in our communities, because we don't have enough population in this state to keep the state going. We need people in this state. As a university professor, I can tell you, the students all leave Connecticut. We need to keep people here, not scare them away. I'll hold up.
Thank you for that response. And I have just one follow-up on that. And what do you think, as legislators, that we can do better to protect immigrant families and children?
I think that passing the legislation before you today with the recommended amendments are very important. The legislation today is important, but we need to give it more teeth. We need to make sure that entities, state and municipal entities, are held responsible. We need people to watch and make sure. We need things like a hotline. All of the things that my colleagues have listed for you all, we really need to be super careful about this, because it is there. We are already being shaken as a nation. There are things that you, in your positions of power, can do to stabilize the state of Connecticut, to make sure that we remain a safe, secure place and also a lawful place. We want people to show up for court. We want women to call the police if they are being abused. We want people to call Department of Children's Services if children are being abused.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Further questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, appreciate you being with us. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple questions. I'm from the area and I'm a WCSU grad. You said a couple things I just wanted to question. You said we're wasting money at the border. What do you mean by that?
I mean that if 98% of people who want to cross the border ultimately cross the border, then I don't know what's going on. But I think that speaking to people who specialize in immigration, rather than coming out with harsh policies that do little more than raise the death toll at the border, is strongly advisable.
Okay, and then you did make a couple comments about an anti-immigrant sentiment. I don't see it. It's people who are here legally, are part of the community. My relatives came over legally, and it's a matter of, my issue here is the Trust Act, and under 7211 we're proposing some changes. So if you've committed an A, B, or C felony, that law enforcement can communicate with federal officials at ICE just the same way that they communicate with the FBI, Secret Service, or other agencies, and you're against that.
I am here to testify in favor of 7212. I believe that if people commit and are, if it is decided that they have committed a Class A or B felony, that their information, as I understand it, would be shared with ICE.
Well, in the proposal is to add C and add it for an arrest for A, B, and C felony, and be able to communicate with the federal agencies, and that's.
I have not reviewed the legislation, and quite frankly, I'm not totally sure what all is involved with a Class C.
Okay.
So without that knowledge, I wouldn't be fair to answer.
Okay, and again, there's no anti-immigrant sentiment, but there is an issue with people who have come here illegally and commit additional crimes, and that's the issue I personally have. So thank you.
Further questions or comments from the committee? If not, thanks for being with us, ma'am. Next up will be Damon Seretta. Is Damon Seretta with us? Okay.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for what you do for our state and country. My name is Damon Seretta. I am speaking today as a proud resident of Brookfield, Connecticut. There's not much I can say in support of HB 7212 that hasn't already been said. So I just wanted to share with you that throughout my life, I have worked in various industries such as cleaning, retail, and the food service industry. In each of these fields, I've had the privilege of working alongside hardworking, dedicated individuals, many of whom are immigrants. They have taught me invaluable life lessons, introduced me to new cultures and traditions, and reminded me that America's strength lies in the diversity of its people. I'll never forget the single father I worked with who tirelessly balanced 2 jobs to give his children a better future. People like him embody the very spirit of perseverance and resilience that has always defined our nation. That's all I'd like to share with you today. I appreciate your time. God bless you. God bless us all.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions, comments from committee members? Seeing none, thanks for being with us tonight. Next, we have Ken Barella.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yep, floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you. Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, members of the Judiciary Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Ken Barella. I'm a resident of Hartford, Connecticut, and I am the CEO of the Hispanic Health Council. I am testifying in support of House Bill 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act. This bill represents an important step in protecting Connecticut's immigrant communities, but it does not fully address the challenges our community members are facing. This is why I support House Bill 7212 with the proposed amendments offered by the Trust Act. House Bill 7212 is a good start, and I support keeping Connecticut officials and resources out of immigration enforcement, limiting unnecessary data collection and data sharing, and protecting the civil rights of all people in Connecticut. House Bill 7212 is a vital tool that will protect Connecticut against federal overreach, and I believe you have the power to make this bill stronger with the Trust Act Coalition's proposed amendments that I included in my written testimony. The Hispanic Health Council is the largest Hispanic serving organization and service provider in the state of Connecticut. Our mission is to promote equity and address health disparities for research Hispanics, Latinos, and other vulnerable communities. We do this through comprehensive research, which is done in partnership with Yale University, UConn, and other significant organizations, through advocacy and through culturally resonant services. We have a wide range of clientele through our services, but a large portion of them are indeed undocumented. Regardless of immigration status, we provide services to all of them. Since the new federal administration, though, we have seen a decrease in community members utilizing our services due to fear. Our clients are scared that they will encounter ICE or be detained. For example, we provide after-school services at the Maria Sanchez School in Hartford. Since the new federal administration, there's been less children at the program because parents are not sending their children to school. They are in fear that their children will be detained. Whether it's a valid fear or not, that is really irrelevant. Fear is fear, perception is perception. It is unfair that children's education is being affected because of the fear of deportation. Children deserve an education regardless of immigration status. At the Hispanic Health Council, we believe everyone deserves the right to receive quality services to address health disparities regardless of immigration status. And we cannot provide these services if the community is too scared to leave their home due to fear of ICE. With that, strengthening the Trust Act is the strongest thing Connecticut can do to protect the immigrant residents. By including the proposed amendment in House Bill 7212, the Hispanic Health Council can continue to provide our services, promote equity to all, and help Connecticut residents reach their highest level of health. I urge you to support House Bill 7212 based on the recommendations submitted by
your 3 minutes have elapsed.
I was right at the end. So that worked out perfect.
Okay, you're right at the end. Okay, yeah, you can summarize.
That's it. I just urge you to support this bill, and I appreciate your time. Thanks.
Appreciate your testimony. Questions, comments from committee members? Seeing none, thanks for being with us tonight.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Beatrice Moncada. Beatrice Moncada? No, she's on? Okay. Beatrice Moncada, one last time. Okay, next we have Sherry Golia.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Winfield and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Sherry Golia, and I'm here to testify in favor of Bill SB 1367. I am the Chief Human Resources Officer at SCAD, which is the Southeast Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence. Many of you, all of you have heard from many of my peers and colleagues today, and I'm here to support what not only they said, but also just add a little bit more. SCAD is a not-for-profit treatment center, and I have the privilege of working for this amazing facility. We do provide a continuum of care of so many services for substance use disorder, regardless of financial means, and we've been doing this for over 58 years. Today, many of you have heard an experience that we all had this past summer. One of the programs of SCAD is called Lebanon Pines, and Lebanon Pines is a very big campus. It is about 58 acres, and it's set in a beautiful rural setting. The program is voluntary for treatment and those who choose to utilize our program for treatment. What happened last summer is we had the experience of a bondsman and several agents, as you all heard earlier, come to our campus. Despite us asking them to leave, despite us engaging to have them leave the campus, calling our local state police, they refused. We had no legal recourse or protection. And many of the staff that were there and the clients, we have at any given time, 100 plus clients that are there. Certainly the feeling was confusion, fear, uncertainty. And you know, anyone who's entering a treatment program deserves to receive treatment with dignity and respect. Our staff deserve to come to work and to feel safe, and they also deserve to work in a safe environment. We at SCAD really must count on your help to ensure that treatment programs like ours are protected by the law. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify on this important bill.
Thank you for your testimony tonight, Sherry. Questions, comments from committee members? Seeing none, thanks for joining us and thanks for your testimony.
Thank you. Monica Nugent. Good afternoon.
Oh, we're still afternoon, so we're doing well. Good afternoon. My name is Monica Nugent. I'm the Public Policy Associate at the Connecticut Community Nonprofit Alliance, better known as the Alliance. The Alliance is the statewide association of community nonprofits. Community nonprofits provide essential services to over 500,000 individuals and families in Connecticut every year, improving the quality of life in communities across the state. The Alliance is here to testify in support of Senate Bill 1367. This bill would prevent bail bondsmen or fugitive recovery agents from coming onto the grounds of healthcare facilities like the residential substance use disorder treatment facilities that our members represent to apprehend a principal on bond. When someone with a pending criminal case decides to enter substance use treatment, usually they and their attorney work with the prosecutor, the judge, and the provider to ensure that they can complete their treatment and successfully while their case is adjudicated. But sometimes mistakes happen and a bond is called. Over the last year, in at least 3 instances of our members, fugitive recovery agents have entered the property of a residential treatment facility to apprehend individuals. 2 of these instances resulted in violence in which other patients and staff were injured and arrested or have even gone to the hospital. Federal healthcare privacy laws prevent providers from disclosing the identity of the patients in their programs or to allow bondsmen to access their facilities unless a warrant is signed by a judge. You've heard several times today that in the instance that most of the testimony has been on, there was no warrant signed by the judge. Agents have staked out the location and tried to arrest the individual on the grounds of the program when they step outside. These agents are often armed and wear tactical gear but are not police officers. When one comes to the facility looking for an individual, this puts both staff and patients in a dangerous situation, impacting the work being done at the facility. Pulling individuals away from treatment and a violent apprehension has had negative effects on the clients that are being served at these facilities. While we appreciate the public safety interest that these agents serve, Surely the same interests could be served by courts, police, prosecutors, and defense attorneys working together to ensure individuals meet their legal obligations without the need for fugitive recovery agents to be involved. Clients being served at a treatment facility as well as other healthcare facilities deserve treatment with dignity and safety. We appreciate the opportunity to testify on this important bill and urge you to pass Senate Bill 1367.
Thank you. Comment or question for members of the committee? Comment or question for members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Ken Aspire.
Good afternoon, chairs and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Ken Spire. I'm an attorney in New Britain, Connecticut. I've submitted written testimony in support of HB 7212 and in opposition to 7211. I know you've been here for nearly 7 hours already and you have more hours to go, so I will only highlight a few quick points. Regarding 7212, the amendments that are presently in the bill will help to carry out the purposes of the Trust Act, allowing the entire community of Connecticut to trust its police officers and judicial system, which is the main purpose of the bill. I've elaborated a little bit more on that on my written testimony. I would also urge you to further strengthen this bill, and I think it's particularly important to include a private cause of action. As it stands now, most state and local officials are complying with the law as they should, but a few are not and are undermining the value of this law. Adding an enforcement mechanism would be very important to make this more effective and carry out the original purposes of the Trust Act and allow the entire community to function as a community. I'm particularly concerned about House Bill 7211. And the main section that I'd like to address of that says that if an individual has been charged with a crime, Connecticut crime, but not convicted of any crime, and if they've been released on bail lawfully through the Connecticut judicial system, they would be subject to arrest by state or local officials carrying out what is called a civil detainer warrant. Despite its name, these warrants operate very criminally in reality. People are seized without any notice. Often they are not in violation of any federal law, immigration or otherwise. They may be subject to a future revocation of their status, but that hasn't even been initiated before they're arrested. And having the state arrest people on this basis makes a cruel hoax of the bail system and undermines the purposes of the bail system. Some people will be afraid to post bail or unwilling to post bail, increasing our costs of pretrial incarceration. The whole system will run less well. Defendants will not be as able to communicate with their defense counsel, whether public defenders or private attorneys. And in those instances where the person has fully complied with the bail system is entitled to a refund, our system may not be able to find them to send them a refund. And either they will not get it, or we will spend valuable resources trying to track them down and send it to them. And there's no need for any of this.
Thank
Yes.
you very much. Your time has elapsed. I don't know if you heard the bell, but it did ding. So
I didn't, but thank you. I actually finished.
Okay. I'm going to see if there are questions or comments from members of the committee. Other questions or comments? If not, thank you very much for joining us. I appreciate you spending your day with us.
Yay, thank you.
Peter Bosek.
Thank you very much. Am I coming through audibly?
You are. We can't see you, though.
That is because I am connected via a Bluetooth headphone because unfortunately I've had to call in while driving.
No.
Well, thank you very much, Senator Winfield, Representative Safstrom, and members of the Judiciary Committee. I prepared a statement that largely coincides with the testimony that I submitted in favor of House Bill 7212, along with the amendments suggested or put forth by the Trust Act Now coalition. In the absence of having those pre-written words before me, I will simply echo what many far more knowledgeable people have said far better than I could hope to. This is a matter of basic justice and dignity for the residents of Connecticut, for our immigrant neighbors, and an opportunity in a vital moment in the nation's history to stand up against federal overreach before we see how bad it can get if we concede to that degree of predatory, unconstitutional, and unjustified overreach in terms of federal or out-of-state forces coming in and intervening potentially extrajudicially in the rights and affairs of Connecticut residents. And I will point out that in ICE detention activities and deportations, including the storied flight that went out yesterday, there was actually a U.S. citizen on that. So regarding the discourse around this only impacting illegal immigrants, well, I think that in and of itself is worth passing House Bill 7212, including the proposed amendments. I think that we also have to acknowledge that this degree of federal overreach and repression extends to impact all of us. So this is a moment where we have an opportunity to take a stand, and I implore you to do so. Thank you very much for your time, and I give back any remaining time on my end.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment, question from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us, Representative Stafford.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, as we've now reached the 5 o'clock hour, 7 hours into our public hearing, I note that there are dwindling numbers of folks here in the room with us. I want to commend and thank those folks who have taken the time to come up to Hartford, to be here in person, to testify in person, and spend the day with us. So what I'd like to do is exercise a little bit of chair prerogative here. And for those folks who are in the room who have signed up to testify and have not yet had a chance to testify, we are going to move you up on the list. So what I'd like you to do is we're going to keep going with the list as we have it for now. But if you could kind of quietly, one by one, make your way over to the administrator's desk, over to my left, and give the administrator your name if you've not had a chance to testify yet. And what we'll do is we're going to take folks in the order in which they signed up still, but we'll do the people in the room first so that you can leave if you'd like to, and then we'll continue with the remote folks after those who are in the room get to testify. But while we're waiting for the administrator to take names, we can move on, Mr. Chairman. And again, for those folks who are testifying remotely and are listening, the committee members do need to stay here until we're done. We do appreciate brevity. Again, if you've submitted written testimony, feel free to stand on your written testimony and just highlight the anything that may have not been discussed already in the beginning part of our hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Staffstrom. All right, let's see. We are at Linda Bronstein. Linda Bronstein. Okay. Camilla Bortoletto. Welcome back. You may testify when you're ready. You have to turn the mic on. It's off right now.
There we go. Hello. Dear Senator Winfield, Representative Stafford, and members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Camilla Bortoletto, and I am a resident of Brookfield, Connecticut. I am part of the Trust Act Now Coalition, and I'm here to speak in support of HB 7211, an act concerning the Trust Act. As others have, I urge the committee to support the additional proposed amendments to strengthen the Trust Act offered by the Trust Act Coalition and composed of the Connecticut Immigrant Support Network, ACLU, and the Yale Rai Clinic, and other organizations. I am here because I am an immigrant, I am undocumented, and I have been here in Connecticut for 27 years. And there's been a lot of talk today about fear and whether or not our immigrant communities deserve or should be in fear. Personally, I don't believe our immigrant communities should live in fear, but unfortunately, our immigrant community is living in that fear. Speaker after speaker today has mentioned examples of that. I have also lived in fear. I remember when I was a teenager, undocumented, shortly after coming here, when my mom was driving, she would be scared when a cop would drive behind her and will often turn or pull into a parking lot. And today, many years later, I see young people sharing similar stories. The committee has the power and the opportunity to help our immigrant communities and lessen that fear. I want to remind everyone that the Trust Act is called the Trust Act because the goal of it is to increase trust between the immigrant community and law enforcement in our state. We want our immigrant communities to trust our state, and I know we share that goal. Our immigrant community needs to trust that they won't get deported for living their lives, for going to court, and for following due process. So I support HB 7212. It's a good start to strengthen the Trust Act. I'll be brief, but I especially want to highlight my support for the provision that limits collection and sharing of immigration status information by public agencies. This will ensure that we are fostering that trust between immigrant communities and the state. HB 7212 is a vital tool to protect our immigrant community, and I believe that the committee here has the power and responsibility to make this bill stronger over the coalition's proposed amendments, which others have spoken about. I'm going to quickly highlight two. One is the need to create an enforceability mechanism for the Trust Act to prevent Trust Act violations. As others have mentioned, there have been cases of law enforcement agencies who have violated the existing Trust Act in Connecticut, and we need to codify a legal mechanism to ensure that it is followed. An example of that could be an oversight body to oversee the data and any violations. My second provision would be to strengthen, or not to strengthen, to keep ICE out of courthouses, trying to go very fast, prohibiting ICE arrests at courthouses, including people traveling to and leaving the courthouse. All immigrant communities should have the right to go through the legal process and have that due process without fear of deportation. Several times a week in the last month or two, I get calls and texts about how ICE is at the courthouse going after people and how scared people are of going into courthouses. So in closing, 7212 would work to foster trust between the community and law enforcement and more state agencies. I ask the committee to support 7212 and make it stronger with the amendments proposed.
Thank you. Question, comment from members of the committee? Question, comment from members of the committee? If not, thank you for joining us again. Thank you for the work you've been doing. Next, we have Abigail Williamson. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Winfield and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present today. So my name is Abigail Fisher Williamson. I'm an associate professor at Trinity College in political science and public policy and law. I'm speaking today in support of the Trust Act Now coalition in partnership with the Greater Hartford Interfaith Action Alliance. I've published a book and multiple articles on how local responses to immigrants, including policies similar to Connecticut's Trust Act, shape incorporation processes for immigrants and for society at large. Given the increasing federal focus on carrying out mass deportations, the expansion of Connecticut's Trust Act is essential to protect the well-being and prosperity of all Connecticut residents. I urge the committee to support 7212 with the proposed amendments offered by the Trust Act Now coalition. So in my written testimony, which I submitted earlier today, I draw on the dominant findings from roughly 175 rigorous peer-reviewed studies to substantiate 3 key points. So first, policies like the Trust Act, which allow state and local officials to focus on their main job, which is serving communities rather than participating in federal immigration enforcement, support public health, safety, and prosperity, not only for immigrants, but for all residents. Second, these policies are absolutely not associated with increased crime. Third, despite threats from the Trump administration to target jurisdictions that don't cooperate with federal immigration enforcement during his first administration, these jurisdictions, including Connecticut, collectively stood firm, and retaliation was largely unsuccessful.
HB 7212 expands the Trust Act to prevent schools and social service agencies from unnecessarily sharing information with federal immigration authorities so that immigrants and their families can have the confidence necessary to access healthcare, education, and legal protections. Due to time constraints, I will focus my comments on public safety. So here are the proposed amendments to HB 7012 that are proposed by the Trust Act Now Coalition are particularly important. Expanding the Trust Act to prohibit ICE arrests at courthouses enables immigrants to serve as witnesses, receive protective orders, and participate in fighting crime. Where local police avoid cooperation with federal immigration enforcement, Latino residents are more likely to report when they are victims of a crime. In contrast, where local police do cooperate with federal enforcement, immigrants say they trust local law enforcement less and therefore are more likely to be victimized without seeking legal recourse. These consequences not only impact immigrants, but also members of mixed status families, including US citizens. Moreover, when immigrants fear reporting crimes, violence goes unaddressed and we're all less safe.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from member of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us, providing your testimony. Nancy Burton. Welcome.
Senator Winfield and members of the committee, my name is Nancy Burton. I am the president of the Congregation of the Unitarian Universalist Church in Meriden. I am testifying in support of HB 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act. In 2017, during the first Trump administration, our congregation welcomed an immigrant facing deportation and his wife into sanctuary. Only the husband was under deportation orders, but his wife might have faced the same situation soon. This couple had lived in the United States for over 30 years. The gentleman who was facing deportation had overstayed a student visa, but he had registered with the immigration authorities in return for regular appointments through the years. He was allowed to stay and was a contributing member of our society, although he hadn't been able to attain permanent residency status. The couple had hired a lawyer who took their hard-earned money, but never did accomplish much in their attempt to become fully legal residents. Unfortunately, a common story. Suddenly, during the Trump administration, things changed, and he was faced with deportation. At this point, he was 70 years old, had not lived in his country of origin for over 30 years, and had no living relatives there. So he remained in sanctuary in our church for almost 2 years. Through the intervention of many, he was able to get different legal representation and was granted a stay, and eventually he and his wife were both granted green cards. And every other person that I know of who went into sanctuary and places of worship were eventually given stays and then green cards. So why bring this up now? It is to show that we have a very broken immigration system, and that so many people who are being targeted for deportation actually have avenues they are pursuing through the legal system to gain permanent residency. It shows what people are going through with a broken system where the rules keep changing. It shows that so many of these people are contributing members of our society who are attempting to follow legal pathways to permanent residency. But now the rug is being pulled out from under them, often in illegal ways, by a broken, racist system. Proven facts are that immigrants are, in fact, more law-abiding than native-born citizens. They have a much lower percentage of arrests and breaking the law. They are valuable members of our society. Many are facing violence and death or abject poverty in their country of birth. And it's possible some policies of this country have contributed to that situation in their countries of origin. Connecticut is a great state. With what is going on at the federal level, it is more important than ever that we protect all residents of the state and allow them time and support to obtain legal status. We must all do all we can to push for repair of our very broken immigration system.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Comment or question for members of the committee? Comment or question? If not, thank you for sticking around today and providing us with your testimony. Vera Racine.
Hi. Thank you for hearing our testimony today in support of House Bill 7212. My name is Vera Racine, and I'm a resident of Berlin, Connecticut. I have worked in the field of data privacy for nearly 20 years, and I'm here to support amendments to the Trust Act that strengthen privacy protections for your Connecticut constituents. Protecting Connecticut residents from federal overreach on matters of immigration, preventing local law enforcement resources from being used to carry out federal administration objectives, and protecting the data of Connecticut residents is a matter of protecting states' rights as well as the rights of our residents. In his book on tyranny, Timothy Snyder notes that we are free only insofar as we exercise control over what people know about us and in what circumstances they come to know it. We must protect the sensitive information of our residents, and we must protect our state's local law enforcement agencies so they can carry out their own missions with the trust of those whom they serve. Infringement on the constitutional rights of any individual, even those who have committed crimes, is a threat to the constitutional rights of all individuals. That is a cornerstone of our justice system and the very rights that protect us all. There has been an extremely alarming escalation of federal immigration enforcement actions from undocumented immigrants who have been convicted of crimes, to undocumented immigrants accused of crimes, to immigrants with legal status who have been engaging in protected speech. It is not too far a step from the rest of us, including myself, a dual citizen born in a foreign country. We must stand firm in protecting the data of our state's residents and the integrity of our state's law enforcement agencies from federal actions that threaten our own civil liberties. There has been much focus on data privacy in the commercial space, but it is time now to turn our focus also to protecting data from government agencies that seek to take actions in violations of the Constitution, in violation of federal court orders, and in conflict with the values of this state. Amendments to the Trust Act in HB 7212 still allow for the sharing of data when it is supported by a judicial warrant or subpoena, but shield our state agencies and law enforcement officers from bullying by federal agencies that seek information in order to carry out their own agendas. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question for members of the committee? Comment or question for members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us. Jennifer Cortez.
Hi, everyone. Dear Senator Winfield, Representative Stapstorn, and members of the Judiciary Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly, my name is Emy Cortez, and I am the New Haven organizer with Connecticut Students for a Dream, a youth-led organization fighting for the rights of immigrant youth and their families. I am also an immigrant myself that knows firsthand how terrible it is to live in constant fear of having your family be torn apart by deportation. I am I'm testifying in support of HB number 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act. This bill represents an important step in protecting Connecticut immigrant communities, but it does not fully address the breadth of challenges our immigrant community members are facing. This is why I support HB 7212 with the proposed amendments offered by the Trust Act Now Coalition. As a New Haven organizer, I work with immigrant youth 14 to 25. My job as the organizer is to help develop their leadership skills, to organize for better conditions for the immigrant community in Connecticut, including the Trust Act Now campaign. The growing threats from the federal government has caused fear, anxiety, depression, and great uncertainty to my members and overall the immigrant community. I meet with them like on a bi-weekly basis or the first three Thursdays of the month, and so I hear it constantly. And it is apparent that with the anti-immigrant rhetoric and actions that has been said by the federal government, that immigrants have a reason to feel unsafe. This is why Connecticut must take action to help emphasize again that in Connecticut, we are not going to allow the dignity of immigrants to be stripped away and not allow the federal government to overreach. This bill represents for my members being able to live with less fear of being separated from their families in the community they have built here in Connecticut. It helps them trust that Connecticut is not going to hand in their information to ICE, and that they can safely, when they need to, go to the police, go into public school, public university, or Connecticut State Community College. They can go to City Hall to complain about an abusive landlord. They can get a driver's license, and this would help Connecticut be safe for everyone. And I also would like, as many has talked about here, to support that enforceability provisions, oversight committee, and nights out of courthouses to make the Trust Act stronger. I urge you to support HB number 7212 based on the recommendations submitted by the Connecticut Immigrant Support Network, ACLU and Yale and Warwick Law Clinic. Strengthening the Trust Act is a way of our state and elected officials to show me and my immigrant community that you love us and that Connecticut loves back, just as we love our state, the place we all call home. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no one over there. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? All right. Thank you very much. Lauren Garrett.
Hello, good afternoon, dear Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Lauren Garrett, and I'm the mayor of Hamden. I'm testifying today in support of HB 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act. And I just want to mention that I'm really proud of all the students who have come to testify for the Education Committee, Judiciary Committee. You have a lot of students in the building, and I know how impactful their testimony is. I see that myself in Hamden, and I trust you all do the right thing. But this bill, the Trust Act, represents an important step in protecting Connecticut's immigrant communities, but it does not fully address the breadth of challenges our immigrant community members are facing. And so I support HB 7212 with the proposed amendments offered by the Trust Act Now Coalition. As mayor, I believe that bolstering the Trust Act is a crucial step towards ensuring fairness, public safety, and community trust in our legal and law enforcement systems. The Trust Act is necessary to safeguard against unjust detentions and deportations based on racial profiling and fear, ensuring that local law enforcement agencies are not compelled to act as federal immigration enforcement officers. Strengthening this law will further protect immigrant communities from unnecessary separations, bolster community police relations, and ensure due process for all individuals regardless of immigration status. I know in Hamden that a lot of immigrants are scared, and places where they've felt safe in the past, schools, churches, hospitals, there's no safety anymore, and it's really scary for people when people who are documented, people who have green cards, are also being deported. So it's just a racist policy from the Trump administration, and so the Trust Act needs to protect people in Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? If not, thank you very much for joining us, Mayor Garrett.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Ciro Gutierrez.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the Committee on Judiciary for hearing my testimony today. My name is Ciro Gutierrez, and for the last 15 years, I've been working as cleaner at the University of Connecticut Hartford campus location. The sacrifice immigrants made for their family, especially our children, are immense. From personal experience, I can tell you what it's like to be an immigrant in this country. Here, you work as hard as possible, can to maintain your family and ensure they have what they need to live, knowing the limited protection the immigrants community have overall. I've been fortunate in that being active member of 32BJ, I feel more protected as an immigrant worker in Connecticut. However, as a state overall, we can and should do more to protect immigrants. We have been saying on the news from the inflammatory language used for our government about immigrants. It is something we've seen before. The idea that immigrants somehow bring illness or violence with them into the new country's idea. with simply no standing. We know how much immigrants contribute economically to the state of Connecticut, and we deserve to feel reassured and protected by the state in return. I was there when we passed the Trust Act the first time around. It was a moment of immense pride and happiness, but more than anything else, it was a moment of hope for everyone in our community. It was a tremendous step forward in ensuring that safety and protection of some of the most vulnerable in community, and knowing the state had our back was a moment too meaningful to describe. During these increasingly difficult times, where immigrants continue to be needlessly blamed and scapegoated, we are calling upon Connecticut legislature to show up for the most vulnerable again. Strengthening the Trust Act is the first step we can take. As we face a new threat in this current administration, a strong attempt to deport immigrants en masse, it is essential that we do everything necessary to ensure that Connecticut stands with immigrants, limited federal cooperation with ICE, and strengthen the Trust Act in the process, including granting individuals the right to sue for violation and this act, establishing a public hotline for reporting violation on the Trust Act that's managed through the Attorney General.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, appreciate you sharing your story with us. Okay, again, I'm going to go a little bit out of order and get some of the folks who are here in the room. So first up, I have Constanza Segovia, and then followed by Rochelle Palashi.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. My name is Constanza Segovia. I'm the organizing director of the Connecticut For All Coalition and Hartford Deportation Defense. I'll send my testimony in writing, of course. So I just want to focus on a few things. Most importantly, the truth is that since 2019, we have learned that we really need a mechanism to be able to address violations. I know you've heard that from other people. This bill, HB 7212, must include language that gives real consequences to those who don't follow state law, put simply. If we expect for those laws debated and approved by this body to have weight in our daily lives, we should not be concerned with an individual's ability to investigate or take action if there is a violation of said law, right? Like, you all do a lot of work to pass these laws, they should matter. Our expectation should be that the law be followed by law enforcement and public agencies, and nobody will need to take such action to try to enforce it because it will just be followed. Except for extraordinary cases of discrimination or intentional ill intent. Not having a private right of action will make this law purely symbolic, and I don't believe we're in a place in this country politically where we should be relying on symbolic gestures or policies. We must ensure that we have the mechanism to really protect our residents against the grave civil rights overreaches that are already happening, as we have heard already in this committee today. Anti-immigrant policies, deportation policies are not just harmful to the individual or the family facing the threat, but they also deepen existing race and class disparities, making life a lot harder for marginalized communities. A lot of the families facing these threats are mixed status families, so where a family has people who are undocumented and people who aren't. So I don't think we're at a point in this country to be able to say that there's a difference. Our community is very diverse, and there's people with immigration status and without, and everybody should be protected by their civil rights that we know we have. These policies hurt our communities as a whole, and we have a role in the state. We know, we have heard today from the committee that this committee does not deal with federal law, and we know that. But there is, in the face of everything that we're looking at from the federal government, there is a role for legislative leadership. And we really hope that this committee will take the action that's necessary. Immigrants make up a significant portion of essential workers in healthcare, agriculture, construction. In our coalition, we represent hundreds of thousands of working class folks in our state, from labor, community, and faith organizations. They work in critical sectors, often in high-risk environments, and these policies many times deter them from seeking medical care or going to the police when they face harassment or domestic violence. Our neighbors are afraid to pick up their kids from school or make a complaint to the Fair Rent Commission.
Thank you, ma'am. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Rochelle Palashi, followed by Catherine Villeda.
Good evening, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Winfield, and the members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Rochelle Palachi, and I'm the Connecticut State Director and Vice President for SEIU 32BJ in Connecticut. 32BJ represents over 185,000 janitors, security officers, and other building service workers up and down the East Coast. Our members are majority immigrants and people of color, and we fight for a world where all immigrant families can live safe and dignified lives. Strengthening the Connecticut Trust Act is key to this goal. Immigrants across the United States currently live with looming anxiety that going to work, taking their children to school, or accessing basic social services could lead to being torn away from their families. This is not acceptable in Connecticut. Our state stood with immigrants in 2013 when we originally passed the Trust Act, and it is critical now when immigrants are under direct attack that we continue to stand with them and close the loopholes in this law that puts them at risk. This bill will strengthen the immigrant community by limiting unnecessary data collection that puts families at risk, keep Connecticut's criminal justice resources out of federal immigration enforcement, and protect the civil rights of all people in Connecticut. The fear tactics of current immigration enforcement are also a workplace issue. Fear of retaliation is the single greatest factor discouraging victims of labor abuses from seeking justice, which depresses standards for all working people. These deterrents are even stronger when immigrant workers fear information sharing between government agencies and ICE. By banning unnecessary data collection and data sharing, this bill creates a stronger foundation on which all workers can exercise their rights. This guards against exploitation and advances higher labor standards and benefits all workers. Finally, as a union that has spent decades enforcing the rights of tens of thousands of low-wage workers across multiple states, 32BJ knows that any policy is only as effective as its enforcement. With that in mind, 32BJ urges the legislature to strengthen this bill by granting individuals the right to sue for violations of the act and establishing a public hotline where violations can be reported, managed by an oversight committee. This will ensure that the protections of the act are upheld and that the public can trust in them. Immigrants are not only vital to our economy here in Connecticut, but also to our communities. There are neighbors, coworkers, family members, business owners, caretakers, and more. There are people with full and rich lives in Connecticut, and we will not allow our public resources to be used to terrorize them. 32BJ stands with all immigrant families in support of these critical improvements to the Trust Act, and we urge the legislature to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? If not, great timing. Thanks for sticking with us.
Thank you.
Catherine Villeda.
Dear Senator Winfield, my state representative Sandstrom, and esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Catherine Villeda, and I'm the Coalition Director for the Husky for Immigrants campaign. Husky for Immigrants is a statewide coalition of over 40 organizations advocating for equitable access to healthcare for all income-eligible residents, regardless of their immigration status. We're guided by a fundamental belief that healthcare is a human right. Husky for Immigrants takes great pride in Connecticut's leadership to provide coverage and driver licenses to certain residents regardless of their immigration status. Over the years, our efforts have led to CT residents acquiring health coverage that they would have otherwise been systematically and unjustly excluded from getting. In light of these achievements and in light of current federal threats against the immigrant community, we urge the committee to protect the progress we have made thus far and to supplement these achievements by voting favorably on HB 7212, which would strengthen data protections for existing programs with sensitive information and protect immigrants and communities of color from being targeted by ICE. We urge the legislature to enhance data privacy protections for existing programs. Ensuring our state agencies are best equipped to protect sensitive information about enrollees is of utmost importance to maintain the integrity of our state services, prevent community members from foregoing the care that they need, and preserve the trust and dignity of immigrant families, and prevent the targeted acquisition of data that can jeopardize immigrants and their families. As a coalition, we recognize that access to quality health care does not only mean access to medicine, hospitals, and vaccines, but it includes safe communities and to live without fear of being separated from your family and communities. I urge the committee to vote favorably on HB 7212 with the additional recommendations put forth by the Trust Act Now campaign to ensure the safety of our communities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Appreciate you being with us this morning. And safe drive back to Bridgeport. Hopefully I'm not too far. Hopefully I'm not too far behind you. Carolina Bortoleto.
Hi, y'all. Let me get on my testimony. Dear members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for having me here today. I haven't testified in person for like years, so I forgot how to do it. But my name is Carolina Bortoleto. I'm a resident of Brookfield, Connecticut. I have lived in Connecticut since 1998. I'm also undocumented, despite living in the state for 26 years. I consider Connecticut my home, and I'm here to ask y'all to recognize that as well and take steps to ensure that all residents are able to feel safe here. This is important to me. I was part of the campaign that first passed the Trust Act in 2018 and updated in 2019. Those bills make me proud to live in Connecticut, and thank you, Senator Winfield, for championing those fights. I'm here in support of HB 7212 and the proposed amendments offered by the Trust Act Coalition. HB 7212 is a good start to strengthening the Trust Act, and I support all its current provisions because when local police are perceived as agents for ICE, any immigrant victims and witnesses will hesitate to cooperate with police, which undermines public safety. I'm here with the Husky for Immigrants Coalition. We're a coalition of 30 organizations who are fighting for access to healthcare. That's why I support the Trust Act and its provisions that limit unnecessary data collection and data sharing of immigration status by law enforcement and public agencies. Connecticut must protect immigrant communities who trusted the state with their personal information. This is critical. There's over 15,000 families who applied for Husky Health Medicaid, tens of thousands more who applied for the driver-only license, including my own parents, and thousands who applied for financial aid for undocumented students. These individuals trusted the state of Connecticut with their personal information, and the state must do right by them and not let this data get into the hands of federal agencies. I'm also here in support of the amendments to HB 7212, which will improve the bill and allow the state of Connecticut to step up and meet the moment that we're in. Connecticut has the power to decide how our resources are utilized, and the federal government should not be able to force us to use our local resources to further their mass deportation agenda, the end result of which will only be pain and suffering for Connecticut's families and increasing distrust in our state agencies. But right now, Connecticut is letting itself be open to federal overreach. Connecticut must exercise our power to decide how our resources are used. And strengthening the Trust Act with the proposed amendments is how Connecticut can use that power. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Seeing none, thanks for being with us. Okay, we'll return back to our call. Again, if there's folks who have signed up who have not testified and are here personally, let the administrator know, but we'll go to Ramon Garcia.
Good evening. Could you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Great. Greetings to the chairs, Senator Winfield and yourself, Staffstrom, co-chairs, ranking members, and other esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Ramon Garcia, born and raised here in Connecticut, and today I am testifying in support of House Bill 7212, and that concerning the Trust Act. This bill, if passed, will strengthen some of the existing protections for people who happen to be undocumented. A person's immigration status is never an excuse to treat people unjustly nor inhumane. I commend those who had a part in passing the initial Trust Act, which serves as a sign of their good morals as well as their humanity. Strengthening these protections with the passing of this bill would only further serve as a testament to their nobility, and that in addition, Connecticut is still a place where righteousness and justice still exist. This makes me proud to be a resident of the state and gives me hope that change for the better in Connecticut is still possible. Although the Trust Act has already been passed into law, due to the current climate, more has to be done to maintain the good that we have here in Connecticut and to continue to progress as a state. In recent months, I've noticed an absence from some of my friends who happen to be undocumented. Amongst them are those whom I worked alongside with, people who truly believe that this country is a true democracy built upon universal principles of goodness, people who do not cause trouble, people who work and pay taxes and only desire the same good that we want for ourselves and our families. Now to see them living in fear and slipping into the shadows is heart-wrenching. This is a decisive time in our country, which will show where our humanity lies. In earnest, with the utmost respect, I ask that you pass House Bill 7212 and lead by example for the rest of the country of what true justice and democracy is. Thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Questions or comments? Seeing none. Next will be Christopher Cabrera.
Dear Senators Winfield, Representative Stanford, and members of the Judiciary Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Christopher Cabrera, and I live in New Haven, Connecticut. I am a member of C4D, Connecticut Students for the Dream, and part of the Trust Act Now Coalition. I'm writing to express my support of HB 7212. While this bill is an important step toward protecting immigrant communities in Connecticut, it does not fully address all the challenges our community face. I am an intern with C4D, and this issue matters deeply to me because we work with immigrant youth across the state. I strongly believe that all people deserve to be treated with fairness and that local institutions should focus on protecting the people who live here, not acting as extensions of federal agencies. Collaboration between local law enforcement and outside entities can have very harmful consequences for our communities, from a loss of trust to disconnection from essential services. I believe that Connecticut needs the strongest Trust Act because our current legislation still leaves gaps that can be exploited for unfair or non-transparent practices. We must establish clear limits on the use of surveillance technology, on detaining individuals without a judicial warrant, and on the unnecessary sharing of personal information. It is also essential that people have clear access to the rights in a language they can understand. A stronger Trust Act will help enhance community safety, build trust in public institutions, and uphold due process. These measures not only protect individuals, but also strengthen social cohesion and promote a more just environment for everyone in our state. Please support HB 7212 based on the recommendation presented by Connecticut Immigrant Support Network, ACLU, and Yale Wyrack Law Clinic. The Judiciary Committee has the opportunity to take proactive steps to ensure that state resources are used to serve our communities, not for practice that harm them. This is an opportunity for Connecticut to continue leading with values of justice, inclusion, and humanity. Thank you for your time and commitment.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Seeing none. Olivia Rinks will be next.
Thank you and good evening to the Judiciary Committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Olivia Rinkus and I am from the town of North Stonington, Connecticut. I'm also an undergraduate at the University of Connecticut studying political and cognitive sciences. I'm testifying today in strong support of HB 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act, and also in opposition to HB 7211, an act concerning civil immigration detainers for persons who are charged with the commission of a Class A, B, or C felony or family violence crime. To first speak on HB 7211, I'm strongly opposed to the collaboration of federal ICE agencies with the municipal and state police departments in Connecticut. Charge is not a trial or a conviction, and I am deeply concerned that the use of charging individuals will be used as a means of unconstitutionally detaining individuals in order to obtain a deportment. We're already seeing deportations of individuals without trials to prisons in countries that are not their country of origin. We're seeing the federal government detain illegal citizens for the use of their First Amendment right to freedom of speech. Connecticut needs to take a stand against these unlawful actions and ensure that law enforcement agencies are not collaborating with ICE, and to protect the constitutional rights of all, including individuals who are immigrants, to a trial and protection from detainment without a conviction. To also speak briefly on HB 7212, I am in strong support of the expansion of legislation in this bill that furthers protections for immigrant individuals from detainment without a warrant. I am also in strong support of preventing public agencies from disclosing private information to federal agencies without a warrant. I believe this bill could go further, as others have mentioned, by adding enforceability provisions to hold public agencies accountable for disclosure of information or detainment without a warrant, as well as ensuring prevention of ICE from making arrests at courthouses. Please pass HB 7212 and do not pass HB 7211 to make sure that Connecticut takes a stand against racist and anti-immigrant rhetoric coming from the federal government. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Seeing none, thanks for joining us as always. Julian Schaefer.
Yeah, hi, thank you. Dear Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and members of the Judiciary Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Julian Schaefer. I'm a resident of Bridgeport, Connecticut. I'm also a teacher in Danbury Public Schools and vice president of the NEA Danbury Teachers Union. I'm writing today in support of HB 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act, but with the proposed amendments offered by the Trust Act Now coalition. So let's not mince words. The President of the United States has written blatantly unconstitutional executive orders, targeting immigrants, both with and without documents, spreading fears of deportation and family separation throughout our communities. As a teacher of undocumented children, I've seen many of my students suffer emotionally, financially, and academically because family members of theirs have been deported. We have seen undocumented students' attendance dip upon news that schools are no longer safe zones from ICE raids. The UCLA Latino Policy and Politics Institute found that fear of immigration raids in a student's neighborhood led to high rates of absenteeism because children feared that their parents would be deported or detained while they attended school. Students of mine have dropped out because they had to work to support their family after a family member of theirs was deported. By strengthening the Trust Act, we can do more to assure students that their families will be safe from arbitrary immigration enforcement, especially in schools, which should continue to be protected spaces. Undocumented students and their families should be able to live their lives free from fear and grow and thrive as members of our communities. This would benefit our entire community. I'd just like to add too, when the order to rescind schools as a safe space from ICE raids came out, This also caused great anxiety amongst the teachers in my building. I teach at Danbury High School. Again, vice president of the teachers union there. Many teachers came to me concerned about what this means for them. So even though it's unlikely that ICE officials are going to be in classrooms, right? Teachers, are worried, right? They're talking about, we're being asked to protect kids in lockdown drills, right? So of course we want to do everything we can to protect the kids in our classes. And this has caused great concern in our communities as well. I think a Strengthen Trust Act will do a lot of good to promote a sense of safety in our communities. By strengthening the Trust Act as recommended by the Connecticut Immigrant Support Network, ACLU, Yale, WIRAC, Clinic, and other community organizations, Connecticut will make everybody in our state safer. When undocumented immigrants feel safe to call the police for incidents they witness, whether it's a car crash, domestic violence, or other unsafe situations, they can call the police because they would feel safer. But without a Strengthened Trust Act, undocumented folks will understandably not trust local and state law enforcement, as any interaction with them could lead to their deportation, or at least even the perception of that, right, could make us less safe. Our state must do all it can to prevent our undocumented neighbors from the unconstitutional overreach of the executive branch and communicate to our undocumented community that they're welcome here and that the state is safe for all people who live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you sticking with us, and hopefully, at least you got to testify after school, right? So.
Exactly, it worked out.
All right. Next up will be Pearl Granat.
Click there.
Yes, hi. Hello, Senator Winfield, Representatives Statistome, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Pearl Granite. I live in Hartford, Connecticut. I support HB 7212 and the amendments of the Trust Act Coalition to strengthen the Trust Act. My parents were immigrants. I never knew their immigrant status, but it would not have made any difference. I was a child when our family was targeted with anti-Semitic slurs and our synagogue was painted with swastikas. My mother raised 3 children through struggle and perseverance. She bought a rundown 3-family house to bring in additional income, which was unfortunately later cited with housing code violations. If the city housing court at that time had turned my family's information over to ICE, would my mother have been deported? Would federal agents come into my school and take me and my sisters away? Would we, children born in America, be separated from our mother who was working in a factory in our town? We were already conscious of living in an environment that was unfriendly to Jewish people, and we were not very trusting of the police and law enforcement. Were we to live with our heads down? That was then. I was a child. Now I'm 75. Today, just like my parents, hardworking immigrant families and their children need protection from having their personal information shared, particularly at a time when immigrant communities are being targeted and made fearful of deportation. Our neighbors, co-workers, and children make contributions that benefit us through hard work, taxes, diverse languages, religions, and cultures. A study by the American Immigration Council compared crime data to demographic data from 1980 to 2022. The data shows that the crime rate declined as immigrant communities' populations grew. This is essential information that shatters unfair stereotypes of our friends and our neighbors. The Judiciary Committee can make a significant contribution by standing together and passing HB 7212, including the Trust Act Now Coalition amendments. Thank you for your deliberations and leadership on this bill.
Thank you, ma'am. Good timing. Thank you for being with us. Next will be Tabitha Sukdo.
Hello, good evening, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and members of the Judiciary Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Tabitha Sugdeo, and I'm a resident of East Haven, Connecticut. I'm a Guyanese immigrant and also the Executive Director of Connecticut Students for a Dream, and I'm here to share my support of House Bill 7212. This issue is important to me, particularly because I have to have conversations every week with my community about their families being ripped apart. I think hourly about my parents and about their precarious situation of being undocumented. I'd like to address the fact that our immigration system is broken. So many people try to regularize their status, but it's often not possible. My personal story is one of resilience, but also one that reflects the injustices embedded in our system. My grandmother, a proud US citizen, worked tirelessly to help us secure our place here in the States. She spent years navigating complicated systems, filing paperwork, and doing everything she could to ensure that our family could get here. But she tragically passed away before the process could be finalized. That left my family in limbo, and that meant that we were without status and then therefore undocumented. My story is not unique. Our community is often punished for the brokenness of the immigration system, and we foresee federal mechanisms in place to move forward increased detention and punishment of immigrants for simply being immigrants. Today, we see sinister developments on the federal level. We see the invoking of the Alien Enemies Act, the same law that created a scourge on our nation after we created concentration camps that rounded up Japanese, German, and Italian immigrants. Fast forward to today, we see the creation of a registry. This should cause us to pause. We see the status of temporary protected status and humanitarian parole being taken away. What does this mean for the thousands of Ukrainians, Afghans, and Haitians who are about to lose their status after they have done everything, quote unquote, the right way? While this is scary for us, Connecticut is our home, and we support it by paying over $400 million in taxes. We want to see Connecticut's success. Our state has an opportunity right now to protect immigrant families, to protect our communities, and to stand up against federal overreach. I support the current Trust Act and HB 2712, and there are gaps that we must address. This includes adding enforceability mechanisms so that the Trust Act has teeth and so that families have redress when their rights are violated. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Seeing none, appreciate you sticking with us.
Thank you.
All right, is Megan Scherer in the room? Okay.
Hi, thank you for letting me come up a little earlier. Senator Winfield, Representative Sastrom, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Megan Scherer, and I'm a resident of Hartford, Connecticut, and I'm a part of the Trust Act Now Coalition. And I'm here in support today of HB 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act. This bill represents an important step in protecting Connecticut immigrant communities, but it does not fully address the breadth of the challenges our immigrant community members are facing. That is why I support HB 7212 with the proposed amendments offered by the Trust Act Now Coalition, composed of the Connecticut Immigrant Support Network, ACLU, and the Yale Wire Clinic, and other community organizations. I have had the honor and privilege with working with the undocumented community for nearly a decade now. The community I work with are people I consider friends and family. They are the kindest, most loving people I know. My community brings me so much joy and love into my life. They are always one to cook me an amazing meal, offer a hug, and always make me smile. I have so many stories to share that demonstrate how loving my community is, but I would be speaking for hours, and I only have 3 minutes to testify. What I will say, though, is that I'm forever grateful that I've been welcomed in by such a beautiful community, and I get to work with them every day. I am so unbelievably sad and angry for what my beautiful community is going through. My feelings, though, are nowhere near as intense as the immigrant community. Since the new federal administration has come in, the people I care so deeply about are terrified. They are afraid to leave their houses, send their children to school, get medical attention, and do everyday tasks like going to the grocery store. I cannot fully describe how they are feeling because I am not living it. I urge you to truly listen to the brave, directly impacted people that came here today to testify and take time to reflect on how difficult it is for them right now. Since the new federal administration, the immigrant community has been under attack and basic human rights have been taken away from them. It is inhumane and unjust. The federal administration will continue to harm the immigrant community, but Connecticut has the power to stand up and protect the beautiful immigrant community here in our state. Strengthening the Trust Act is the strongest thing Connecticut can do to effectively counter federal overreach and determine how state and local resources are utilized. I believe HB 7212 is a good start to strengthening the Trust Act. It is key we keep Connecticut officials and resources out of federal immigration enforcement, limit unnecessary data collection and share, and prohibit the use of federal immigration enforcement officers as interpreters. I believe we can further strengthen it, and I've included amendments in my written testimony that the coalition has created. I urge this committee to support HB 7212 based on the recommendations submitted by the Connecticut Immigration Support Network and others. We must not allow this administration's destructive and regressive agendas to undermine our state's legacy of progress and inclusivity. It is essential for all of us to stand firm in our values as a state and nation that genuinely welcomes immigrants. I want to see the beautiful community that I work with live life unafraid and achieve all the dreams they have. Strengthen the Trust Act is a way for our state and you as our elected officials to show my immigrant neighbors, friends, coworkers that you love them and they are welcome here in Connecticut.
Thank you very much. Questions or comments? Seeing none, thanks for sticking with us. Jenny Cornejo.
Aló, buenas tardes. Estimado senador Winfield, representante Stanford y miembros del Comité Judicial de la Asamblea General de Connecticut. Mi nombre es Jenny Cornejo y soy residente de East Haven, Connecticut. Soy miembro de Unidad Latina en Acción en New Haven, Connecticut. Presento este testimonio en apoyo de la HB 7212. Este proyecto de ley representa un paso muy importante para proteger nuestros derechos, que somos nosotros los migrantes de Connecticut, pero no aborda completamente la amplitud de los desafíos que enfrentan los miembros de nuestra comunidad de inmigrantes. Es por eso que apoyo a la HB 7212 con las enmiendas propuestas por la coalición de Trucks Act Now, compuesta por Connecticut Immigrant Support, el ACLU, la Clínica Shell, WIRAC y otras organizaciones comunitarias. Este proyecto de ley HB 7212 es muy importante para mi familia, para mi comunidad y por supuesto para mí, para que el Departamento de Motores en Connecticut no dé ninguna información a migración, ya que esto ocasionaría un impacto mortal en la vida de cada familia, de cada comunidad. Y también insisto que la policía nunca debe ni deberá dar información por un pequeño error que nuestra comunidad o que nosotros hacemos, por ejemplo, pasarnos un rojo o por cualquier otra situación, porque como lo dije, esto puede a nuestras familias afectar en la vida de ellos. Así como tenemos deberes, también tenemos derechos de no sufrir un robo salarial y que el patrón no nos amenace con llamar a migración, que por reclamar el derecho a una vivienda digna y que el dueño no quiera hacer los arreglos y que nos amenazan con migración. Somos gente honrada, trabajadora, pagamos impuestos y necesitamos tener una comunidad tranquila, sin odio racial ni persecución policial. Ahora nuestras mujeres tienen miedo de quedarse solas con sus hijos, ya que sus esposos lamentablemente fueron deportados. Ellos, víctimas colaterales, sin un récord criminal. Es increíble que mi comunidad sufre y están tan nerviosos que no quieren ir a los centros de repartición de comida, ni a ver por sus hijos pañales, ni dejarlos ir a la escuela a los niños por temor que los vayan a separar. No somos criminales, somos el jardinero, el obrero, la niñera, la cocinera, lavamos tu ropa y lo hacemos con cariño. Gracias. Pagamos impuestos, somos trabajadores esenciales que contribuimos con la economía y el desarrollo de este país.
Gracias. Muchas gracias por tu tiempo. Next up, will be Ari Rosenberg. Ari Rosenberg with us? No? Okay. Then Ben Shooter.
Hello, good evening. My name is Ben Scudder. I'm a proud public school teacher at high school in the community in New Haven. Thank you, members of the Judiciary Committee, for your time. I'm here today in support of HB 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act. I support this bill, and I support the proposed amendments offered by the Trust Act Now coalition. You've heard from many others about the reasons why this bill and the amendments offered by the Trust Act Now coalition are so important, so I'm not going to spend much more of your time on that today. Instead, I want to give you a glimpse into what Connecticut could look like if the Trust Act was strengthened by these proposed changes by pointing to some of the steps that have been taken to protect residents in my city. I live in New Haven, and here our public schools have told students and families that they are welcome and safe at school. Right? They've backed up these words with concrete policies stating that ICE agents will not be allowed into our schools without a judicial warrant signed by a judge. As a result, students who feared for the safety of themselves and their families have started to attend school again. We see schools that have not had a chance to get this messaging out to their students having less attendance. No student, regardless of their immigration status or their family's immigration status, should be afraid to attend school. Our chief of police has made it very clear to residents that officers within New Haven PD are not ICE agents and will not ask about immigration status. They do this because they want to protect and serve all members of our community, because they realize that trust, which is what this whole act is about, with the police is essential to public safety. In a time when some of our most vulnerable members of our communities are under attack by federal overreaches of power, I urge you to pass not only this bill, but also the amendments proposed by the Trust Act Now coalition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, appreciate you being with us. Next will be Nina Allred.
Senator Winfield, Representative Safstrom, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Nina Allred. I'm a retired professional counselor and a longtime resident of Sandy Hook. I believe it's essential to pass HB 7212 to strengthen residents' data privacy and to protect our state from encroaching federal overreach. Yet, as the bill is written, it leaves important issues unaddressed, and that's why I support the adoption of HB 7212 with the proposed amendments offered by the Trust Act Now coalition, including creating a legal mechanism to ensure that there are consequences when the act is violated, thus encouraging full compliance, and creating and prohibiting ICE arrests in and around courthouses. It's imperative that Connecticut residents are free to access the justice system without fear. In the face of growing threats to our immigrant communities and to safeguard the rights of all Connecticut residents, I believe we must take action to exercise our constitutional rights as set forth in the 10th Amendment, to act on behalf of our residents' public safety and welfare. Up until 2016, I worked as a counselor advocate at a domestic violence and sexual assault agency. I worked with more than a few individuals who struggled with the decision whether to report violent crimes to the police because of their own or their family members' immigration status. I was distraught witnessing hardworking, law-abiding crime victims and their families consider the possibility of managing a dangerous, even life-threatening situation without help from our courts or police. Data from a wide variety of sources show that the fear is justified, especially in the current environment. According to publicly available FOIA data as of February 23rd, 2025, at the national level, 52.1% of those held in ICE detention have no criminal record. My experience tells me that our public safety is greatly compromised when immigrants are fearful of reporting crimes. I'm now retired, and I volunteer at the same agency as a clinical supervisor. I see and am told that there is now an increase in trust since the Trust Act was implemented. But that is in grave danger of being reversed unless additional privacy and enforcement measures are added. Fear is on the rise again because of current federal overreach. We must act to maintain Connecticut's heritage of progress and to counter the current federal administration's regressive agenda. and to keep our state and local resources focused on our own state's priorities, not to do ICE's job for them. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you, ma'am. Questions or comments? Seeing none. Appreciate you sticking with us. Andrew Bloom. Andrew Bloom. Vincent Candelara. Representative Candelara. Stacy Lton.
Good evening, Senator Winfield and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Stacy Lton, and I am the Chief Executive Officer for SCAD, also known as the Southeastern Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of SB 1367. You have heard from many of our SCAD team members this afternoon about an incident that occurred at our Lebanon Pines program last summer. Lebanon Pines is a 98-bed high-intensity residential treatment program that is licensed by the Department of Public Health and funded by the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. The program is an entirely voluntary program. All of the men who come to the Pines need clinical treatment, and many of them have significant medical and psychiatric needs. Each individual is thoroughly screened before being admitted to make sure that they are appropriate for our treatment setting and to ensure that they don't pose a danger to themselves or others. Our folks receive 20 hours of treatment services a week. They engage in a work therapy program. They participate in self-help groups and in sober recreation. Included in our program are frank clinical discussions about accountability and taking responsibility for their past and present actions. The property at Lebanon Pines is made up of 56 acres that has about a dozen buildings. The property is an open campus. There are no fences, no barbed wires, and no locked doors. On June 24th in the early morning hours, 3 people who identified themselves as fugitive recovery agents arrived on our campus. They wore bulletproof vests, they were dressed in black tactical gear, and they were in possession of multiple weapons which were visible on their person. They could not produce a legitimate warrant and threatened to go room by room if our staff did not produce the person that they were looking for. These agents had no regard for the law. They were determined to bully and intimidate our staff into submission. They couldn't produce a warrant, and they argued for hours with the state police. When they realized that they were not getting anywhere, they finally retreated off of the property and onto the street, where they remained for hours. We were advised that if they saw the person they were looking for, or even thought they saw the person they were looking for, they could legally enter the property and enter the buildings by force. This does not make for a therapeutic environment for anyone and proved to be a traumatic experience, not only for our residents, but also for our staff. I want to really reinforce for the committee that our agency and agencies like ours across the state work very, very closely with legitimate law enforcement agencies. We work with the Judicial Department, we work with probation officers and parole officers, and we have for decades. We believe in accountability, and we help our clients to reconcile their past and take responsibility. One final comment that is really important for you to know is that the only bounty hunter to provide his name during this ordeal was a person who himself had a history of arrest for kidnapping, conspiracy, and impersonating a police officer.
Thank you.
It is critical that our treatment programs are afforded legal protection against rogue agents, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
We appreciate you sticking with us, and frankly appreciate your organization bringing this issue to our attention this year. We did not realize it was happening in the state, so we appreciate it. Next, we'll hear from Mark Horse. Mark Horse with us.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hello,
Sir.
can you hear me?
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Wait one moment. Almost there. Yeah, I think you can hear me. You can see me now. Hello.
Go ahead.
Hi. Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Mark Horse. Voy a hablar en español.
Go ahead. Yep.
Estimado señor Winfield, representante Staffstrom y miembro del Comité Judicial de la Asamblea General de Connecticut. Mi nombre es Mark Horse y soy residente de Connecticut. Hoy me presento ante ustedes con un propósito claro: expresar mi firme apoyo a la HB 7212 y a la necesidad urgente de fortalecer el acta de confianza de nuestro Estado. La HB 7212 representa un paso importante para proteger a nuestras comunidades inmigrantes, pero aún hay mucho que hacer. Es por eso que respaldo este proyecto de ley junto con las enmiendas propuestas con la coalición Trust Act Now, conformada por el Connecticut Immigrant Support Network, ACLU, la Clínica Yale y otras organizaciones comprometidas con la justicia y la equidad. La razón es clara. Cuando las agencias estatales y locales colaboran con las autoridades de inmigración federal, se debilita la confianza entre la comunidad y las fuerzas del orden. Esto no solo pone en riesgo a nuestras familias y vecinos, sino que también afectan la seguridad pública. Nadie debería temer denunciar un crimen o buscar ayuda médica por miedo a ser deportado. Es por eso que apoyo la HB 7212 con sus enmiendas, las cuales buscan mantener a los funcionarios y recursos de Connecticut fuera de la aplicación de la Ley Federal de Inmigración, evitando que nuestras agencias locales actúen como agentes del ICE. Limitar la recopilación y el intercambio de datos innecesarios, asegurando que la información migratoria de las personas no sea utilizada en su contra. Proteger los derechos civiles de todas las personas de Connecticut, incluyendo a quienes están en el sistema legal penal, prohibiendo el uso de agentes de inmigración como intérpretes en los tribunales. Además, es esencial fortalecer esta ley con medidas adicionales, tales como prohibir a las agencias del orden colaborar con ICE mediante la entrega de imágenes de vigilancia o el establecimiento de perímetros de tráfico. Garantizar que las personas detenidas tengan acceso a información sobre sus derechos en su idioma, para que puedan tomar decisiones informadas sobre su futuro. Evitar la participación de la Guardia Nacional de Connecticut en operaciones de inmigración, protegiendo así nuestros recursos. Thank you very much.
Hi there, my name is Mark Horse. Esteemed representatives and members of the General Assembly of Connecticut, my name is Marcos. I am here to support HB 7212. We need to strengthen the Trust Act in our state. HB 7212 is the first step in taking care of our immigrant community, but there is much more that we can do as a state. I support HB 7212 as well as the amendments proposed by Trust Act Now. The reason is clear. When state agencies work with federal agencies, trust dies down within the community. This not only puts people in risk, but also puts public safety at risk. No one should have to have fear to go to a medical visit or to go to court in fear of deportation.
Thank you.
We should.
Are you set? Okay. Thank you. Questions? If not, next up will be Edna Ornelas Ubaldo. Okay, doesn't look like she's online. Anita Durkin.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Anita Durkin. I'm a resident of West Hartford and a member of the Connecticut Working Families Power. I support HB 7212 to make improvements to the Connecticut Trust Act, which will strengthen protections for immigrants and safeguard personal privacy. I often quote Fannie Lou Hamer, who said, "Nobody is free unless everybody is free." These words succinctly summarize why I support the improvements to the Trust Act, because I believe that immigrant families like all Connecticut families, should be able to live and thrive in this state and in this country without fear that their lives and livelihood will be thrown abruptly into turmoil. In the few short weeks of the new presidential administration, the deliberate targeting of immigrants, both documented and undocumented, throughout the country has torn apart families who have lived and worked here for years, even decades, whose labor has put food on all our tables, whose medical expertise has saved lives or researched how to, who pay taxes and educate their children here. By passing improvements to the Trust Act, Connecticut could lead by example, modeling how to bolster protections for immigrant communities from an administration intent on demonizing them. Protecting the civil rights of immigrants in Connecticut while federal immigration enforcement again and again tramples over them is imperative, and improving HB 7212 does this by ensuring that Connecticut officials and resources neither cooperate in undermining the civil rights of immigrants nor collect or share any data that could lead to further targeting of immigrants in this state. It is exactly as Ms. Hamer said, nobody is free unless everybody is free. These improvements to the Trust Act send a strong message that Connecticut will protect the safety and humanity of all its residents, regardless of their immigration status, and will reaffirm the state's commitment to dignity and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate staying with us. Anisha Sivakumar? Don't think they're with us. How about Juana Barrios?
Hola, ¿qué tal? Mi nombre es Juana Barrios y soy residente de New Haven, Connecticut. Soy miembro de Unidad Latina en Acción y parte de su coalición. Presento este testimonio en apoyo de HB 7212. Este proyecto de ley representa un paso importante para proteger a las comunidades inmigrantes de Connecticut, pero no aborda completamente la amplitud de los desafíos que enfrentan los miembros de nuestra comunidad inmigrante. HB 7212 es una herramienta vital que protegerá a Connecticut contra la extralimitación federal, y creo que usted tiene el poder y la responsabilidad moral de fortalecer este proyecto de ley con las enmiendas propuestas por la coalición, incluidas las siguientes. Proyecto de ley que prohíbe los arrestos de ICE y en los juzgados, incluso mientras las personas entran y salen de juzgado. También faculta a los jueces para hacer cumplir esta norma. Esta semana, por ejemplo, un amigo nuestro de ULA se tenía que presentar en la corte de New Haven por un delito menor. Él nunca había tenido casos en la corte en sus 37 años de estar viviendo en los Estados Unidos. Pero saliendo a las 8:30 de la mañana para pagarle a la renta de su landro, la migra estaba afuera y se lo llevaron. Ahora está en una cárcel en Plymouth, Massachusetts. En mi caso, tengo un hijo de 16 años que muchas veces por rumores en las escuelas públicas se ha rehusado a ir a la escuela, y yo no tengo el corazón de obligarlo. La amenaza existe y se va a poner peor hacia el futuro. Fortalecer el acta confianza es una manera para que nuestro Estado y ustedes como líderes electos muestren a mis vecinos, amigos y compañeros de trabajos inmigrantes que los aman, y que Connecticut también los ama, tal como ellos aman a nuestro Estado y a las comunidades que todos consideran su hogar. Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me today. I'm a member of Unidad en Acción. I do support HB 7212. This project represents a step to assist the immigrant community of Connecticut. However, it does not encompass all of the issues that we face daily. The bill HB 7212 is vital for the state to not collaborate with federal ICE agents. This bill prevents ICE arrests, including those arrests that are happening from people going in and out of court. This week, for example, a friend of mine went to court for a misdemeanor. In his 33 years of living in the United States, he had not committed any sort of crimes. At 8:30, he went to pay his landlord for his rent, and unfortunately, ICE did detain him, and now he is in Plymouth. My 16-year-old son as well is refusing to go to school sometimes, and obviously I can't force him. The threats are very real for our community, and as leaders, you can show our community that you care about us and that you want us here. And we also want to show our community that we do love this state. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's see. Lost my place for a second. Jacqueline Santiago Nazario, I don't believe is here. Stephen Monroe Tomzak.
Good evening, Senator Winfield, Representative Safstrom, and members of the Judiciary Committee. I am Stephen Monroe Tomzak, a resident of Wallingford and a faculty member at the Southern Connecticut State University Department of Social Work, where I teach social welfare policy and community organization. I'm a member of our faculty union, CSU-AUP, and the Social Welfare Action Alliance Connecticut chapter, a progressive group of social workers, allies, and community activists. These groups are part of Connecticut for All, a statewide coalition fighting for a better future for everyone in Connecticut. Tonight, I am offering testimony in support of HB 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act. This bill represents an important step in protecting Connecticut's immigrant families, but it does not fully address the breadth of challenges our immigrant community members are facing. This is why I support the proposed amendments offered by the Trust Act Now coalition. Our groups believe that HB 7212 is a good start to strengthening the Trust Act, but in addition, I support keeping Connecticut officials and resources out of federal immigration enforcement by requiring officers to forward requests for cooperation to agency heads, prohibiting law enforcement agencies from sharing custody release information unless already publicly available, and banning law enforcement officers from performing federal immigration functions. Further, we need to protect the civil rights of all people in Connecticut, including those in the criminal legal system, by prohibiting the use of federal immigration officers as interpreters. HB 7212 is a vital tool that will protect Connecticut against federal overreach. And I believe that you have the power and the moral responsibility to make this bill stronger with the coalition's proposed amendments. When local police are perceived as agents for ICE, any immigrant victims and witnesses will hesitate to cooperate with police, undermining public safety for everyone. HB 7212 works to foster trust between the community and law enforcement. These improvements to the Trust Act will send a strong message that Connecticut will protect the safety and humanity of all its residents, regardless of immigration status. By enacting these amendments, Connecticut will reaffirm its commitment to dignity and justice to all. I urge you to support HB 7212 based on recommendations submitted by the Connecticut Immigrant Support Network, ACLU, and the Yale Law Clinic. The Judiciary Committee has the opportunity to take proactive measures so our state can effectively counter federal overreach and determine how state and local resources are utilized. We must not allow this administration's destructive and regressive agenda to undermine our state's legacy of progress and inclusivity. It's essential for all of us to stand firm on our values as a state and as a nation that generally welcomes immigrants like my grandparents.
Zach?
Yes.
Time has elapsed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and thank you. I'm available for questions if there are any.
Absolutely. I know it's hard to hear the bell sometimes.
Yes, I didn't hear it.
Questions or comments from members of the committee? Question or comments from members of the committee? If not, it's good to see you again. All right.
Thank you very much, Senator.
All right. Great. Now we have Caprice Taylor.
Good evening, Senator. Senator Winfield, thank you for doing everything that you do. Representative Stratsform and members of the Judiciary Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly, I have been a resident of New Haven, Connecticut, with family in Connecticut since late 1960s as a former undocumented child raised in New Haven. My father fled an authoritarian government supported by the US government that attacked teachers, artists, and other human services providers in Guatemala. I am personally committed and professionally committed to supporting Strengthening a Caring Connecticut. I'm part of Universal Healthcare Foundation that firmly supports the Trust Act Now campaign. I'm testifying in support of HB 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act, and it represents an important step in protecting Connecticut's immigrants, yet we recognize that there are many more challenges for our immigrant community that still is yet to be addressed. This is why I support HB 7212 with the proposed amendments offered specifically by the Trust Act Now Coalition, the Connecticut Immigrant Support Network, ACLU, and the Yale YRAC Clinic and other community organizations, including Universal Healthcare Foundation of Connecticut. Connecticut deserves our elected officials to support civil rights and human rights, including our immigrants that deserve protection in due process. This is actually strengthening the judicial system. We trust the judicial system to do its due diligence and not allowing for ICE to dismantle the trust that community has in police and in other parties, like going to court. The Trust Act assures that folks who commit crimes, felony A and B, are detained and dealt with immigration enforcement. This Trust Act proposed amendment would allow for people to have greater safety to be in their homes, in community, go to school, go to work, and assure that children do not have to fear that their personal work information was shared with ICE and are detained at work, or detained going to court, or detained going to the doctors. Personal information is being violated at a national level, and its influence is trying to creep into Connecticut. We already feel the pain now. It is time that Connecticut stands against authoritarianism. It is no longer a possibility. It is here and now. And this is one way that Connecticut will assure that we protect people from being stolen from community. And it is not just our immigrants. It's happening to US citizens, and it's happening to people with all types of status. Thank you. I am complete. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right. I can tell by looking, because there's only us, that there are no questions. I want to thank you for joining us and providing us.
Thank you.
And just for everybody, I don't want to cut you all off, but we are trying to get through this list, and we still, if we're looking at where we are in the list, have maybe close to 50 people to go, right? So,
thank you.
Yeah, it's not what I want, it's what I have to do. All right, so Leslie Gross Wharton.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, just to let you know, we can't hear the cutoff notice, so feel free to jump in.
That's why I try to end as gently as possible.
Great. Well, thank you very much, distinguished representatives, legislators, and committee members for this opportunity to speak to you in what has, I know, been a really long day. My name is Leslie Gross-Wurtzen, and I'm a resident of Hamden, Connecticut, a parent of 3, and a lecturer at Yale, where I teach and research on topics concerning migration, border enforcement, and its impact on both immigrant and citizen communities. And I do this primarily in the European and Mediterranean context, but also in comparison with the United States. I'm offering my testimony in support of HB 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act, and I urge you to adopt the amendments proposed by the Trust Act Now coalition. Research in both the United States and other countries shows that overall, immigrants contribute to a stronger economy, a more robust culture, and safer communities. It also suggests that aggressive surveillance and policing of immigrants actually makes both immigrants and local communities less safe, disrupts productivity, and sows divisions. Over the past 2 months, I have watched how politically motivated, aggressive, and potentially illegal immigration enforcement has created widespread fear, causing children to stay home from school, parents to call in sick from work, and disrupting everyday lives, not only for these individuals and their families, but for the communities and businesses they are a part of. I've seen this among my own students and colleagues, both American citizens with immigrant family members and international students with legal visas. I believe we need the stronger Improved Trust Act to preserve our flourishing Connecticut communities, protecting vulnerable members from federal overreach, and the co-optation of our local law enforcement, which would drain state resources, make immigrant families more vulnerable, and erode trust between Connecticut government and its residents. Crucially, this amendment would put in place accountability mechanisms that would protect not only CT citizens, but members of law enforcement. It would not prevent cross-agency cooperation, but subject it to transparency, legal and regulatory protocols, and accountability. I would argue that these criteria, transparency, rule of law or due process, and accountability are the hallmarks of democracy. A stronger Trust Act would ensure that my students can return to campus without fear of campus police sharing data and surveillance footage with ICE. It would ensure my 12-year-old daughter and her classmates can learn in school without fear that armed law enforcement are going to come in. It would ensure that people can call for help from law enforcement in crises, regardless of their status. It would ensure landlords cannot capitalize on immigrants' fear to jack up prices or fail to provide safe accommodations, and employers cannot exploit their workers or force them to work in unsafe conditions. In short, it would ensure that all of Connecticut's community members matter, regardless of their status or the country of their birth. Again, I urge you to support HB 7212. Thank you for this time.
Thank you. Comment or question for members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Mark Olson. Don't believe he's with us. Bridget Rivera or Bridget Rivera. Josie Cruz. Jose Cruz.
Hi.
Hey, you may testify.
Okay. My name is Jose Cruz. I'm from New Haven, Connecticut, and I'm a member of CT Students for a Dream. I come from an immigrant family and an immigrant community, which I don't know if it will stay a community if law officials hand over our information to ICE. I am testifying in support for HB 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act. This bill represents an important step in protecting Connecticut's immigrant communities, but it does not fully address the breadth of challenges our immigrant community members are facing. The reason why I would like an improved Trust Act is because having Connecticut officials hand over data, resource, custody, release information, and immigration status information to federal immigration enforcement is a violation of privacy, especially since it's going to be used with bad intentions, meaning that you wouldn't know if you're being hunted down by ICE or police. This isn't a way to live, having to look behind your back because your information was given to federal immigration enforcement. I believe Connecticut needs a stronger Trust Act, since, as the name implies, we're putting our trust in it, and the trust not protecting us fully will defeat its purpose, especially since there are a lot of immigrants in Connecticut. Although it doesn't directly support the Fourth Amendment, you can still make a connection to it, since the reinforcement of the Trust Act can help protect privacy by controlling how data is used and shared, aligning it with the Fourth Amendment principles. A stronger Trust Act would help my community in so many ways, since now families can go to the store without being afraid. Kids can go to school without worrying if they or their family will be caught or discovered by ICE. Immigrants can feel safe knowing they're being protected by the Trust Act, that their information is safe. I urge you to support HB number 7212. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Comment or question for members of the committee? Comment or question for members of the committee? I Don't see any. Thank you very much for sticking around today.
Thank you.
Costanza, don't see her. Okay. Evelyn Medina. Clementina Lunar. Okay. Perla Cardoso, sorry. Perla Cardoso. Gina Romano. Ed Hawthorne.
I'm here virtually, Senator.
All right, you may testify. Good to see you.
All right, good to see you too. Good evening, Senator Winfield, Representative Sastrom, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Ed Hawthorne. I serve as the president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO, a federation of hundreds of local unions representing over 250,000 working people here in the state of Connecticut. I'm here to testify on their behalf in support of HB 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act. Overview of the Trust Act, the purpose of it was to protect the rights of immigrants by restricting local police from enforcing federal, and I stress federal, immigration laws, prohibit detention based solely on federal ICE detainer requests unless individuals have been convicted of a serious crime, and strengthen trust and cooperation, and I think that's our goal, between immigrant communities and law enforcement. HB 7212, we do have some proposed enhancements, and I'll go over the key provisions that we support. Cooperation requests should be forwarded to agency heads, limiting custody release information shared with immigration authorities unless it is publicly available, prohibiting law enforcement officers from performing federal immigration functions, limiting data collection on sharing on immigration status by law enforcement and public agencies, and banning federal immigration officers from acting as interpreters. So this really is about trust, and that's really what we're working towards here. By doing this, we build that trust with the immigrant community by prohibiting police from assisting ICE with surveillance footage, ensuring individuals are informed of their right not to disclose immigration status in languages. We're trying to prevent the gotcha moment they want to employ in order to perpetuate what really amounts to oppression, prevent the Connecticut National Guard from aiding in immigration enforcement under state command, prohibiting ICE arrests at courthouses. I can go on. It is essential. It maintains trust and cooperation. It builds on the progress made in 2019, ensuring immigration communities feel safe working with law enforcement, strengthens accountability and limits harmful interactions with immigrant communities. Also, the voice our opposition to HB 7211, which undermines the goals of the Trust Act. We urge you to support HB 7212 and urge you to reject 7211. Thank you all. Thank you for accommodating virtually. Got done with Congressman Hines. I'm actually still in Westport at UCW. So I thank you for this accommodation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys might have.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. Seeing no questions or comments, thank you again for your time and your testimony this evening. Next, we will hear from Richard Worth. Richard does not appear to be with us. Judith Paz. Catherine Jewett. Judith, Catherine, Richard. I don't see any of them, so we're going to move on to James Jeter. Welcome, James. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Co-Chair Sastrom and Winfield, ranking members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is James Jeter. I'm the Executive Director of the Full Citizens Coalition. I'm here to testify in support of HB 7212. I submitted written testimony, so I'm not going to take up too much time. The Full Citizens Coalition is a Connecticut-based action group focused on doing the unjust harms caused by felony disenfranchisement and ensuring that every citizen is respected as a full citizen. However, today I'm here to testify on behalf and in support of another vulnerable population, our immigrant population. Our nation is facing an identity crisis, and instead of doing a deep dive and looking at what has historically been systemically and institutionally broken, we are doubling down on attacking one of the most vulnerable populations. However, in Connecticut over the last decade, the state has decided to position itself on a far more progressive stance than the nation. The fact that we have a Trust Act already on the books, the fact that we have Husky for Immigrants shows that we are not afraid to say that our nation has gotten it wrong or that our federal government hasn't gone far enough. The Trust Act was originally introduced to strengthen the relationship between law enforcement and the immigrant communities, which means that fear has to dissipate. It can't exist. It cannot exist or there can be no trust. Furthermore, this General Assembly submitted a bipartisan budget that did far more for Medicaid than our current administration's proposal does. And herein lies my personal fear that when we aren't willing to do the right thing, that the most vulnerable become the scapegoats. And if we don't secure a stronger, applicable, enforceable legislative act, then what we will see in a very short time, and over very few years, is that we have decimated our immigrant community and fixed nothing. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. And I'm sorry for mispronouncing Jetter.
It's okay. It's okay.
Next, we will hear from Donna Grossman, who will be followed by Anthony Lorenzen. Welcome, Donna. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Donna Grossman. I'm from Windsor, and I'm affiliated with Hartford Deportation Defense. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act. This bill represents an important step in protecting Connecticut's immigrant communities, but does not fully address the breadth challenges. That's why I support 7212 with the proposed amendments offered by the Trust Act Coalition. 3 of my 4 grandparents immigrated to the US in the 19-teens. Since they were not Chinese, they were just able to come here. It is the unfairness of this fact and the Trump presidency that caused me to become involved in undocumented immigrant issues when I retired at the end of 2017. I'm currently belong to the Hartford Deportation Defense Accompaniment Network. We go to immigration court, ICE check-ins, and to many other government-related locations. I have seen the terror in the face of people going there not knowing if they will be able to walk out. I have seen many adorable little children waiting with their parents with their futures up in the air. I have also seen the extreme gratitude from those folks that we happen to care enough to show up. They are invariably good, hardworking, kind, appreciative people, and they deserve a life here as much as I do. I'm going to diverge from my submitted written testimony at this point. I would have liked to think members of this committee would be above asking inane gotcha questions of people testifying. And after listening to many hours of testimony today, it turns out that I would have been wrong. Thank you for your time and consideration of this important bill.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. Seeing no questions or comments, thank you again. Next, we will hear from Anthony Lorenzen, who will be followed by Maria Matos, who will be followed by Helen Garcia. Anthony, welcome. The floor is yours.
Long meeting.
Welcome.
I'm the Reverend Tony Lorenzen, a resident of Woodbury, Connecticut, and minister of the Unitarian Universalist Church in Meriden, Connecticut, as well as the Unitarian Universalist Congregation of Danbury, Connecticut. Like others today, I encourage you to support HB 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act, along with the amendments to this act proposed by the Trust Act Now Coalition. My Unitarian Universalist faith teaches that love is at the center of human life, relationships, and community, and that there is no such thing as a lesser person, and that every person has the right to thrive, not just survive. This act is needed reinforcement of the Trust Act that helps Connecticut and its people treat all who live here with the dignity and respect everyone deserves. As democratically elected lawmakers for our state, you have not only a legal but moral responsibility to ensure that Connecticut law protects all people from discrimination, violation of their human rights, and unequal application of the law, especially now as enforcing immigration law is increasingly used to punish those who have views the current administration wants to silence. When local police are perceived as immigration agents, victims and witnesses hesitate to cooperate, affecting public safety for all of us. Already, members of the immigrant community where I live and where I serve and others are afraid to do things like go shopping, get medical care, and even go to church or gather with their faith community because they may be apprehended. I believe that HB 7212 helps foster trust between the community and our law enforcement, and especially with our Coalition's proposed amendments will send a strong message that everyone's dignity and rights will be respected in Connecticut. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Comment or question? Comment or question? Seeing none. Thank you again for joining us. Okay, so Maria Matos, Helen Garcia. Not see Maria Matos. Helen Garcia, followed by Carmel Castle-Vetro. Helen Garcia.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, let me turn on my video. Hello.
Okay. You may testify.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon. It's okay. Yeah, good afternoon. I am talking to support the House Bill Act number 7212. I don't have what I was going to read in front of me, but I'm blinking. The reason why I think that it is so important to support this act is because I, as the daughter of immigrants who grew up amongst immigrants, who grew up amongst first-generation Americans, have lived through the fear that we have always had to deal with our entire lives, whether it is because we are scared of the police, we are scared of ICE, or we are being tormented by the community itself, not the immigrant community, but others. I feel that if this act is strengthened, we will not only be able to trust law enforcement. Oh my God, I'm fumbling. Sorry.
Keep going.
I've known many people, whether they're undocumented, green card recipients, visa recipients, whether they're DACA recipients, who have been too afraid to leave abusers, to report abusers because they will threaten them with ICE. I've known many people who have faced harassment from neighbors, coworkers, or even bosses. They faced verbal, emotional, and even financial abuse, and who have to tolerate it, or they feel like they have to tolerate it. They have no choice but to tolerate it because they are under the threat of being reported to ICE. And then the people who are doing these things to them, they end up just getting away with it. Obviously, this is unfair. They are holding something over them that is not true, is unjust. And I feel that if this bill is strengthened, you will not only be encouraging the immigrant community to rely and trust law enforcement, but you will also hopefully lessen the threats that our community has to face from the cruel people who wish to do them harm. I also think that strengthening this bill will encourage us, first-generation Americans, our younger siblings, everybody else is going to come after us to also trust law enforcement, which we so desperately want to do. We want to be able to trust cops, trust everybody who we're told is supposed to keep us safe, but from what we've seen, don't keep us safe. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me ask you a question. Have you done this before?
No.
Well, you did great. Just so you know. I know
Thank
you were worried about it and you thought you were messing up, but you did great.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Comment, question from members of the committee. Comment or question from members of the committee. Seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for your time.
Absolutely. Carmel Castle-Vetro, followed by Jacob Pudlin. Is Carmen around? Jacob Pudlin, followed by Fatima Rojas and Natalie Quiros. Fatima Rojas, followed by Natalie Quiros and Margarita Rivero. Natalie Quiros. Margarita Rivero would be followed by Michaela Ricaza, Margarita Rivero, Michaela Ricaza, followed by John Lugo. Michaela Ricaza, John Lugo. See your number there. Are you there, John Lugo?
Hola.
Hey, how are
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Mi nombre es John Jairo Lugo, soy residente de la ciudad de New Haven, de aquí del estado de Connecticut. y básicamente estoy aquí apoyando el proyecto de ley que se está discutiendo hoy mismo y pues yo soy inmigrante, vine aquí a los Estados Unidos en 1986 y crucé la frontera, estuve detenido por inmigración y actualmente soy ciudadano norteamericano. Y creo que el tema de fortalecer el Trust Act es un tema de justicia, ya que el Trust Act se crea a partir de las injusticias que se han cometido con nuestra comunidad y que han llevado a que mucha gente nuestra ha sido deportada. Temas históricos ha sido el accionar de la policía de Danbury y la de East Haven, y de otras situaciones que han pasado en el estado. Eh, entonces, creemos de que que el Trust Act que se está proponiendo ahora mismo, pues básicamente es una oportunidad para fortalecer una ley que ha sido creada a partir de a raíz de las injusticias que se han cometido contra nuestra comunidad. Entonces, eh, el, en la medida en que el Estado presente más protecciones para nuestra gente, pues es lo que se necesita actualmente. Una cosa que tenemos que tener en cuenta es que bajo las amenazas de esta administración republicana, nosotros hemos visto el incremento del miedo de nuestra comunidad para reportar eh, crímenes, y también hemos visto el incremento de las violaciones laborales hacia nuestra comunidad, donde los patrones abiertamente dicen que no va o que van a llamar a inmigración si los trabajadores siguen exigiendo sus derechos o exigiendo sus pagos. O casos como, por ejemplo, que el que tenemos aquí en la organización, donde gente que llega a ganar en actualmente 2.50 la hora, simplemente porque el patrón considera de que es un inmigrante indocumentado y esa persona no ha querido hacer, esa persona le da miedo hacer el reporte. Entonces, creemos de que es un tema de injusticia, es un tema donde nosotros tenemos que alzar la voz y tenemos que tener la protección del Estado. Nosotros contribuimos millones de dólares a la economía del Estado, más de 400 millones de dólares, y por eso mismo creemos de que si vivimos en un estado donde hay protecciones para los migrantes, donde hay ciudades donde hay protección para los migrantes, pues se deben aumentar las protecciones hacia nuestra comunidad, porque nuestra comunidad no solamente son indocumentados, nosotros tenemos alrededor de 1.400 miembros en nuestra organización, que es Unidad Latina en Acción, y de esos miembros, muchos de ellos son de familias mixtas, donde hay ciudadanos norteamericanos, donde también hay gente indocumentada. Entonces, por eso apoyo la HB
Time has
7212. Muchas
elapsed.
gracias.
Your time has elapsed, so need to call your attention to that.
My name is
Go ahead. Interpreter.
My name is John Lugo. I'm a resident of New Haven here in Connecticut. I'm here to support the bill of today. I am an immigrant. I came to the United States in 1986. I crossed the border. I was detained by immigration at the time, but right now I am a citizen. We need to strengthen this act as a point of justice because it was created due to a lack of justice within our community. We've seen a lot of cases in Danbury and New Haven due to this new Republican agency. This law, the Trust Act, is an opportunity to strengthen the law that we have right now. This law was created due to injustices in our community. We need more measures to secure our community. Due to the threats from the new Republican agency, we've seen increasing threats in the workplace and in the community. For example, a person that is paid $2.50 because they are undocumented, that person fears of creating a report towards their workplace. Due to these injustices, we must raise our voice and have protections throughout all of the states. We are immigrants, but we do give $400 million to the state in taxes. So we do need this help for our communities so that we can continue forward. So that is why I support Bill HB 7212. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment, question from members of the committee. Comment or question from members of the committee. Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us. Next, we have Miriam Perez, followed by Ann Watkins. Miriam Perez. Okay. Ann Watkins, followed by Tracy Graves. Ann Watkins. Okay. Tracy Graves, followed by Maria Contreras. Tracy Graves. Maria Contreras, followed by Rodrigo Nino. Maria Contreras. Rodrigo Nino, followed by Lisbeth Sanchez. Rodrigo Nino, Lisbeth Sanchez.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi. Dear esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Lisbeth Sanchez. As a student of Western Connecticut State University, president of WCSU Beyond Borders Student Club, and an active organizer with Danbury Unites for Immigrants, I am testifying to express my strong support for the House Bill 7212, which aims to threaten Connecticut's Trust Act by restricting cooperation with ICE to only Class A or B felony cases. Through my extensive work with diverse campus populations, I have witnessed firsthand how immigration enforcement fears significantly impact our academic community, creating unnecessary anxiety that affects students' educational journeys and their families' well-being. My personal experience as someone who came to this country as a child has shown me that the transformative power of supportive communities and inclusive policies. I also remember earlier this last month where there were cases of ICE officers near our campuses. And I remember the fear and uncertainty my student community felt at the possibility of being detained by ICE or their family members being detained. This fear extended for weeks. Many students missed classes. This legislation will create stronger trust between communities and local authorities, establish clear guidelines for university and municipal staff, and foster safer educational environments that lead to better student outcomes. When families feel secure, students can focus on creating better futures instead of living in constant fear of family separation. My time at Western Connecticut has shown me how important these protections are. When immigrants feel secure, we can fully participate in and contribute to our communities. As just one voice among many Connecticut vibrant immigrant community, I strongly believe that everyone deserves the chance to pursue their dreams without constant fear. And this legislation is a crucial step towards making that possible. I urge you to support the House Bill 7212 and all its revisions to build a stronger, more inclusive community where all residents can thrive. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee. Comment or question from members of the committee. Seeing none, we will next hear from Gus Marks Hamilton. Did you go already? You did, right? No, it's okay. We are actually getting Jocelyn Tlacomolco. I don't think she's here. Dara Miller. Sarah Miller. Carmen Lanche or Lanche. Not sorry if I'm messing up the name. Monique Garden. Monique Garden. Megan Fountain. I don't see her in the room. Erner Alec. Diana Blank. Anthony. Oh, you're there. Okay.
Good evening, all. My name is Diana Blank, and I am here with you this evening to add my voice to the panoply of voices expressing support for HB 7212. I live in New Haven and I work here in Hartford, where I teach in the Asylum and Human Rights Clinic of the UConn School of Law. In the course of doing that work, in the course of representing asylum seekers defending themselves against removal to countries where their lives are in peril because of the communities they belong to, the religions they practice, and the opinions they hold or express. I have unfortunately gotten a somewhat magnifying lens on the dangers that we currently face in our own country. The countries from which my clients have fled are often ones where law enforcement has been deputized to carry out politicized repression, and my work with these refugees has brought into high definition the importance of constructing guardrails to protect our communities from exactly such politicized repression. It's been a long day. I thank you all for all that you have listened to and all you're thinking about. And we've heard many stories today about the terror that members of our immigrant communities have been plunged into. And I've been privy to many expressions of such terror. Some of it is glossed in my written testimony, which you have. I won't rehash those. I want to emphasize here in the time I have that we are living in an unprecedented moment in which our constitutional order and our commitment to civil rights, to human rights, and to human rights are under siege. I was listening closely to the testimony of others today. There were a lot of questions put to people that emphasized law and order. And I would just urge the members of the committee to recognize that the rule of law is precisely what is at stake here, and that HB 7212 is an instrument to advance the rule of law. In the face of its cataclysmic and unprecedented onslaught, the onslaught against it at a national level, I would submit to the committee that we are on the edge of a precipice, and guardrails have never been more urgently needed. I would submit also that ICE has a track record of rogue actions, and I could share some specifics with any of you who care to ask questions about those. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you for hanging around in a long day. So I really appreciate the resilience, the ability to stick in there. Coming to question from members of the committee. Comment or question? Seeing none, thank you very much for sticking with us into the evening. Let's see. Anthony, I'm going to mess up the name. Guilma. Gave it a shot. John O'Connor. Don't see him either. Nidolin Chica. Alex Johnson.
I'm here.
All right.
Are you able to hear me, sir?
We can.
Okay, awesome. Dear members of the Judiciary Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly, my name is Alex Johnson. I'm a resident of North Haven and a member of the Connecticut Working Families Party. I support HB 7212, which would improve the Connecticut Trust Act and strengthen protections for immigrants. A world without immigrants is a world without color or excitement, and that's not a world that I want to live in, ever. I'm a second-generation German immigrant who grew up bilingually and in a house of immigrants. By the time I was 10, I had probably been exposed to over 10 languages, and I knew what opera was before I knew who Britney Spears was. I'm grateful every day for that because it is why I have a talent for languages. Since my granny died just as my brother was learning to talk, he didn't have that daily exposure of multilingual family members, and you can see the stark contrast between the two of us when it comes to language learning. I'm a better, more rounded person because I grew up in a house of immigrants. This is what made me a more compassionate person, an advocate for immigrants, and why I'm testifying here today. I would advise the committee to read my larger written testimony in promotion of HB 7212 with the Trust Act Now Coalition proposed amendment. However, I will focus on a piece of the bill that I consider a specialty of mine and not one many have spoken about today. The most critical and to me seems an apparent key piece of HB 7212 is that it creates a fair and evenly balanced legal system here in Connecticut. It requires that third-party translators must be used and not federal immigration employees as translators. My educational, along with my family background, is in world languages, majoring in 3 while speaking 8 languages, and for a bit of time receiving training in medical translation. If there was a point that my professors drove into us, is that as a translator, you hold so much power and ethical responsibility to individuals. They taught that it's your ethical responsibility to be a vessel of translation and a silent third party while carrying no bias, filtration, or opinions about the conversation or individuals involved. No matter what a person says, despite how offensive, you are to be only a vehicle of translation, not the director of the conversation and or text. It is very unethical to do that. If you have, as people would say, any skin in the game and are unable to remain unopinionated and unbiased, then it is your professional, moral, and ethical responsibility to recuse yourself. This is why federal immigration officers and employees cannot be used as translators, period, let alone just in Connecticut. It is completely unethical to use federal agents as translators and against everything a translator should be. This is because they hold so much power, not only as translators, but also as determiners of a person's future and whether they will go home or sleep in a detention cell that night. That leaves so much room for abuse and intimidation over individuals who may or may not be documented, or even have loved ones who may or may not be documented. Also, if the translator is the only person in the room that can understand the speaker's native language.
Your time has elapsed. So
apologies.
No, do not apologize. It's difficult to hear the bell when you're online, so I have to let you know that your time has elapsed. All right, comment or question?
I'm willing to take any questions if anyone has any.
We'll check. Comment or question for members of the committee. Comment or question for members of the committee. There are none. I want to thank you for sticking around with us today to provide your testimony. Georgina Fuentes.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is, dear members of the Judiciary Committee, I am Georgina Fuentes, born in New York, raised in Connecticut. I am a Puerto Rican, Taino Indian, and African American descent. I care about the Trust Act for a few reasons. First of all, it's not fair that children who are born in America are suffering from mental illness due to the fear of being deported. Why should children have to fear leaving their home country to be sent to a country that they know nothing about, where poverty, hunger, crime, and other dangers could await them in the country where they may be deported? I believe in the Connecticut needs a stronger Trust Act for the protection of immigrants that came to America for freedom, a better life, and a great future for their children, immigrants, and also deserves a stable life for their children's children, for future generations, because this is supposed to be the land of the free. I understand that criminals exist, but why should one bad apple spoil opportunities for so many others who come to our country to do the right thing, work, contribute to our society in positive ways, and create hopeful futures for their families? The Trust Act would help us by creating an each one teach one environment in our state. Help us all learn from different cultures, diversities, foods, nationalities, languages. That is the America that our ancestors dreamed of creating for us. Even though I know we shouldn't mix religion with politics, person was create better world. We should all stand as one. If I cut or I cut myself, we all same color. So why not stick together, continue to better America, the true land of the free and the home of the brave. Speaking of brave, that's exactly what immigrant families are being right now, being brave in our country, even though they are being targeted. If we trust in God, why can't we trust in each other? I strongly believe that if we can all see the positive in our different nationalities instead of seeing the negative, we will be able to stop being so mean to one another. And growing stronger together in America that celebrates this diversity could become a much better place to live. And that's why I strongly believe in HB 721. Thank you for the committee.
Okay.
And for
Ms.
hearing our
Fuentes,
testimony.
your time is just about up and your connection is not great. So want to thank you for spending your time with us, if you can hear me, spending your time with us and providing us with your testimony. Yes. Silverio Cruz, followed by Xenia Cruz. Silverio Cruz, Xenia Cruz, Seth Freeman. Okay, Sarah Tro.
Hello, can you all see and hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. And I apologize for my voice. I am a bit sick right now, but I'll do my best. Dear Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and members of the Judiciary Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly, my name is Sarah Truax, and I am a resident of Wethersfield, Connecticut. I am speaking in support of House Bill 7212. This bill represents an important step in protecting Connecticut's immigrant communities, but it does not fully address the breadth of challenges our immigrant community members are facing. This is why I support House Bill 7212 with the proposed amendments offered by the Trust Act Now coalition. I am a graduate assistant and student at the University of Connecticut in the Human Rights Master's Program. Everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of person, education, religion, equality before the law, and other fundamental rights. This bill with the proposed amendments will go a step further in guaranteeing these rights for all. Beyond watching the current crisis unfold on the federal level, in our local communities, the effects of their actions and rhetoric have been deeply felt. In addition to the firsthand accounts you've heard today, an article by NBC Connecticut stated that some in the immigrant community are so fearful about ICE activity that they are not going to church, school, or work. To be clear, when one person is threatened, we all are. As the Trump administration has been unjustly targeting individuals they deem a threat, like Mahmoud Khalil, and as other testimonies have cited, there have been numerous examples of ICE arresting innocent individuals. And so while we are constantly facing attacks on the federal level, this is one piece of legislation that can have a direct impact today and help make members of our community safer. Connecticut needs a stronger Trust Act because there are still gaps in the implementation, accountability, and enforcement of the Trust Act. Every person has a right to safety, security, and freedom, and these conditions can only be met when every individual is afforded them. A Trust Act that incorporates an enforcement provision would actually have real consequences when the act is violated, rather than it merely being taken as a suggestion. An oversight committee would be able to track and monitor the implementation of the act, as well as violations, provide lawmakers and advocates with critical data, and enhance enforcement through transparency. Lastly, it would protect access to the justice system by keeping ICE out of courthouses and prohibit arrests at the courthouse, empower judges to enforce this rule, and ensure victims and witnesses aren't deterred by fear of deportation. I urge you to support House Bill 7212, and additionally, I urge you to oppose House Bill 7211, as it would undermine the current Trust Act, opening the door for more violations, which will harm our community. When local police are perceived as agents for ICE, immigrant victims will hesitate to engage with police, undermining public safety for everyone. House Bill 7212 works to create trust between the community and law enforcement. These improvements to the Trust Act will send a strong message that Connecticut will protect the safety of all of its residents, regardless of immigration status, and ensure human rights for all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us. Miranda Paciana? All right, I don't see Miranda. So here's where we are. We have hit the end of the list, but there are a couple of people that are effectively in the room that were signed up. I'm going to read off those names. There will be no additional names to those names because others are not effectively in the room. And when I call you, if you are not available, you have lost your second chance. So I just want to be clear with folks. We have Brian Timko, Stephanie Caro, Rocio Ramon, I believe it's Karina Bandhar, Clementina Lunar, Maria Contreras, Carmen Lanche, one second, Monique Gordon, Megan Fountain, John O'Connor, and Nidolin Chica. Those are the names. So, Brian Timko. Brian Timko. Okay. Stephanie Carroll. So you put your hand up. If you get promoted, you need to accept the promotion. Otherwise, you.
Hello?
If you get promoted into the meeting, you need to accept. Okay, so to be fair to people, I will go back to Brian Timko.
Hello?
We're not up to you yet. Just hold on. Stephanie Carroll. One more time.
I'm here. I couldn't unmute myself.
Okay. You may testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Dear Senator Winfield, Representative, can you see me and hear me?
We can hear you, but we cannot see you.
Okay, I can't enable my camera, unfortunately.
Go ahead.
Okay. Dear Senator Winfield, Representative Staff Strom, and members of the Judiciary Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly, thank you for inviting me to talk today. My name is Stephanie Caro, and I'm a resident of Fairfield, Connecticut. I support House Bill number 7212, an act concerning the trust fund, and the proposed amendments offered by the Trust Act Now Coalition. As a clinical social worker, I'm acutely aware of the adverse effects of severe stress and anxiety on both emotional and physical health, especially for children and young adults. My work is all about helping to alleviate the effects of trauma and stress. I therefore support legislation that will help to prevent or significantly alleviate such severe stress by protecting basic human rights and preserving due process. And in that light, I especially want to focus on due process. As a citizen, I am proud of our nation's roots in the rule of law. I'm deeply concerned about the potential dangers of bypassing and overriding due process, not only for our immigrants, but also because such extension of power beyond the rule of law can become a slippery slope for everyone, even potentially for citizens. There are both current and historical examples of that kind of overreach. Currently, we have permanent resident green card holders being held in detention without charge, including Mahmoud Khalil and Fabian Schmidt, a German national who has lived here for many years and is a permanent resident. We have Dr. Rasha Alawiya, who was invited by Rhode Island University on an H-1B visa. She's a world-renowned expert in kidney transplants, and she has been deported, which now deprives U.S. citizens of the benefit of her expertise. And of course, historically, we have the McCarthy era where U.S. citizens were deprived of their livelihoods and in some cases imprisoned on flimsy grounds without due process. We also have the internment of approximately 120,000 U.S. of Japanese descent, many of them second and third generation, who were held without due process and lost everything. They received a formal apology from our government under Ronald Reagan. In 2008, the Supreme Court affirmed the principle that all individuals under U.S. jurisdiction are entitled to due process, and this decision was made directly in connection with those being held prisoner at Guantanamo. I believe Connecticut needs a stronger Trust Act to ensure the basic human rights that our founders recognized as endowed to all people. Our founders knew that government overreach can always lead to a slippery slope. The mistakes of the past were made by administrations of both parties. This is nonpartisan. I believe it is essential to preserve due process for the most vulnerable among us, because when we protect the most vulnerable, we protect everyone. I urge you to support House Bill number 7212 based on the recommendations submitted by the Connecticut Immigrant Support Network. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us. Rocio Ramon?
Yes. Hello?
You may testify.
Okay. Buenas tardes, estimados representantes y miembros del Comité Judicial. Mi nombre es Rocío Ramón. Soy residente de Connecticut. Estoy aquí para hablar en favor de la ley HB 7212. Estoy aquí por mi familia. Soy madre de 2 niñas de 12 y 14 años. Y no me gustaría que mis hijas sufrieran si a mí o a mi familia le pasara algo. Ellas se sentirían solas y desprotegidas. Actualmente nos sentimos muy preocupados y con miedo porque salimos a trabajar y no sabemos si vamos a regresar. Cuando mis hijas escuchan que inmigración está en nuestra ciudad o en nuestro vecindario, se preocupan y siempre lloran. Soy una madre que involucra en la educación de mis hijas. Busco oportunidades para que mis hijas estén involucradas en deportes y actividades. Yo llevo 20 años viviendo en Connecticut. Somos una familia trabajadora. Tratamos de dar lo mejor para nuestras hijas para no ser una carga pública para el Estado. Mi familia no se beneficia de ninguna ayuda del gobierno, a pesar que mis hijas califican para los servicios. Contribuimos mucho al Estado, pagamos bastante impuestos y nos dicen que somos delincuentes, pero el único delito que cometemos es soñar por un mejor futuro para nuestra familia. Nos duele escuchar las noticias y las falsas acusaciones que el gobierno federal dicen de inmigrantes. No todos los inmigrantes somos malos, la mayoría somos personas humildes y trabajadoras. Cuidamos de este estado y yo quiero pedir a ustedes, representantes, que también nos cuiden y nos protejan. Por eso les pido que ustedes usen su poder para una buena causa y fortalezcan la ley confianza. Muchas gracias.
Dear representatives and members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Rocio Ramon. I'm a resident of Connecticut and a member of the organization Padres y Estudiantes Unidos. I am here to speak in favor of Bill HB 7212. I am here for my family. I am the mother of 2 daughters, ages 12 and 14, and I would not like them to suffer if something were to happen to me or my family. They will feel alone and unprotected. Right now, we live in a constant worry and fear because every day we leave for work without knowing if we will ever come back. When my daughters hear that immigration agents are in our city or neighborhood, they always become anxious and cry. I am a mother who is involved in my daughter's education. I am always available to support their school when they ask for volunteers. I seek out opportunities for my daughters to participate in sports and activities. I have been living in Connecticut for 20 years. We are a working family, and everything I earn is reinvested into the state. We strive to provide the best for our daughters so that we are not a public charge to the state. My family does not benefit from any government assistance, even though my daughters qualify for services. We contribute a lot to the state and pay a significant amount in taxes. Yet we are labeled as criminals, but the only crime we committed was dreaming for a better future of our families. It pains us to hear the news and false accusations that the federal government makes about us immigrants. Not all immigrants are bad. Most of us are humble and working people. We take care of the state, and I ask you, our representatives, to take care of us and protect us as well. That's why I urge you to use your power for a good cause and strengthen the Trust Act. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? All right. Karina Bandhauer?
Muchas gracias.
Bandhauer? Oh, she did. Okay, great. Clementina Lunar.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great, thank you so much. Dear Senator Winfield, Chair and Ranking Members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Clementina Lunar and I'm a resident of Denver. I appreciate the opportunity to testify in favor of the House Bill HB 7212. concerning the Trust Act. Undocumented immigrants made vital contributions to Connecticut's economy and communities, recognizing and appreciating the positive impacts immigrants have in various aspects of our daily lives is crucial. I urge you to consider these contributions in any discussion or decisions regarding undocumented immigrants. First and foremost, immigrants play a significant role in driving our economy. Many immigrants pay state and federal taxes, contributing to funding critical public services that benefit all residents. These hardworking individuals help sustain the financial health of our state through their labor, with many filling essential roles that would otherwise go unfulfilled. They contribute by paying taxes and purchasing goods and services, supporting local businesses, and stimulating the economy at grassroots level. Contrary to some of the negative stereotypes that circulate, studies show that immigrants have lower crime rates compared to other ethnic groups. This fact highlights that immigrants are often law-abiding citizens seeking a better life for themselves and their families, rather than being a strain or on resources. They are typically assets to communities they joined, enhancing the social fabric and contributing to positively to local safety and well-being. Immigrants also help to address population declines in areas where local population might be shrinking. Immigrants help stabilize and even grow local economies by moving to these regions. Their presence supports the housing market, local businesses, and jobs, creating a more vibrant community. A good example is Danbury, where I reside. The passing of the HB 7212 is crucial because it will protect and reinforce the Trust Act. The undocumented economy needs our support during these challenging moments of uncertainty when the attacks on them are vicious. Undocumented immigrants are crucial assets, not a burden in our society. They contribute to economy, lower crime rates, and help revitalize communities. We must recognize their value and support policies that contribute to allow them to continue to grow and well-being of our state. Thank you and for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us. I will take this moment to remind folks who may be trying to get in now that we have closed the room. I respect the fact that people may want to testify, but if you have, we finished the hearing and then we went back and folks weren't present. So if you are in a situation where you feel like you still want to provide testimony, we will still accept it as written testimony. If you really want the committee to hear it, if you contact the committee, I will listen to you, just not right now. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just making sure that everyone understands. Okay, Maria Contreras.
Sí, buenas noches. Mi nombre es María Contreras. Soy residente de Stanford desde hace 18 años. Gracias por escuchar al llamado que hoy hacemos. El año pasado yo personalmente viví un momento muy triste. Cuando me encontraba en mi trabajo, llegó una persona a hacer unos arreglos a la casa, me saluda y luego me dice, soy team de Trump. No le respondí y luego me vuelve a repetir lo mismo. Me dice, me imagino eres un ilegal más en mi país. Solo vienen a robarnos los empleos. En ese momento, lo único que se me ocurrió decirles fue, estás equivocado. Y me dice, odio a los inmigrantes, pero sé que mi presidente los sacará como ratas para su país. Así que no se alegren mucho. Me sentí muy mal y no dije nada. Me lo guardé. A los meses vuelvo a ver y no fue en mi trabajo, sino fuera de mi casa. Tuve mucho miedo por lo que me sucedió ese día, porque mi hija fue testigo de las cosas que él me volvió a repetir.
I'm a resident of Sanford, Connecticut. My name is Genesis. About 1 year ago, when I was in middle school, earlier that day, my mom picked me up from school. When we arrived home, we see him in the parking lot. She told me not to stare into his eyes because she had known what she had gone through with him. So we get out the car, we take out the groceries, and then the sun was hitting my eyes. As soon as I look up, I see he's sticking up the middle finger. He was mad at me because he thought I was making faces at him. He cursed me out. He called me an immigrant. He said to go back where I came from. He said that I didn't belong here with my mother and that we shouldn't be together. And he said that as soon as Trump came back, he would separate us. And then my mom told me to ignore him, and I couldn't. I had to defend myself and stand up for my family. And then he got mad, and he told me that he was going to see us one day, and he would be happy if Trump made us go out. As soon as he left, all I could do was cry. I thought I can do more than what I have done before, and I just wanted the best for me and for my family and for my mom. That's why I support the HB 7212.
Okay, well, thank you. Good job, by the way. Comment or
Thank
question of the committee? Comment or question? You're welcome. All right, there are none, so we'll hear next from Carmen, is it Lanche? Lanche? I'm not sure.
Sí, buenas noches, senador Winfield. Mi nombre es Carmen Lanche y soy la directora de Comunidades Sin Fronteras y somos parte de la coalición Husky por Inmigrantes. Estamos aquí en apoyo al HB 7212, pero también pensamos de que es un buen comienzo para que le hagan también estructuras para fortalecer el acta de confianza. Limitar la recopilación y el intercambio de datos innecesarios al prohibir que las fuerzas del orden y las agencias públicas recopilen o compartan información sobre el estado migratorio, proteger los derechos civiles de todas las personas en Connecticut, incluidos aquellos en el sistema legal penal al prohibir el uso de agentes federales de inmigración como intérpretes. La HB 7212 es una herramienta vital que protegerá a Connecticut contra la extramilitación federal y creo que usted tiene el poder y la responsabilidad moral de fortalecer este proyecto de ley con las enmiendas propuestas por la coalición, incluidas prohibir a las agencias encargadas de hacer cumplir la ley y brindar otras formas de asistencia como compartir imágenes de vigilancia o establecer perímetros de tráfico a las autoridades de migración. Establecer una línea directa pública para denunciar violaciones de la ley administrada por el fiscal general y un nuevo comité de supervisión. También otorga a las personas el derecho de demandar por violaciones de la ley. Estas mejoras al acta de confianza enviarán un fuerte mensaje de que Connecticut protegerá la seguridad y la humanidad de todos sus residentes, independientemente de su estatus migratorio. Al promulgar estas enmiendas, Connecticut reafirmará su compromiso con la dignidad y la justicia para todos, incluyendo los inmigrantes. Yo insto a que aprueben, por favor, la HB 7212, basado en las recomendaciones que da ACLU, WIRA, la Clínica Legal de Yale. Fortalecer el acta de confianza es una manera para que nuestro Estado y ustedes como líderes electos muestren a sus vecinos, amigos y compañeros de trabajo y a los inmigrantes que los aman y que Connecticut también los ama, tal como ellos aman a nuestro Estado y a las comunidades, que todos digan que es su hogar. Gracias.
Dear Senator Winfield, Representative Stadstrom, and members of the Connecticut General Assembly Judiciary Committee. My name is Carmen Lanche. I am a resident of Norwalk, Connecticut. I am the director of Comunidades Sin Frontera, Connecticut, and part of Husky Coalitions for Immigrants, Connecticut for All, and Domestic Workers Justice. Taken to this testimony in support of HB 7212, this bill represents an important step in protecting Connecticut's immigrant communities, but it does not fully address the breadth of challenges faced by members of our immigrant community. That's why I support HB 7212. We believe HB 7212 is a good start of strengthening the Trust Act, and we support limiting the collection and sharing of unnecessary data by prohibiting law enforcement and public agencies from collecting or sharing information about immigration status. Protect the civil rights of all people in Connecticut, including those in criminal legal system, by prohibiting the use of federal immigration agents as interpreters. HB 7212 is a vital tool that will protect Connecticut against federal overreach, and I believe you have the power and moral responsibility to strengthen this bill with the coalition's proposed amendments, including the following. prohibit law enforcement agencies from providing other forms of assistance, such as sharing surveillance footage or setting up traffic perimeters to immigration authorities. Prohibit the Connecticut National Guard from assisting with federal immigration law enforcement while under state command. It also prohibits out-of-state militias from operating in Connecticut without the governor's approval. Establish a public hotline to report violations of the law, administered by the Attorney General and new oversight committee. It also gives people the right to sue for violations of the law. These improvements to the Trust Act will send a strong message that Connecticut will protect the safety and humanity of all its residents, regardless of their immigration status. While enacting these amendments, Connecticut will reaffirm its commitment to dignity and justice for all. I urge you to support HB number 7212 based on recommendations presented by Connecticut Immigrant Support Network, ACLU, WIRAC, Law Clinic at Yale. The committee has the opportunity to take proactive steps so our state can effectively counteract federal government overreach and determine how state and local resources are used. We must not allow these administration's destructive and regressive agendas to undermine our state's legacies of progress and inclusion. It is essential that we all stand firm in our values and state and nation that generally welcomes immigrants. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question for members of the committee? Comment or question? There are none. Thank you very much for joining us. Monique
Muchas
Gardon.
gracias.
Have a good evening. Monique Gardon.
Hi, my name is Monique Gardone, and I am a resident of Deep River, where I'm an educator at Incarnation Center. I come to you today to voice my strong support of HB 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act. Over the course of my career, I have had the privilege of working with a vast array of children, from watching some of my first students, infants, learn to walk and talk and even cheers each other across the table, to watching teenagers I have known for a decade, some at Mount Washington. I have come to closely know the joy that comes from a thriving, child-centered community. Building a community in which a child is not only able to grow, but to push the boundaries of who they may be is an incredibly complex task. Outside of some energy drink-based bargaining, I did not get those teenagers to the top of Mount Washington without first building an intentional community, a community whose base is found in the safety of its members. When a child feels safe in a learning community, that safety becomes a springboard for their success, because a safe community means that no matter who you are, no matter how you mess up, you are supported. Everybody deserves to have a community such as this, a community such as the one created in the schools of Connecticut. The potential for ICE to come into our Connecticut schools means a potentially fundamental change to the communities that each and every teacher of the state have worked meticulously to build. We have already seen the detrimental effects of this threat, of the fear that it has caused in schools not only in Connecticut, but across the country. Our children of Connecticut do not deserve to have this community ripped away from them on the whims of a bloated federal government. Connecticut must stand strong and dedicate itself to the protection of our most vulnerable population, our children, through the passage of HB 7212. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me.
Thank you, and thank you for testifying. Comment or question for members of the committee? Comment or question for members of the committee? Not, thank you for sticking around to provide your testimony. Megan Fountain.
Good evening, Senator Winfield and members of the community, members of the committee. Thank you for your hard work on this long day. I'm Megan Fountain, New Haven resident. I'm here supporting the HB 7212 to strengthen the Trust Act. I want to take us back to when we created the Connecticut Trust Act back in 2013. And I want to tell the story of Mr. Jose Maria Islas, who inspired the Connecticut Trust Act. He is a New Haven resident who was racially profiled by the Hamden police for a crime that he did not commit. One day, Mr. Islas was out on his lunch break, and the police came looking for someone who had attempted to steal a bicycle. They arrested Mr. Islas and they jailed him. The judge found that there was no evidence to convict Mr. Islas. The bike was never stolen. He was charged with attempted armed robbery because the bicyclist thought that two men had tried to steal his bicycle, and the bicyclist told the police that one of the men might have had a gun, but the bicycle was never stolen and no gun was ever found. The judge set the bond at a very low amount, $1,500. We went to the jail to pay the bond because we thought that Mr. Islas could just go home and come back to court to prove his innocence. But when we wanted to pay the bond at the jail told us that they wouldn't release him on the bond, but they would send him to ICE. They would turn him over to ICE, and ICE would take him away to an immigrant detention center out of state, because there is no immigrant detention center in Connecticut. And then he would never be able to come back to the Connecticut court to prove his innocence. So he sat in jail for 4 months, and then a Connecticut judge ruled that he was innocent and ordered him to be released. And we were waiting there in the courthouse, waiting for him to get free, and he never came out. And we found out that the courthouse guards, the judicial marshals, instead of freeing Mr. Islas, they had turned him over to ICE. And they took him away to an immigrant detention center outside of Connecticut. And the community rose up against this great injustice. And the first protest for Jose Maria Islas was tiny, as you probably remember, Senator Winfield. But each protest got bigger until we got our US senators to speak out. And ICE finally freed Jose. And his family never recovered from the trauma, but they did inspire other families to speak out. And the movement spread across Connecticut. And that's what inspired us to create the Trust Act in Connecticut. So let's honor Mr. Islas and his sister and his brother and his family, who have suffered so much and sacrificed so much to make Connecticut a place that we can be proud of.
Okay. Your time has elapsed, so let me see. Are there any comments or questions from members of the committee? There are none, but thank you for sticking around, and thank you for joining us again and the work you do.
Thank you, Senator Winfield. Good night.
Good night. John O'Connor.
Good evening, Senator Winfield, Representative Staff Strom, and all the members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is John O'Connor. I teach at Central Connecticut State University in New Britain, and I'm part of the leadership of CSU AUP, the faculty union that represents 3,000 members across the 4 state universities. CSU AUP is a member of the Connecticut for All Coalition, and we strongly support Connecticut for All's equity agenda. I'm testifying tonight in support of HB 7212, the bill that represents a key step in protecting Connecticut's immigrant communities. But I support the bill with the amendments offered by the Trust Act Now coalition. As many analysts note, national borders are always problematic. They divide workers and families, they fuel racial divisions, and they reinforce global inequalities. Unfortunately, borders also encourage the expansion of technologies of surveillance and control, which impacts both immigrants and citizens. HB 7212 is a corrective to the technological tools that are not in our best collective interests. Uncontrollable databases should not be used to create a hostile environment in our state. At this moment, it is important to protect our state from federal overreach. Keeping and limiting Connecticut officials and resources out of federal immigration enforcement matters. Unnecessary data collection and data sharing is an important way to protect the civil rights of all our residents, including those in the legal system. As a state, we need to work to make all immigrants feel safer when they need to go to the police, when they enter public education, and when they go to get a driver's license. I've been teaching at CCSU for over 20 years, and it's become increasingly clear to me that immigrant students have a difficult time compared to their peers. They often are disadvantaged by their status, by their socioeconomic circumstances, and by the fact that they live in our state but are not a part of that state. All of this has a negative impact on their educational experience. We should improve the Trust Act and make it stronger. In doing so, we will make our immigrant neighbors feel safer. I urge you to support HB 7212 It is this committee that should determine how our state and local resources are utilized. We must not let the lunacy in Washington, D.C. undermine our state's legacy of progress. Connecticut must be a place that genuinely welcomes immigrants. By strengthening the Trust Act, we will be sending that message. Thank you, and thank you for all the work you do.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? If not, thank you very much for joining us. Good to see you again.
Good night.
Nidolin Chica.
Hi.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Estimado senador Winfield, representantes Stanford y miembros del Comité Judicial de la Asamblea General de Connecticut. Mi nombre es Nidolin Chica y soy residente de New Haven, Connecticut. Soy parte de Connecticut Students for a Dream y parte de la campaña Trust Act Now. Le escribo en apoyo de HB 7212. Este proyecto de ley representa un paso importante para proteger a la comunidad de los inmigrantes de Connecticut, pero no aborda completamente la amplitud de los desafíos que enfrentan los miembros a nuestra comunidad de inmigrantes. Es por eso que apoyo HB 7212 con las enmiendas propuestas ofrecidas por la coalición Trust Act Now, compuesta por City Students for a Dream, Red Apoyo a Inmigrantes de Connecticut, ACLU y Clínica Wirac de Yale, y esas organizaciones comunitarias. A mí me importa esta legislación porque esta ley es crucial para fortalecer la confianza ante nuestra comunidad inmigrante, garantizando que nuestro estado continúe siendo un lugar de seguridad y oportunidades para todos sus residentes. Como una joven inmigrante, he visto de primera mano cómo el miedo a la deportación y la colaboración entre las autoridades locales con ICE impide que muchas personas denuncien crímenes, busquen atención médica o participen en la sociedad como humanos que somos. Esta legislación garantizará que los recursos de nuestra fuerza del orden público se utilicen para proteger a todos los residentes. En lugar de contribuir a la separación de familias, la criminalización de comunidades vulnerables y a la discriminación, a limitar la cooperación entre autoridades locales con ICE en casos de que no haya delitos altamente graves, nos sentiríamos más seguros al momento de vivir nuestra vida cotidiana como humanos. Por favor, apoyen el HB 7212 basado en las recomendaciones presentadas por Connecticut Immigrant Support Network, ACLU y Yale Wirac Law Clinic. El Comité Judicial tiene la oportunidad de tomar medidas proactivas para que nuestro Estado pueda contrarrestar eficazmente los sobrepasos del gobierno federal y determinar cómo se utilizan los recursos estatales y locales. No debemos permitir que las agendas destructivas y regresivas de esta administración debiliten el legado de progreso e inclusión de nuestro Estado. Es esencial para todos que nos mantengamos firmes ante nuestros valores como Estado y nación genuinamente de la bienvenida a los inmigrantes. Thank you for your time.
Dear Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and members of the Connecticut General Assembly Judiciary Committee, my name is Nidolin Chica. I'm a resident of New Haven, Connecticut. I'm part of CT Students for a Dream and part of the Trust Act Now campaign. I am writing to you in support of HB 7212. This bill represents an important step in protecting Connecticut's immigrant communities, but it does not fully address the breadth of challenges faced by members of our immigrant community. That's why I support this bill with the proposed amendments offered by the Trust Act Now coalition, comprised of CT Students for a Dream, Connecticut Immigrant Support Network, ACLU, Yale Wirac Clinic, and other community organizations. I care about this legislation because this law is crucial to strengthening trust with our immigrant community, guaranteeing that our state continues to be a place of security and opportunity for all its residents. As a young immigrant, I have seen firsthand how fear of deportation and collaboration between local authorities and ICE prevents many people from reporting crimes, seeking medical care, or participating in society as the humans that we are. This legislation will ensure that our law enforcement resources are used to protect all residents rather than contributing to the separation of families, the criminalization of vulnerable communities, and decriminalization and discrimination. By limiting cooperation between local authorities and ICE in cases where there are no highly serious crimes, we would feel safer when living our daily lives as humans. Please support the HB 7212 bill based on recommendations presented by the Connecticut Immigrant Support Network, ACLU, and the Yale Wirac Law Clinic. The Judiciary Committee has the opportunity to take these steps so our community can effectively counter the federal government's overreach. It is essential that we all remain steadfast in our values as a state and nation that genuinely welcomes immigrants. Strengthening the Trust Act is a way for our state and elected leaders to show me and my community that you love us and that Connecticut loves us just as we love our state, the place we call our home. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. That will bring us to the end. I know that there are folks who may have joined later, but as I said, we checked to see who was in the room at the time, and if you were there and you responded, you got to testify. If not, you can submit written testimony, and if you really would like to testify in front of one of us, I will later make myself available. Representative Stastrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quick, we've been at this for roughly 10 hours, so I just want to say a special thank you to our staff. I don't think people quite understand sort of what goes into prepping for this and then being here, and we did this on Monday as well. So these are long days, these are difficult days, and